geology, for instance. They study the surface formation of the earth and the residues and so on to determine how certain animals live or have lived in the different strata. Empirical data are established for certain periods. Scientists use these as a basis for their views as to what the earth looked like thousands and millions of years ago, arriving, for instance, at the nebular hypothesis of Kant and Laplace. They also develop ideas as to the future evolution of the Earth, and from the physical point of view, these are quite correct. They are often utterly brilliant, but they are based on a method where the evolution of the Earth is observed for a time, and then conclusions are drawn, millions of years before and millions of years afterward. What is really being done in this case? It is the same as if we were to observe a child when it is 7, 8, or 9 years old, taking note of how its organs gradually change or partly change, and calculate how much these human organs change over a period of 2 or 3 years. When we then multiply this to work out how much these organs change over a period of centuries. So we can work out what this child looked like 100 years ago, and going in the other direction, we can also work out what it will look like in 150 years. It is a method which can be quite brilliant, and is in fact the method used by geologists today to work out the primeval conditions of the Earth. It was also used to produce the hypothesis of Laplace. Exactly the same method is used to visualize what the world is going to be like according to the physical laws which can now be observed. But I think you will admit that such laws do not signify much when applied to a human being, for example. 100 years ago, the child did not exist as a physical human being. Neither will it exist as a physical human being in 150 years' time. The same applies to the Earth with reference to the time scale used by geologists. The Earth came into existence later than Tyndall, Huxley, and Haeckel, and others reckon. Before the time comes when you can simply paint the walls of a room with protein and have enough light to read by, the Earth will be nothing but a corpse. It's quite easy to work out that one day it will be possible to use physical means to put protein on a wall where it will shine like electric light so that one can read the paper. This is bound to happen as part of the physical changes, no doubt. But in fact, the time will never come, just as it will never happen that in 150 years' time a child will show the changes, calculated from successive changes, seen in its stomach and liver in the course of 2 or 3 years between the ages of 7 and 9. Here you gain insight into some very strange things we have today. You can see how they clash. Think of a conventional scientist listening to what I have just been saying. He will say this is sheer foolishness. And then think of a spiritual scientist. He will consider the things the conventional scientist says to be foolish. All the many hypotheses concerning the beginning and the end of the Earth are indeed nothing but foolishness, even though people have been utterly brilliant in establishing them. You see from this how unconsciously human beings are, in fact, being guided. But we are now in an age when such things must be perceived and understood. It is necessary to link such an idea with the other ideas we have characterized today. A time will come when we must have transformed our materialistic ideas to such an extent that we can progress to a more spiritual form of existence. But by then the Earth will have been a corpse for a long time. It will no longer support us, and incarnations in the flesh, such as we seek today, will no longer be sought. But the individuals who have become so tied up with the materialistic way of thinking that they cannot let go of it will still sneak down to the Earth and find ways of involving themselves in the activities of bacilli, the tubercle bacillus and others. But bacillary entities which will be rummaging through every part of the Earth's corpse. Today's bacilli are merely the prophets, let us say, of what will happen to the whole Earth in the future. Then a time will come when those who cling to the materialistic way of thinking will unite with the moon powers and surround the earth, which will be a burnt out corpse, together with the moon. For they all want for all they want is to hold on to the life of the earth and remain united with it. They do not want to take the right course, which is to progress from the earth's corpse to what will be the future soul and spirit of the earth. In our time particularly, all these things are having an effect on many such admired, brilliant ideas and moral impulses. People christen everything moral impulse nowadays, in which the Ahrimanic and materialistic powers are alive. These have the capacity to develop into the impulses which act as numerous ties to hold human beings to the earth of their own will. It is important, therefore, to turn our attention to these things, and it is really most necessary to pay real heed to some highly respected elements which are taken as a matter of course today, such as certain laws of nature. Anyone who does not accept them is called an amateur and a fool. Certain moral and political aspirations are taken as a matter of course. Great Wilsonaids are proclaimed with regard to them. All these things have the potential to develop into something that can be characterized in the way I have just done. I had my reasons for saying that the people who had a part in the beginning of the battle in the 1840s were in a special position. They were placed on earth at that time. And we can understand a great deal of the inner life of these people, especially those who were active in mind and spirit, and of their doubts and their inner battles, if we consider the impulse they brought from the life of the spirit in the 1840s into the second half of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century. Something else also relates to this, something which should not be overlooked today, but very often is. It is the belief that spiritual entities and their activities have no part in human affairs. People do not like to speak of having spiritual causes. Anyone who knows the real situation, however, is well aware that psychic or spiritual influences from the spiritual world on human beings here in the physical world are in fact particularly powerful at the present time. It is not at all uncommon to find people today who will tell you that a dream or something like a dream, they do not normally understand what is going on, but these are always non-physical elements, drove them to a particular course of events. Psychic influences of this kind play a much greater role today than materialists are prepared to believe. Anyone who has the opportunity to go into such things will find them at every turn. If you were to take the published works of today's better poets and do a statistical analysis of how many poems have come into existence in a way for which there is a rational explanation, and how many by an inspiration, a definite spiritual influence from the other world, with the poet experiencing it in a dream or something similar, you would be surprised how great is the percentage of direct influences from the spiritual world. People are influenced by the spiritual world to a much greater extent than they are prepared to admit. And the human actions performed under the influence of the spiritual world are indeed significant ones. Now and then the question comes up, quote, why was a particular newspaper started, close quote? The individual who started it had a particular impulse from the spiritual world. If he trusts you enough to speak openly about his impulses, he will speak of a dream when you ask about the real origin. This is why some time ago I had to say here that when historians come to discuss the outbreak of this war in time to come, and use the documents of our civilization in the same way as did Ranke and other historians who went by the documents, they will never write about the most important event, which is something that happened under the influence of the spiritual world in 1914. Things go in cycles or periods. Anything which happens in the physical world is really a kind of projection or shadow of what happens in the spiritual world, except that it would have happened earlier in the spiritual world. Let us assume this line here, and there's a figure, was the line or plane separating the spiritual and the physical worlds. What I have just said could then be characterized as follows. Let us assume an event. For example, the battle between Michael and the dragon happens first of all in the spiritual world. It finally comes to an end when the dragon is cast down from heaven to earth. On earth, then, the cycle is brought to completion after a time interval which approximately equals the time between the beginning of the battle in the spiritual world and the time when the dragon was cast down. We might say the dawn, the very beginning of this battle between Michael and the dragon, was in 1841. Things were particularly lively in 1845. It is 34 years from 1845 to 1879. And if we move on 34 years after 1879, we come to the mirroring event. You get 1913, the year preceding 1914. You see, the developments which started in the physical world in 1913 are the mirror image of the prime reasons for the spiritual battle. And now, consider 1841 to 1879 to 1917. 1841 was the crucial year in the 19th century. 1917 is its mirror image. If one realizes that the exertions of the crowd of Ahrimanic spirits in 1841, when the dragon started to fight Michael in the spiritual world, are mirrored right now in 1917, much of what is happening now will not really come as a surprise. Events in the physical world can really only be understood if one knows that they have been in preparation in the spiritual worlds. These things are not being said to worry people or put strange notions in their heads. They are meant as a challenge to see things clearly, to resolve to make the effort to look into the spiritual world and not to sleep through events. This is why it has become necessary in the field of anthroposophical development to say over and over again that there is need to be watchful, to take note of what is happening, and not let events go by unnoticed. It is sometimes only possible to say what I mean by using an analogy. Yesterday I spoke of the way in which the people in Eastern Europe draw conclusions from such events. If we here in the West want to find out what actually lives in the East European soul, the best way is to study the works of the philosopher Soloviev, though there are serious limits to what we can learn in this way. Real insight can only be gained from what has been said for many years in lectures and lecture courses given within the anthroposophical movement on destiny and the true nature of the Russian spirit. But by turning our attention to the philosopher Soloviev, it is possible to express by means of an analogy what one really wants to say in this case. As you know, Soloviev died at the turn of the 19th to the 20th century and has therefore been dead for a long time. Western people did not bother much with his philosophy. They had little opportunity to get to know it, and little effort was made to study Soloviev as a representative of Eastern Europe. At best, we have the situation of the professor who some years ago had an idea that it was not exactly right for a professor of philosophy to know nothing about Soloviev. You know the story. So he let someone write a doctoral dissertation, saying to himself, he can study the work of Soloviev and I can read his dissertation. I merely want to use the point at issue as an analogy, therefore. I should like to put it like this. If we were to say that hypothetically Soloviev were alive today and had known this war and the events taking place in Russia, what would he, a Russian, have done? The answer, of course, can only be hypothetical, but it is a reasonable assumption that Soloviev would have found a way of removing everything he had written before the war and would have written new works. He would have realized that it was necessary to revise his views completely, for his views were based on the time when they were written. He would thus have drawn the same conclusion as the whole of Eastern Europe. It seems paradoxical to say something like this, but if one reads Soloviev today, it is best to be clear in one's mind that little would have Soloviev's absolute approval today. It would be a sign of being wide awake to make a fundamental revision of ideas which carried the greatest weight at the time, but have since been reduced to absurdity. 2 + 2 = 4 would still be 2 + 2 = 4, but other things must certainly be revised. And we are only awake in our time if we are aware of this need for revision. In this year of 1917, 38 years after 1879, with 1879, 38 years after 1841, something important is being asked of humanity. What matters today is not what people did in 1914, but that they get themselves out of this situation. The problem we have to face now is how to get out of it again. And unless people realize that the old ideas will not get us out of it, and that new ideas are needed, the result will be failure. Anyone who thinks we shall get out of this with the old ideas is barking up the wrong tree. The effort must be made to gain new ideas, and this is only possible with insight into the spiritual world. It has been my intention today to give you something of a background to much of what I have been saying in these last days. You see, if one deals with spiritual life in concrete terms, it is not enough to have the general twaddle which is so popular with the people who believe in pantheism and similar philosophies, that there is a spiritual world, that the spirit is behind all physical things. Talking about the spirit in vague general terms will get you nowhere. We must consider specific spiritual events and spiritual entities which are beyond the threshold. Events in this world are not merely general, but quite specific, and they are concrete and specific in the other world. I do not think that there are many who, as they get up in the morning, would think, quote, "If I step outside the front door, I shall be out in the world," close quote. They would not say this, but they will have ideas about something specific they are going to encounter. In the same way, we shall only manage to deal with the deeper sources of human and world evolution if we are able to visualize the things which are beyond the threshold in a specific and concrete way, and not just refer to them in general terms such as universal, providence, and the like. Much can be felt when we look at the figures 1841 and 1917 in the diagram. But our inner response to this has to be alive in us if we are to understand what is really happening. The end of Lecture 9.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
You are listening to Rudolf Steiner Audio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness. This is Lecture 10, entitled The Influence of the Backward Angels, given in Dornach on the 20th of October, 1917. It cannot be said that our present age has no ideals. On the contrary, it has a great many ideals, which, however, are not viable. Why is this so? Well, imagine. Please forgive the somewhat bizarre image, but it does meet the case. A hen is about to hatch a chick, and we take the egg away and hatch it out in a warm place, letting the chick emerge from the egg. So far, so good. But if we were to do the same thing under the receiving part of an air pump, and therefore in a vacuum, do you think the chick emerging from the egg would thrive? We would have all the developmental factors which evolution has given, except for one thing: somewhere to put the chick for it to have the necessary conditions for life. This is more or less how it is with the beautiful ideals people talk about so much today. Not only do they sound beautiful, but they are indeed ideals of great value. But the people of today are not inclined to face the realities of evolution, though the present age demands this. And so it happens that the oddest kinds of societies may evolve, representing and demanding all kinds of ideals, and yet nothing comes of it. There were certainly plenty of societies with ideals at the beginning of the 20th century, but it cannot be said that the last 3 years have brought those ideals to realization. People should learn something from this. However, as I have said a number of times in these lectures. Last Sunday, the 14th of October, I sketched a diagram to show the spiritual development of the last decades. I asked you to take into account that anything which happens in the physical world has been in preparation for some time in the spiritual world. I was speaking of something quite concrete, namely the battle which began in the 1840s in the spiritual world lying immediately above our own. This was a metamorphosis of the battles which are always given the ancient symbol of the battle fought by Saint Michael against the dragon. I told you that this battle continued until November 1879. And after this, Michael gained the victory, and the dragon, that is, the Ahrimanic powers, were cast down into the human sphere. Where are they now? Now, consider this carefully. The powers from the school of Ahriman, which fought a decisive battle in the spiritual world between 1841 and 1879, were cast down into the human realm in 1879. Since then, their fortress, their field of activity, is in the thinking, the inner responses, and the will impulses of human beings. And this is specifically the case in the epoch in which we now are. You must realize that infinitely many of the thoughts in human minds today are full of Ahrimanic powers, as are their will impulses and inner responses. Events like these, which play between the spiritual and the physical worlds, are part of the great scheme of things. They are concrete facts which have to be reckoned with. What good is it to get bogged down in abstractions over and over again, and to say something as abstract as, quote, human beings must fight Ahriman, close quote? Such an abstract formula will get us nowhere. At the present time, some people have not the least idea of the fact that they are in an atmosphere full of spirits. This is something which has to be considered in all its significance. If you consider just this, that as a member of the Anthroposophical Society, you are in a position to hear of these things and to occupy your thoughts and feelings with them, you will be aware of the full seriousness of the matter and that you have a task today, depending on your particular place in this present time, which is so full of riddles, so much open to question, and so confused. You have to bring to this the best kinds of feelings and inner responses of which you are capable. Let us take the following example. Suppose a handful of people who have naturally come together and become friends know of the spiritual situation I have described and of other similar ones, whilst many other people do not know of them. You can be sure that if this hypothetical group of people were to decide to use the power they are able to gain from such knowledge for a particular purpose, the group, as its followers, though these would tend to be unaware of this, would be extremely powerful compared to people who have no idea of this and do not know and do not want to know of such things. Precisely such a group existed in the 18th century and still continues today. A certain group of people knew of the facts of which I have spoken. They knew that the events I have described as happening in the 19th and on into the 20th century would happen. In the 18th century, this group decided to pursue certain aims which were in their own interests and to work toward certain impulses. This was done quite systematically. The masses of humanity go through life as if asleep, without thought. They are completely unaware of what is going on in groups, some of them quite large, which may be right next door. Today, more than ever, people are much given up to illusion. Just consider the way in which many people keep saying today, quote, "It is amazing how effective modern communications are, and how this brings people together. Everybody hears about everybody else. This is totally different from the way it was in earlier times." Close quote. You will recall all the things people tend to say on the subject. But we only need to take a cool, rational view of some specific instances to find some very odd things going on in modern times. Who would believe, for example, I am merely giving an illustration, that the press, which understands everything and goes into everything, would ever fail to make new literary works widely known? You would not think, would you, that profound, significant, epoch-making literary works would remain unknown? Surely we must hear of them in some way or other. Well, in the second half of the 19th century, the press, as we call it today, with due respect, was in the early stages of becoming what it is today. A new literary work appeared at that time which was more epoch-making and of more radical importance than all the well-known authors taken together, people like Spielhagen, Gustav Freytag, Paul Heyse, and many others whose works went through numerous editions. The work in question was 13 Linden by Wilhelm Weber, and it really was more widely read in the last third of the 19th century than any other work. But I ask you, how many people in this room do not know of the existence of Wilhelm Weber's title 13 Linden? You see how people live alongside each other in spite of the press. Profoundly radical ideas are presented in beautiful poetic language in 13 Linden. And these are alive today in the hearts and minds of thousands of people. I have spoken of this to show that it is entirely possible today for the mass of people to know nothing of radically new developments which are right on their doorstep. You may be sure, if there is anyone here who has not read 13 Linden, and I assume there must be some among our friends, that these individuals must nevertheless know 3 or 4 people who have read it. The barriers separating people are such that some of the most important things simply are not discussed among friends. People do not talk to each other. The instance I have given concerns only a minor matter in terms of world history, but the same applies to major matters. Things are going on in the world which many people fail to see clearly. Thus it also happened that in the 18th century a society spread certain views and ideas which were taking root in people's minds and became effective in achieving the aims of such societies. The ideas entered into the social sphere and determined people's attitudes to others. People do not know the sources of many things that live in their emotions, inner responses, and will impulses. Those who understand the processes of evolution do know, however, how impulses and emotions are produced. This was the case with a book published by such a society in the 18th century. Perhaps not the book itself, but the ideas on which it was based. The book shows the way in which Ahriman is involved in different animals. The Ahrimanic spirit was, of course, called the devil then, and it was shown how the devil principle comes to expression in different ways in individual animal species. The age of enlightenment was at its height in the 18th century, and of course enlightenment still flourishes today. Really clever people, many of them to be found as members of the press, managed to turn it into a joke and say, once again, quote, once again, some, I'm putting a dot, dot, dot here, has written a book to say that animals are devils, close quote. Ah, but to spread ideas like these in such a way in the 18th century that they would take root in the minds of many people, and in doing so take account of the true laws of human evolution, that really had an effect. For it was important that the idea that animals were devils should exist in many minds by the time Darwinism came along. And the idea would then arise in many 19th century minds that people had gradually evolved from animals. At the same time, large numbers of other people had the idea that animals were devils. A strange accord was thus produced. As this really happened, it was perfectly real. People write histories about all kinds of things, but the forces which are really at work are not to be found in them. We need to consider the following. Animals can only thrive if they have air, not in the vacuum to be found under the receiver of an air pump. In the same way, ideas and ideals can only thrive if human beings enter into the real atmosphere of a spiritual life. This means, however, that spiritual life must be encountered as a reality. Today, people like generalities better than most other things, and they easily fail to notice that since 1879, Ahrimanic powers have been forced to descend from the spiritual world into the human realm. This is a fact. They had to penetrate human intellectuality, human thinking, responses, and perceptions. And we will not find the right attitude to those powers by simply using the abstract formula, quote, those powers must be fought, close quote. Well, what are people doing to fight them? What they are doing is no different from asking the stove to be nice and warm, yet failing to put in wood and light the fire. The first thing we must know is that, seeing that these powers have come down to earth, we must live with them. They exist, and we cannot close our eyes to them, for they will be more powerful than ever if we do this. This is indeed the point. The Ahrimanic powers which have taken hold of the human intellect become extremely powerful if we do not want to know them or learn about them. The ideal of many people is to study science and then apply the laws of science to the social sphere. They only want to consider anything which is, in quotes, real, meaning anything which can be perceived by the senses, and never give a thought to the things of the spirit. If this ideal were to be achieved by a large section of humanity, the Ahrimanic powers would have gained their purpose, for people would then not know they existed. A monistic religion similar to Haeckel's materialistic monism would be established and proved to be the perfect field for the work of these powers. It would suit them very well if people did not know they existed. They could then work in the subconscious. One way to help the Ahrimanic powers, therefore, is to establish an entirely naturalistic religion. If David Friedrich Strauss had fully achieved his ideal, which was to establish the narrow-minded religion which prompted Nietzsche to write an essay about him, the Ahrimanic powers would feel even more at ease today than they do already. This is only one way, however. The Ahrimanic powers will also thrive if people nurture the elements which they desire to spread among people today: prejudice, ignorance, and fear of the life of the spirit. There is no better way of encouraging them. Just think how many people there are today who actually make it their business to foster prejudice, ignorance, and fear of the spiritual powers. As I said in yesterday's public lecture, the decrees against Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, and others were not lifted until 1835. This means that until then, Catholics were forbidden to study anything relating to the Copernican view, and so on. Ignorance in this respect was actively promoted and gave an enormous boost to the Ahrimanic powers. This was a real service given to those powers. for it gave them the opportunity to make thorough preparations for the campaign that would start in 1841. A second statement should really follow the one I have just made to render it complete. However, this second statement cannot yet be made public by anyone who is truly initiated into these things. But if you get a feeling of what lies behind the words I have spoken, you may perhaps gain an idea of what is implied. The scientific view is entirely Ahrimanic. We do not fight it by refusing to know about it, however, but by being as conscious of it as possible and really getting to know it. You can do no better service for Ahriman than to ignore the scientific view or to fight it out of ignorance. Uninformed criticism of scientific views does not go against Ahriman, but helps him to spread illusion and confusion in a field which should really be shown in a clear light. People must gradually come to the realization that everything has two sides. Modern people are so clever, are they not? Infinitely clever. And these clever modern people say the following. In the fourth post-Atlantean age, in the time of ancient Greece and Rome, people superstitiously believed that the future could be told from the way birds would be flying, from the entrails of animals and all kinds of other things. They were silly old fools, of course. The fact is that none of these scornful modern people actually know how the predictions were made. And everybody still talks just like the individual whom I gave as an example the other day, who had to admit that the prophecy given in a dream had come true, but went on to say, well, it was as chance would have it. Yet conditions were such in the fourth post-Atlantean age that there really was a science which considered the future. Then people would not have been able to think that the kind of principles which are applied today would achieve anything in a developing social life. They could not have gained the great perspectives of a social nature, which went far beyond their own time, if they had not had a science, in quotes, as it were, of the future. Believe me, everything people achieve today in the field of social life and politics is actually still based on the fruits of that old science of the future. This, however, cannot be gained by observing the things that present themselves to the senses. It can never be gained by using the modern scientific approach. For anything we observe in the outside world with the senses makes a science of the past. Let me tell you a most important law of the universe. If you merely consider the world as it presents itself to the senses, which is the modern scientific approach, you observe past laws which are still continuing. You are really only observing the corpse of a past world. Science is looking at life that has died. Imagine this in our field of observation, and there's a figure shown in diagrammatic form. This is what we have before our eyes, our ears, and other senses. Imagine this. There's a yellow circle, to be all the scientific laws capable of being discovered. These laws do not relate to what is in there now, but to what has been there, what has been and gone and remains only in a hardened form. You need to find the things that are outside those laws, things which eyes cannot see and physical ears cannot hear. A second world with different laws, and there's a maw of the circle. This is present inside reality, but it points to the future. The situation with the world is just like the situation you get with a plant. The true plant is not the plant we see today. Something is mysteriously inside it which cannot yet be seen and will only be visible to the eyes in the following year, the primitive germ. It is present in the plant, but it is invisible. In the same way, the world which presents itself to our eyes holds the whole future in it, though this is not visible. It also holds the past, but this has withered and dried up and is now a corpse. Everything naturalists look at is merely the image of a corpse, of something past and gone. It is also true, of course, that this past aspect would be missing if we considered the spiritual aspect only. However, the invisible element must be included if we are to have the complete reality. How can it be that people, on the one hand, set up Laplace's theory, and on the other hand, talk about the end of the world in the way Professor Dewar does? I spoke of this in yesterday's public lecture. He construes that when the world comes to an end, people will read their newspapers at several hundred degrees below zero in the light of luminous protein painted on the walls. Milk will be solid. I would love to know how people are going to milk such solid milk. Those are completely untenable ideas, as is the whole of Laplace's theory. All these theories come to nothing as soon as one goes beyond the field of immediate observation, and this is because they are theories of corpses, of things which are dead. Clever people will say today that the priests of ancient Greece and Rome were either scoundrels and swindlers, or that they were superstitious. For no one in their right mind can believe it is possible to discover anything about the future from the flight of birds and the entrails of animals. In time to come, people will be able to look down on the ideas of which people are so proud today. They will feel just as clever then as the present generation does now in looking down on the Roman priests conducting their sacrifices. Speaking of Laplace's theory and of Dewar, they will say, those are strange superstitions. People in the past observed a few millennia in Earth evolution and drew conclusions from this as to the initial and final states of the Earth. How foolish those superstitions were. Imagine the way in which those peculiar superstitious people spoke of the sun and the planets separating out from the nebula and everything beginning to rotate. The things they will be saying about Laplace's theory and Dewar's ideas concerning the end of the world will be much worse than anything people are saying today about finding out about the future from sacrificial animals, the flight of birds, and so on. They are so high and mighty. These people who have entered fully into the spirits and attitudes of scientific thinking and looked down on the old myths and tales. Quote, humanity was childish then, with people taking dreams seriously. Just think how far we have come since then. Today we know that everything is governed by a law of causality. We've certainly come a long way. Close quote. Everyone who thinks like this fails to realize one thing. The whole of modern science would not exist, especially where it has its justification, if people had not earlier thought in myths. You cannot have modern science unless it is preceded by myth. It has grown out of the myths of old, and you could no more have it today than you could have a plant with only stems, leaves, and flowers, and no root down below. People who talk of modern science as an absolute, complete in itself, might as well talk of a plant which is alive only in its upper part. Everything connected with modern science has grown from myth. Myth is its root. There are elemental spirits which observe these things from the other worlds, and they howl with hell's own derision when today's mighty, clever professors look down on the mythologies of old and on all the media of ancient superstition, having not the least idea that they and all their cleverness have grown from those myths, and that not a single justifiable idea they hold today would be tenable if it were not for those myths. Something else, too, causes those elemental spirits to howl with hell's own derision, and we can say hell's own, for it suits the Ahrimanic powers very well to have occasion for such derision. And this is to see scientists believe that they now have the theories of Copernicus, they have Galileo's ideas, they have this splendiferous law of the conservation of energy, and this will never change, and will be the same forever and ever. A short-sighted view. Myth relates to our ideas, just as the scientific ideas of the 19th and 20th centuries relate to what will be a few centuries later. They will be overcome just as myth has been overcome. Do you think people will think about the solar system in 2900 in the way people think about it today? It may be the academic's superstition, but it should never be a superstition held among anthroposophists. The justifiable ideas people have today, ideas which do indeed have some degree of greatness in the present time, arose from the mythology which evolved in the time of ancient Greece. Of course, nothing could possibly delight modern people more than to think, if only the ancient Greeks had been so fortunate as to have our modern science. But if the Greeks had had our modern science, then there would have been no knowledge of the Greek gods, no world of Homer, Sophocles, Aeschylus, Plato, or Aristotle. Dr. Faust's servant Wagner would be a veritable Dr. Faust himself compared to the Wagners we would have today. Human thinking would be dry as dust, empty and corrupt, for the vitality in our thinking has its roots in Greek and altogether fourth post-Atlantean mythology. Anyone who considers mythology to have been wrong and modern thinking to be right is like someone who cannot see the need for roses to grow on bushes, making it necessary for us to cut them if we want to have a bouquet. Why should they not come into existence entirely on their own? So you see, the people who consider themselves to be the most enlightened today are living with entirely unrealistic ideas. The ideas evolved in the fourth post-Atlantean age seem like dreams rather than clearly defined ideas to the people of our present age. Yet that particular way of thinking has provided the basis for what we are today. The thoughts we are able to evolve today will in turn provide the basis for the next age. They can only do so, however, if they evolve not only in the one direction, where they wither and dry up, but also in the direction of life. The breath of life comes into our thinking when we try and bring the things which exist to consciousness, and also when we perceive the element which gives us a wide-awake mind and makes us into people who are awake. Since 1879, the situation is like this. People go to school and acquire scientific attitudes and thinking. Their philosophy of life is then based on this scientific approach, and they believe only the things which can be perceived in the world around us to be real, whilst everything else is purely imaginary. When people think like this, and infinitely many people do so today, Ahriman has the upper hand in the game, and the Ahrimanic powers are doing well. Who are these Ahrimanic powers which have established their fortresses in human minds since 1879? They are certainly not human. They are angels, but they are backward angels, angels who are not following their proper course of evolution, and therefore no longer know how to perform their proper function in the spiritual world that is next to our own. If they still knew how to do it, they would not have been cast down in 1879. They now want to perform their function with the aid of human brains. They are one level lower in human brains than they should be. Monistic thinking, as it is called today, is not really done by humans. People often speak of the science of economics today, a science in which it was said at the time when the war started that it would be over in 4 months. I mentioned this again yesterday. When these things are said by scientists, it does not matter so much if people merely repeat them. They are the thoughts of angels who have made themselves at home in human heads. Yes, the human intellect is to be taken over more and more by such powers. They want to use it to bring their own lives to fruition. We cannot stand up to this by putting our heads in the sand like ostriches. but only by consciously entering into the experience. We cannot deal with this by not knowing what monists think, for example, but only by knowing it. We cannot deal with this by not knowing what monists think, for example, but only by knowing it. We must also know that it is Ahriman science, the science of backward angels who infest human heads. And we must know about the truth and the reality. Of course, it can be said like this here, using the appropriate terms, Ahrimanic powers, because we take these things seriously. You know that you cannot speak like this to people outside, for they are totally unprepared. This is one of the barriers which divide us from others. But it is, of course, possible to find ways and means of speaking to them in such a way that the truth comes into what we say. If there were not a place where the truth can be said, this would also deprive us of the possibility of letting it enter into the profane science outside these walls. There must be at least some places where the truth can be presented in an honest, straightforward way. Yet we must never forget that even people who have made a connection with the science of the Spirit often have almost insuperable difficulties in building the bridge to the realm of Ahrimanic science. I have met a number of people who are extremely well informed in a particular field of Ahrimanic science, being good scientists, Orientalists, etc., and had also made the connection with our spiritual research. I've gone to a great deal of trouble to encourage them to build bridges. Think of what could have been achieved if a physiologist or a biologist who had all the specialized knowledge which it is possible to gain in such fields today had reconsidered physiology or biology in the light of the Spirit, not exactly using our terminology, but considering those individual sciences in our spirit. I've tried it with Orientalists. You see, people may be good followers of anthroposophy, and on the other hand, they are Orientalists and work in the way Orientalists do. They are not prepared, however, to build the bridge from one to the other. This, however, is the urgent need in our time. For as I said, the Ahrimanic powers are doing well if people believe that science gives a true image of the world around us. If, on the other hand, we use spiritual science and the inner attitude which arises from it, the Ahrimanic powers do not do so well. This spiritual science takes hold of the whole human being. It makes you into another person. You come to feel differently, to have different will impulses, and to relate to the world in a different way. It is indeed true, and initiates have always said so, quote, when human beings are filled with spiritual wisdom, these are great horrors of darkness for the Ahrimanic powers and a consuming fire. It feels good to the Ahrimanic angels to dwell in heads filled with Ahrimanic science. But heads filled with spiritual wisdom are like a consuming fire and the horrors of darkness to them. Close quote. If we consider this in all seriousness, we can feel, filled with spiritual wisdom, we go through the world in a way which allows us to establish the right relationship with the Ahrimanic powers. Doing the things we do in the light of this, we build a place for the consuming fire of sacrifice for the salvation of the world, the place where the terror of darkness radiates out over the harmful Ahrimanic element. Let those ideas and feelings enter into you. You will then be awake and see the things that go on in the world. The 18th century really saw the last remnants of the old atavistic science die. The adherents of St. Martin, the unknown philosopher, in quotes, who was a student of Jakob Böhme, had some of the old atavistic wisdom and also considerable foreknowledge of what then was to come, and in our day has come. In those circles it was often said that from the last third of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, a kind of knowledge would radiate out, which had its roots in the same sources, the same soil, where certain human diseases have their roots. I spoke of this last Sunday, 14th of October. People's views would then be rooted in falsehood, and their inner feelings would come from selfishness. Let your eyes become seeing eyes in the light of the inner feelings of which we have spoken today, and let them see what is alive and active in the present time. It may well be that your hearts grow sore with some of the things you find. This does no harm, however, for clear perception, even if painful, will bear good fruit today, fruit which is needed if we are to get out of the chaos into which humanity has entered. The first thing, or one of the first things, will have to be a science of education. And one of the first principles to be applied in this field is one which is much sinned against today. More important than anything you can teach and consciously give to boys and girls or to young men and women are the things that enter unconsciously into their souls whilst they are being educated. In a recent public lecture, I spoke of the way in which our memory develops as though in the subconscious and parallel to our conscious inner life. This is something especially to be taken into account in education. Educators must provide the soul not only with what children understand, but also with ideas they do not yet understand, which enter mysteriously into their souls, and, this is important, are brought out again later in life. We're coming closer and closer to a time when people will need more and more memories of their youth throughout the whole of their lives, memories they like, memories which make them happy. Education must learn to provide systematically for this. It will be poison in the education of the future if later on in life people look back on the toil and trouble of their school days, on the years of education, and do not like to think back to those days. It will be poison if the years of education have not provided a source to which they can return again and again to learn new things. On the other hand, if one has learned everything there is to be learned on a subject, nothing will be left for later on. If you think on this, you will see that principles of great consequence will have to be the future guidelines for life, and this in a very different way from what is considered to be right today. It would be good for humanity if the hard lessons to be learned in the present time were not slept through by so many, and people would use them instead to become really familiar with the thought that a great many things will have to change. People have grown much too complacent in recent times, and this prevents them from comprehending this thought in its full depth, and above all, also in its full intensity. The end of Lecture 10.
I was the first one to ever join the military in my family. I knew that I wanted to go back to school, and Purdue's a big name, so to finish and get a degree, it boosts your confidence. Start your comeback today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos Chewy Mints. Yes to fresh.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness. This is Lecture 11, entitled Recognizing the Inner Human Being, given in Dornach on the 21st of October, 1917. The aim of these talks has been, and must continue to be, to show from all kinds of different aspects how people today and in the near future are moving into a period of civilization which will make special demands in different spheres of life. Speaking of processes deep down in the life of the spirit, I have sought to show what is happening today supersensibly, but all the same with powerful effect, especially in the present time, and which will influence the whole of human life, the whole of culture, and the whole social sphere. We have been able to gather from these considerations that human soul nature will essentially become more inward. When it is said that human soul nature will become more inward, we must not fail to realize that this growing inwardness will in many instances go hand in hand with people becoming more superficial in their intellect, for instance, with regard to the sciences. This will be due to the circumstances we have already considered, and others which are still to be considered. It really has to be taken into account that, in reality, evolution is never as consistent as those who present the modern scientific theories of evolution would like it to be. Their ideas are not incorrect, yet ideas which are biased, even if correct, will often cause greater confusion than completely wrong ideas. They assume simple linear evolution from incomplete life forms all the way to the human being. This is not how it is, however. For in the evolution of humanity, and also of the world outside the human being, a more outward stream is always complemented by an inner one. Thus we are able to say, if a particular stream continues for some time in the outside world, an inner stream will run parallel to it. And there's a drawing, see figure 11a, they say. This stream may be more material or materialistic on the outside, whilst inwardly it is more spiritual or spiritualistic. Then a more spiritualistic stream comes to the surface, and the materialistic or material stream goes down into the hidden depths of human nature. And then the situation is reversed again. The more spiritual line goes inward, and the material or materialistic one comes to the surface. In the time immediately ahead of us, outer life will very much follow the course shown by the red line here, again in the diagram, where material events and material attitudes and considerations are concerned. And the depth of the human soul will be more spiritual. It may well be that people do not even want to know about this growing spiritual inwardness, but it will happen nevertheless. If you really dwell on this in your soul, you will be able to give due consideration to two aspects, which will be extraordinarily important for the future. Remember, we said yesterday that in 1879, Ahrimanic powers of a special kind descended from the heights of the spirit into the realm of human evolution, and specifically into the evolution of the human intellect and soul. These powers are here. They are living among us. They seek, above all, to take possession of our heads, of anything we think and inwardly feel. They are angelic spirits, I said, who cannot continue their development in the spiritual world and want to use human heads to continue to develop in the immediate future. It is therefore particularly important that this line, again referring to the figure, of secret hidden soul development is given due attention. As I have told you, many people probably do not want to give it conscious attention. They would far rather it stayed down below, so they need only concern themselves with material things. If it is not given attention, those Ahrimanic powers will take hold of this very process of growing inwardness. This is one thing we must take into account. We must be ready to face the danger soon to come in the evolution of civilization, and stand guard in our most holy inner human reality against the influences of Ahrimanic powers. Educational issues will be particularly significant in the immediate future. The inwardness of the human soul will be most significant during childhood and youth in the near future. Perhaps it is difficult to believe this today, but the time has long since come for us to say, the children and young people we see do not show their true nature in what we see on the outside. We see the red line here, but beside it runs the blue one, a hidden inner life to which we must pay real attention. Teachers must pay attention to it, lest they surrender it to the Ahrimanic powers. Education and training will have to change completely in many respects in the near future. Let us consider the origin of the principles in our present system of education and training. Certain things always lag behind in the cosmic order. In quotes, enlightenment, as it was called, was a special feature of the 18th century. People even wanted to establish a kind of rational religion based only on human reflection, on the starveling among the sciences, as I have said in my public lectures in Basel. The way people feel they must behave toward growing children and young people in education and training has entirely come out of this stream of rationality. Always do everything in such a way that the child can immediately understand. Children should never experience anything deeper than they are able to understand. It will have to be realized that this is the worst possible way of providing for the life of a human being, for it takes us to a truly disastrous extreme in human life. Just consider this. If we make every effort to give children only such things as are in accord with their level of understanding, things they can grasp, we do not give them anything for later life, when they are supposed to have deeper understanding. Care is taken, so to speak, to ensure that for the whole of their lives they have nothing but the understanding of a child. This approach has already borne fruit, and the fruits are what you would expect. Much of the thinking in our present-day civilized world, where people consider themselves to be so wise and enlightened, remains at a childish level. No one in the newspaper world is, of course, going to admit that the thinking in their world is largely childish, but it is true nevertheless. Essentially, this is connected with the fact that only the child's understanding is addressed. This then remains the same throughout life. Something quite different will have to be done. We must fill our souls, especially if we are educators, with the inner awareness, the consciousness that a mysterious inwardness reigns in a child, and we must present to the child's heart and mind much that will only be understood later on in life, not in childhood. Later in life, they can then recall these things from memory and say to themselves, "This is something you heard or learned on that occasion. Now, at last, you are able to understand many of these things." Nothing will be better for the soundness of human life in the future than for individuals to recall things they were told in childhood and then be able to understand them. When people are able to live with themselves in such a way as to recall from memory the things they could not understand before, this will be the source for a healthy inner life. People will be spared the inner emptiness which enters into so many hearts and souls today and causes them to end up in institutions. There, souls which have remained empty and barren inside, because education has failed to give them anything that can be recalled later on in life, may be offered something from outside. Something else needs to be considered in this context. Because of the circumstances I have spoken of in recent times, people of our present age have lost awareness of the close connection between human beings and the universe. People today believe they are just hunks of meat walking on this earth or traveling in a railway carriage. They will not always admit this, of course, but this is in fact what they have in mind. It is not true, however. Human beings are closely bound up with the whole universe, and it is good to bring this clearly to mind again by considering the following. Consider the Earth. The moon moves around it. Let us say this is the orbit of the moon. The Earth is, of course, anything but the abstract mineral entity imagined by modern mineralogists, geologists, and physicists. It is very much alive, and we can observe many forms of existence in connection with the Earth. For the moment, let us merely consider the currents which move around the Earth all the time. They move around it in all kinds of directions. They are etheric and spiritual by nature and have a real substantial effect. Something is always present in these currents. It is good to consider the source and origin of these currents. We shall be going into more detail as time goes on. For today, I merely want to make some preliminary statements. If you read my occult science, titled Occult Science, you will find that in very early times, the Earth and the Sun were one. Our present-day Earth has been eliminated from the Sun. These currents are remnants from the life of the Sun. Sun life is still present in the Earth. Yet the Moon too was one with the Earth in the past, and the Moon, which orbits the Earth today, also has currents within it. Those currents are remnants from a later time, from Moon evolution. We thus have two kinds of currents, and we may call them Sun currents and Moon currents. They take quite a different course, and they are a living reality. Let us assume a creature walking this Earth in a certain way has Sun currents passing through it. These pass through easily. Let us assume another creature is constructed in a different way, so that the Sun currents pass through it, coming from one side, and Moon currents from the other. Sun currents are not limited to specific places and actually pass through everything. They can therefore pass through this creature in one direction. Thus there can be creatures on Earth who have only the Sun current passing through them in one direction, and there may be others who have the Sun current pass through them in one direction and the Moon current in another. Animals are creatures which can only have the Sun current going through them. Imagine a four-legged animal. As it walks, its backbone is essentially parallel to the Earth's surface. The Sun current, which has now become an Earth current, can continually pass through this backbone. This creature then is related to the Earth. It is different with human beings. In the living human body, only the head has the position held by animals. Think of a line drawn from the back of the head to the forehead. It is the direction of the animal's backbone. And the same Sun current passes through the head. The human backbone, on the other hand, is lifted out of the currents which run parallel to the Earth, including the Sun current, which has become Earth current. Being lifted out, human beings are in a position, parenthesis, this does of course depend a great deal on the geographical latitude and so on, but it is also what makes people different from each other, close parenthesis, where under certain conditions the Moon current goes through them. Not through the head, however, but through the backbone. The difference between animals and humans is tremendous. The cosmic current which passes through the animal backbone passes through the human head. The old Moon current, which does not relate to anything in the animal, passes through the human backbone. The human backbone even reflects its relationship to the Moon current in its composition. For human beings have approximately as many vertebrae as there are days in a month, between 28 and 31 vertebrae. The reason why the figure is only approximate will be considered at a later time. The whole life of the human backbone, and indeed of the human breast, is intimately bound up with the life of the Moon. Hidden beneath the life of the Sun, which relates to sleeping and waking and takes 24 hours, lies the rhythmical life of the Moon. This is a basic reflection on the relationship between the human being and the whole universe. For just as the currents passing through the human backbone are part of the current which relates to the life of the Moon, so other currents in the human being relate to the other planets in our solar system. All these things are utterly real. In modern science, they have been completely abandoned, and no one even ventures to consider these relationships. In consequence, scientists are not able to appreciate that the conscious human life, which is outwardly apparent here on Earth, goes hand in hand with an unconscious life, which is connected with the human breast and arises from mysterious inner depths. This must be especially taken into account in times like those which lie ahead. It must be especially taken into account in the sphere of education, for otherwise the adversarial Ahrimanic powers will take hold of the unconscious life. It would be utterly disastrous if people were to fail to note that part of their inner life, the part which is in the process of becoming more inward, the blue line in the diagram, is in danger of falling prey to the Ahrimanic powers, unless it is taken up in full consciousness and deepened through the insights of a spiritual science in which courage is taken actually to say something about realities which outer science is unable to discover. We must look at this in entirely concrete terms. Consider the way outer science is going. It is entering into all kinds of abstractions, and indeed is most useful when it enters into all kinds of abstractions. People will need this science for their outer life. It must become part of human civilization. To use the outer scientific culture, such as it is now, in education will be particularly detrimental in the immediate future. To teach children abstract notions of nature and the laws of nature which people need to know will become an absurdity in the near future. On the other hand, it will be important, I can always only give examples, to consider the lives of animals in a loving way, with their special conditions of life described to give the children a real picture of how ants behave in their communities, how they live together, and so on. As you know, the beginnings of this are to be found in Breim's title Tierleben, though they are not fully developed. Such symbolized stories of life in the animal world need to be more and more fully developed. Individual stories should be told in a truly thoughtful way, rather than dishing up elementary zoology to children in the dreadful way it is done now. We must tell them of the special things the lion does, and the fox, the ant, the lady bird, and so on. It is of no real consequence if the details which are told actually happen or not. What matters is that they are thoughtful and come from the heart. The kind of extract of natural history which is dinned into children today should only come in later years. Children must first of all be able to take delight in stories which represent individual aspects in the lives of animals. It will be particularly important to consider plant life in such a way that one has many stories to tell about the relationship of the rose to the violet, of shrubs to the weeds which grow around them, and long stories about the spirits leaping above the flowers as one walks through a meadow and the like. This is the botany children should be told. And they should be told of how certain green-colored crystals which dwell in the earth behave toward colorless crystals, or a cubic crystal to an octahedral one. Instead of the abstract crystallography which is dished out to children who are still quite young, much to their detriment, we should have a symbolistic presentation of the life of the crystals down in the earth. Our views on everything which goes on in the depths of the earth can only be fruitful if we make them fruitful with the descriptions which are given in our anthroposophical literature. It will not be enough just to list items. These things must be the stimulus and give us ideas, so that we can tell many stories about the life shared by diamonds and sapphires, and so on. Think about it, and you will know what I mean. In a similar way, it will be important not to dish up those horrible abstractions which are taught as history today, but again to bring life and liveliness into the course of human history and help the children to develop a feeling for what human hearts and minds experience in the course of human evolution. Conversations which did not actually take place in the physical world will have to be invented. A conversation between an ancient Greek and someone living in the 5th post-Atlantean age, for example. To let those living human figures appear before the mind's eye, EYE, of the children will be much more useful than all the historical abstractions presented to them today. You can see where this is leading. The point is to fill the souls of children with living ideas, so that the mysterious hidden undercurrent in them can be reached. Then you will see an inner life which is less arid and infertile, and people who will be less nervous later in life, because they will be able to recall stories which were told out of an insight into cosmic laws. They will also be familiar with the laws of nature and able to establish harmony between what was given to them in a living, vital form and the laws of nature. Their minds can only grow barren if they are given the abstract laws of nature. These are a few thoughts I wanted to put to you with special reference to the field of education. It is, of course, much easier to get together in all kinds of associations today and proclaim over and over again, quote, education must be put on an individual basis, close quote, and other abstract formulations of this kind. Of course, this is easier than to do what is now needed, which is that people interested in education should enter into the spirit of human and natural evolution and find imaginative tales which allow the life of the spirit to be concretely grasped in exactly the form it will take in the immediate future. We will always and in every field need the stimulus of spiritual science. It alone will be able to let new life arise from the dying forms of the present life of mind and intellect. New life which can act as a stimulant in the way I have described, especially for the minds of children. Without the stimulus of spiritual science, one will be a dried-up schoolteacher who also dries up the children's minds. Worst of all, people will increasingly have the idea, especially with regard to educating the young, that the best we can do with everything we learn is to forget it again as quickly as possible. If a situation is created where in later life people do not want to miss any of the things they were given in their childhood, this will not merely be a pleasure, but prove a wellspring, a true wellspring of human life. I would ask you to take this to heart. Science itself also needs new stimulus. Yesterday I spoke of how difficult it is to bridge the gap between spiritual science in general and the special fields in which people are engaged in scientific life. Yet this will be absolutely one of the most essential things in future. You must have realized from some of the things said here and elsewhere that paucity and impoverishment of concepts and ideas have led to the conditions we have today. I've said it in my public lecture in Basel, and I've also repeated it here, that people who considered themselves competent believed when this war was started that it would last no longer than 4 months. They thought they had studied the social and economic structure, and they formed the idea on that basis. Their ideas of this kind did not relate to reality, and reality has proved them wrong. It is strange how little people are prepared to learn from events. Someone who had arrived at such an idea on the basis of their own scientific understanding surely ought to say to himself now, quote, the premises on which I based my conclusions were clearly quite inadequate, close quote. Surely he must now be inclined to learn something. But he sleeps on, drawing further conclusions from those same premises, which have only changed a little under the pressure of experience, because he does not want to consider the inner connections. Of course, anyone who wishes to consider the inner connections in life will have to take this hurdle, which is such a problem, particularly to people who are involved in scientific issues. The last thing they want is to be bothered in the limited field in which they are active. They do not want to establish links with related fields. This type of specialization was quite a good thing for a time. If it continues, and if our university students continue to be ruined by the bias which comes with specialization, the calamities which result when people's ideas are divorced from reality will get worse and worse. We will have people in municipal, rural, and national representative bodies who simply have no real grasp of the issues that are supposed to regulate according to law because their ideas are too limited to encompass reality. Reality is far richer than those ideas. There can be no question, then, of being inclined to leave specialized areas as far as possible to experts, nor of using anthroposophy to satisfy subjective and egotistical needs. It has to be a matter of knowing how to unite these two opposites and let one prove fruitful for the other. Something we find again and again, you will also find it so if you were to focus your attention on these things, is that if you speak about special subject areas to people who are sincerely devoted to anthroposophy, they do find the matter rather tedious. The request is always to speak about central issues, soul, immortality, God, and so on. This will, of course, satisfy their immediate egotistical religious needs, but it leaves no opportunity to give them what is needed more than anything for the near future. Namely, that people make themselves a real part of this real life. This is why we must take note when someone seeks to make a real connection between impulses to look at things on the basis of spiritual science and the specialist areas. I have previously drawn attention here to the important book our friend Dr. Boos has written on the collective agreement. The book is now generally available, and I should like to draw your attention to it, for it is a perfect example of building bridges between the general approach used in anthroposophy and a whole specialist field, the sphere of law. The point is that our friends will not, I hope, consider special investigations of this kind as something outside their sphere, but rather give them their attention. For in the time which lies ahead, life itself will have to be the subject for anthroposophical consideration. If you read the book carefully and work through it, you will find aspects of everyday life are taken up in a living way, and also in such a way that one can see two things coming into play here. First, impulses to consider life in a truly comprehensive way, impulses altogether attuned to cosmic laws, and then also great historical perspectives. You will also find it infinitely helpful to consider the difference between Romance contracts and agreements on the one hand, and Germanic social cohesion on the other. The relationship of Romance to Germanic human nature presents itself in a very profound way in a particular specialist field. And it is important, especially with this specialist book by Dr. Roman Boos, to work one's way up to what really matters for the immediate future from the point of view of spiritual science. To bridge the gap between the life that presents itself to the senses and in which we establish our social conditions, and the life which streams in from the spiritual world and lets the spirit pulse through our forms of existence. I also recommend that you read the new issue of titled Wissen und Leben, which has an article by Dr. Boos on the key issues in Swiss national policies. You will find that current political issues can also be considered from a different point of view than that of everyday journalism, if you do not mind my saying so. Awareness of the relationship between different forms of culture, such as different forms of art, for instance, and political forms, is brought out most beautifully in this essay. Having read Dr. Boos's article, which takes a serious look at Swiss national policies and is truly in the anthroposophical spirit, you may glance at the first essay in the journal, which is on the significance of the Reformation and was written by Adolf Keller. It is an essay in the old style, even if it is thought to be in a very new style. In one and the same issue, you therefore have a justifiably, truly modern work, side by side with the most antiquated stuff. People who write such antiquated stuff do, of course, believe they are particularly clever and logical, with penetrating thoughts. The significance of the Reformation is discussed from different points of view in elevated terms, which are nothing but empty and vapid abstractions. Having read Adolf Keller's article, which is decent and well meant and one of the best pieces of work in this field, one is tired out from being tossed hither and thither between what are again and again the same abstractions. The Reformation created freedom of initiative. Freedom of initiative arose through the Reformation. When the Reformation was in progress, free initiative came to life. One is tossed hither and thither in the typical fashion of all abstractionists, who know no better than to wallow in a few impoverished notions, having nothing to do with the real world. Here you have a typical instance of the abstract way of thinking which must be overcome. When people live with notions that have little real thought to them, yet are positively smacking their lips with pleasure because they imagine they are saying something really outstanding when they put it in a particularly abstract way. A few days ago, I was sent a treatise on profound theosophical matters, which was in fact merely a treatise on the, in quotes, something. It only dealt with the, in quotes, something, the, quote, unimproved something, close quote, and the, quote, improved something, quote, close quote, and how the improved takes hold of the unimproved, and how the improved something takes precedence over the unimproved something. And so, conscious and unconscious something, improved and unimproved something, going one way and then another, here again, there again. And in the final instance, you have no more than this strange modern way of working in the abstract, though here applied to things of the spirit, which likes to see itself in the abstract, and in reality is flight from reality, and no longer has anything to do with any kind of reality. This does, of course, have quite specific consequences. People's limited ideas make them unable to wend their way through the river of life. Their ideas are too limited to encompass the reality of life. As a result, one reads things like the following, for instance, which is on page 51 of Adolf Keller's essay, quote, "Yet although this experience causes the deepest wellsprings of heart and mind to open up, it is still more than a mere upsurge of feeling. Divine and human elements are not mixed together in this. Conscience takes care this does not happen. It keeps the distance and maintains reverence. Man remains man and God remains God. The Reformation and mysticism have it in common with the relationship to God, that the relationship to God is established through a personal experience. What separates them is that the Reformation experience does not come in a seething and boiling of emotions in the depths of the soul, as in the case of mysticism, but from a troubled and morally elevated conscience. Anything which is a must, an absolute demand, holds the greatest power in the inner life. Man can only withstand this with divine help that is inwardly experienced." Close quote. Nothing but abstractions, and we are pushed hither and thither among them. Then follow the words, quote, "This is the gospel of Jesus Christ," close quote. The gentleman has gone so far in his abstract thinking that he identifies the message of Jesus Christ with Jesus Christ himself. This is what one gets when abstraction is taken to its extreme. What follows is strange indeed. He has rejected mysticism. With his limited ideas, he says that the Reformation has nothing to do with mysticism, but that it creates healthy life, as if mysticism were not exactly such a living experience. But you see, his limited ideas cannot encompass reality. They are therefore used to say exactly the same about completely opposite things. Thus he rejects the, quote, seething and boiling, close quote, as something which true adherents of the Reformation should not have, for if they did, they would be mystics. Adolf Keller goes on to say, quote, "This help is not merely presented outwardly, historically, or in the sacraments. It, too, can only grow strong if it is inwardly made one's own. It does not act from outside, magically, but only insofar as it may become part of our inner feelings and will, and can set the soul aglow," close quote. Thus the Reformation must not be a seething and boiling in the depths of the soul. Yet this same Reformation can only be active in the soul if it is able to set the soul aglow, that is, make it seethe and boil. You can study the whole essay like this, and nowhere does its poverty of spirit prove adequate for entering into reality. Yet writings like these are read with real passion today. People consider them most erudite. They fail to realize that they only have to read 2 or 3 lines more, and they get all confused in their minds. But the same ideas have to be used for quite different things, and there is such a paucity of ideas. If, On the other hand, you study Roman Busse's beautiful essay on the key issues in Swiss national policies. I do recommend it, for it will show you how connections can be made between political life and other forms of culture, and how our ideas can really come alive and the life of ideas be enriched. How you can find an exemplary study here concerning the future of Swiss politics. You can compare this with the vapid maunderings of Adolf Keller's essay in the same issue of the journal. By spending just a single small sum, you can have the opportunity of getting old and new absolutely side by side and really see for yourselves. Sometimes I really have to take account of current issues which are in complete opposition, for anthroposophy does not exist for self-indulgence at exalted levels, but to make exactly the observations which take us truly into the present, into the intents and purposes of the present time. The end of Lecture 11.
When the world gave them setbacks, science gave them bounce backs. And when your vet delivered life-altering news, science delivered life-changing nutrition. Hill's Prescription Diet. Science did that.
You know I'm never afraid to lay it on thick. Like with my 100% beef patty melt with 2 melty cheeses and grilled onions all on my famous toasted sourdough. It's beefy, it's melty, and it's back. Starting at $4.99. It's so much more. Welcome to Talk in the Box.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness. This is Lecture 12, entitled The Spirits of Light and the Spirits of Darkness, given in Dornach on the 26th of October, 1917. The event I have been referring to in the preceding lectures, the occasion when certain spirits of darkness were cast out of the spiritual realm and down into the human realm in the autumn of 1879, holds great importance. We have to reflect again and again what it really means to say that a battle raged for decades in the spiritual realms. The battle started in the early 1840s and ended when certain spiritual entities, which had been acting like rebels in the spiritual world during those decades, were vanquished in the autumn of 1879 and cast down as dark spirits into the realm of human evolution. They are now among us, and the effect of this is that they send their impulses into our view of the world, not only into the way we think about the world, but also into our inner feelings, our will impulses, and even our temperaments. Human beings will be unable to get even a partial understanding of the significant events of the present time and the immediate future unless they are prepared to recognize the relationship which exists between the physical world and the spiritual world, and take as much account of important events like this as they do of natural phenomena. At the present time, people generally give validity only to natural phenomena, phenomena of the physical world which are part of historical evolution. They will have to give validity again to spiritual events which can be perceived with the aid of spiritual science, for only then can the events in which human beings are caught up be really understood. With reference to this important event, it is quite easy to establish how seriously people are in error if they base themselves only on concepts and definitions when considering the world, and not on direct observation of reality. One always has the feeling one ought to base oneself on defined concepts. What is Ahriman? What is Lucifer? What are the particular spirits in one hierarchy or another? Those are the questions we ask. And we believe that having got the definitions, we have also understood something about the way these entities work. An extreme example of the inadequacy of definitions is the following, which I have quoted before. It may not have been the ideal way of defining the human being, but it is the definition which was given in a school in Greece. A human being is a creature who walks on 2 legs and does not have feathers. The next time the pupil came to school, he brought a plucked cockerel a creature who walked on two legs and had no feathers. This is a human being, he said, according to the definition. Many definitions of this kind are generally accepted, and many of our scientific definitions are, therefore, more or less in accord with the truth. We must not base ourselves on such definitions in anthroposophy, however. Perception will be poor if we base ourselves on abstract definitions. Yes, it is possible to define the term spirits of darkness, but this will not get us far. Spirits of darkness were cast down from heaven to earth in 1879. This may give a general idea of the spirits of darkness, but it does not get us far in understanding the real issue. The spirits of darkness now walking among us are of the same kind as the spirits of darkness which had been cast down from the spiritual world, that is, from heaven to earth, in earlier times. They had specific tasks to perform during the whole of the Atlantean age and right into Greco-Latin times. Let us try to use the different insights we have gained and determine the task those spirits of darkness had to perform through millennia, through the whole Atlantean age, and on into Greco-Latin times. It has to be kept in mind that the great scheme of things will only work if higher spiritual entities who have the task of guiding human evolution make use of such spirits, putting them in the right place, as it were, to enable them to do what is necessary. As you will remember, the, quote, Luciferic temptation, close quote, of old held major significance for human evolution. It did, of course, arise from Lucifer's specific aims, and from Atlantean times onward, Lucifer was in league with Ahriman. These spirits gave rise to counter-aims of, let us call them, good spirits, the spirits of light. Fundamentally speaking, the spirits of darkness also wanted the best for humanity in those early times. They wanted human beings to have the capacity for absolute freedom. But humanity was not ready for this at the time. They wanted to provide humanity with impulses which would make every human being an independent individual. It was not to be, however, for humanity was not yet ready. A counterforce had to be set up by the spirits of light. This was done by taking human beings from the heights of the spirit and putting them onto the earth, which is symbolically described in the expulsion from paradise. In reality, human beings were being placed in the stream of hereditary traits. Lucifer and the Ahrimanic powers wanted every human being to be an independent individual. This would have meant that people would have become spiritual very rapidly, while still immature, but it was not to happen. Human beings were to be educated on earth, brought to full development through the forces of the earth. This was achieved by placing them in the stream of heredity, where they would physically descend from others. In this way, they were not independent, but inherited certain traits from their forebears. They were weighed down with earthly qualities, which Lucifer did not want them to have. Anything to do with physical heredity was given to humanity by the spirits of light to counterbalance the Luciferic stream. A weight was attached to human beings, as it were, and this connected them with the earth. In everything connected with heredity, with the begetting of children, procreation, with love in the earthly sense, we must therefore see ourselves connected with the entities which are under the leadership of Yahweh or Jehovah. This is the reason why we find so many symbols of procreation and earthly heredity in the ancient religions. The laws of Judaism, which was to prepare the way for Christianity, as well as those of pagan religions, clearly show the importance attached to regulating everything to do with the laws of heredity here on earth. People had to learn to live together in tribes, nations, and races, with blood relationship as the signature for the way affairs were ordered on earth. This had been in preparation during the Atlantean Age, and was to be repeated in the fourth epoch of civilization, the Greco-Latin epoch, mainly on account of the measures taken in the third Egypto-Chaldean epoch. We can see that specifically during epochs which were to recapitulate the Lemurian and Atlantean ages, account was taken of race, nation, and tribal connections in all the ways in which human affairs were ordered. In short, account was taken of hereditary traits arising from blood bonds. The priests of the ancient mysteries were mainly responsible for the ordering of affairs. Today we would say for affairs of state. And they took care to observe the way in which customs, inclinations, and habits had to develop in various places to take account of blood relationships, of people belonging to a particular nation or tribe. Their laws were based on this. We shall not be able to understand what issued from the mysteries of the third and fourth post-Atlantean ages unless we consider the careful study of racial, national, and tribal relationships on which the priests based the laws they made for different regions of the earth. What really counted in each individual region was to establish order in the blood relationships. In those times when the spirits of light made it their concern to order human affairs on the basis of blood relationships, the spirits of darkness, which had been cast down from heaven to earth with humanity, made it their concern to work against anything connected with heredity through blood relationship. They were the source of all rebellion against ordinances based on blood relationship in those ages, and of all teachings of rebellion against heredity and against tribal and racial relationships, insisting on the independence of the individual, and seeking to establish laws based on this. Laws which did, of course, come from human beings, but were inspired by the spirits of darkness. Those ages extended as far as the 15th century. Echoes still persist, of course, for systems do not come to an abrupt end when there is a major break in evolution. Let me check that again. Up to the 15th century in particular, we see teachings come up which rebel against purely natural bonds, against the bonds of relationship, family, nationality, and so on. Thus, we have two streams: the protector of everything to do with blood relationship, which is the stream of light. It is opposed by the stream of darkness as the protector of everything which wants to abandon the bonds of blood relationship and help people to be free of the bonds of family and heredity. All this does not, of course, come to an abrupt halt any more than it does in the natural world. And in 1413, the year when the break occurred which marks the boundary between the fourth and fifth post-Atlantean ages, the old ways did not stop immediately. We can see the influence of the two streams continuing right into our own time. For from the 19th century onward, from the time of the significant events I have described to you, we see something entirely different emerge. I have already made some mention of this. Angelic spirits, members of the hierarchy of the angels, have been active among us since 1879. They follow on after the old spirits of darkness, are related to these, and are of a similar kind, but have only been cast down from heaven to earth because of the event which occurred in 1879. Until then, they had their function up above, whilst their relatives, who acted in the way I have just described, have been among human beings from Lemurian and Atlantean times. Thus, there was a break in evolution in about 747 before the mystery of Golgotha. Another one came in 1413 after the mystery of Golgotha, and the break which is particularly important to us in 1879. Throughout the whole of this time, spirits of darkness were active on earth, whilst certain other spirits of darkness, which are related to those down on earth, were still in the spiritual world. 1841 saw the beginning of the mighty battle of which I have spoken. Then the spirits which are related to those others descended to join them below. The power of the old rebels, of the continuing stream of spirits of darkness who had their tasks to perform from Lemurian and Atlantean times, is gradually dying down as the powers of their brothers begin to take effect. This means that from the last third of the 19th century, the situation has been completely reversed. The spirits of light, who have been continuing in their activities, have done enough where the establishment of blood, tribal, racial, and similar bonds is concerned, for everything has its time in evolution. In the general and rightful scheme of things, enough has been done to establish what needed to be established through blood bonds in humanity. In more recent times, therefore, the spirits of light have changed their function. They now inspire human beings to develop independent ideas, feelings, and impulses for freedom. They now make it their concern to establish the basis on which people can be independent individuals. And it is gradually becoming the task of the spirits who are related to the old spirits of darkness to work within the blood bonds. The function which was right in the past, or better said, belonged to the sphere of the good spirits of light, was handed over to the spirits of darkness during the last third of the 19th century. From this time onward, the old impulses based on racial, tribal, and national relationships, on the blood, became the domain of the spirits of darkness, who had previously been rebels in the cause of independence. They then began to instill ideas in human minds that affairs should be ordered on the basis of tribal relationships, of blood bonds. You can see that definition is impossible. If you define the spirits of darkness on the basis of the function they had in the past, you get exactly the opposite of their function in more recent times, that is, from the last third of the 19th century. In the past, it was the function of the spirits of darkness to work against hereditary traits in humanity. From the last third of the 19th century, they have been lagging behind, wanting to lag behind, wanting over and over again to make people aware of their tribal, blood, and hereditary bonds, and to insist on these. These things simply are the truth, though it is a truth which people today find extremely unpalatable. For millennia, human beings have instilled the insistence on blood bonds into themselves, and out of sheer inertia, they are letting the spirits of darkness take control of these habitual ideas. We, therefore, see insistence on tribal, national, and racial relationships, particularly in the 19th century. And this insistence is considered idealistic, when in reality it is an early sign of decline in humanity. Everything based on dominance of the blood principle meant progress for as long as it was under the authority of the spirits of light. Under the authority of the spirits of darkness, it is a sign of decline. The spirits of darkness made special efforts in the past to implant a rebellious feeling of independence in human beings at the time when hereditary traits were passed on in a positive sense by the progressive spirits. In the 3 ages of human evolution, which now follow, and will continue until the time of the great catastrophe, the spirits of darkness will make extreme efforts to preserve the old hereditary characteristics and inculcate human beings with the attitudes which result from such preservation. In this way, they introduce the necessary signs of decline into human evolution. Here is another point where we have to be watchful. In particular, it is not possible to understand the present time unless one knows the change of function which came in the last third of the 19th century. A 14th century person who spoke of the ideals of race and nation would have been speaking in terms of the progressive tendencies of human evolution. Someone who speaks of the ideal of race and nation and of tribal membership today is speaking of impulses which are part of the decline of humanity. If anyone now considers them to be progressive ideals to present to humanity, this is an untruth. Nothing is more designed to take humanity into its decline than the propagation of ideals of race, nation, and blood. Nothing is more likely to prevent human progress than proclamations of national ideals belonging to earlier centuries, which continue to be preserved by the Luciferic and Ahrimanic powers. The true ideal must arise from what we find in the world of the spirit, not in the blood. The Christ who is to appear in a specific form in the course of the 20th century will know nothing of the ideals proclaimed by people today. In earlier times, Michael, the spirit from the hierarchy of archangels, was the representative of Yahweh. Thanks to the functions given to him in 1879, he will be the earthly representative, the vicar of the Christ impulse, to create spiritual bonds between human beings, which will take the place of the purely physical blood bonds. For only the bonds of spiritual communion will bring a progressive element into the entirely natural element of decline. Please note, the element of decline is natural. Human beings cannot remain children as they get older, and their bodies then follow a downward curve of development. In the same way, the whole of humanity has entered into a downward trend of development. We have passed the fourth post-Atlantean age and are now in the fifth. This, together with the sixth and seventh, will be old age in the present stage of world evolution. To think that old ideals can live on is no more intelligent than to think people should continue to learn their letters throughout the whole of their lives just because it is good for children to learn their letters. It would be equally unintelligent for people in the future to speak of a social structure for the whole world based on the blood bonds of nations. It is Wilsonianism, of course, but also Ahrimanism of the spirits of darkness. It is no doubt far from easy to accept the truth of this. It is easier today to share in the phraseologies in common use all over the world. Reality takes no account of phrases. It follows the true impulses. We shall not be able to change the labels on things which no longer hold true for the fifth, sixth, and seventh periods, even if they are still being poured into Wilsonian world programs, in a form which still has power to convince a humanity that likes to take the easy way. There are still enough people, even today, who simply do not want to get to the point where they are prepared to accept such universal human truths, which are independent of all blood bonds. These are the universal human truths because they have not come from the earth, but have been brought down from the spiritual worlds. How terrible is the reaction already occurring as almost the whole world is resisting the true progress of humanity. And the phrase, quote, freedom of nations, close quote, is used for something which goes against the stream of evolution. It has always been the destiny of mystery truths that they have had to go against the stream of comfortable ease and with the stream of evolution. And we shall have to see if there will not be at least a small group of people free of all blood prejudices who are able to recognize the phraseology that grows round the world today. Phrases signifying that something which in spiritual terms presents itself as the event of November 1879 is now coming to the surface with might and main. The events of the present time have been foreseen by the initiates of all nations. They were foreseen and forecast, and it was said that a highly reactionary mood would bubble up from the blood, and people would believe it to be highly idealistic. We must be able to observe on the large scale, as in small things. We must not allow ourselves to be deflected by the opinions and phrases one hears in the world today. We have to be able to rise a little above ourselves to understand the signs of the times. Yes, you may choose the other road and continue in your blood prejudices. You will then join the streams which lead downward. These are coming. You need to know how to be watchful where they are concerned and oppose them with elements which follow the upward trend. The downward trend comes of its own accord. We must have a feeling for life on the upward and life on the downward trend. Do not fall prey to the foolish inclination to escape from the downward trend, saying, quote, I will have nothing to do with Lucifer, nor with Ahriman, close quote. I have often censured this foolish inclination, for we must certainly take account of the spirits which serve the great cosmic scheme of things. Our failure to do so, assuming an attitude where they remain outside our conscious awareness, make them all the more powerful. We shall only be able to judge human affairs if we are able to take a broader view of the impulses of life in the ascendant and also in the descendant. It is important, however, to keep clear of sympathies and antipathies. Two streams have arisen in modern science. One of these I have called Goetheanism, the other Darwinism. If you study everything I have written from the very beginning, you will see that I have never failed to recognize the profound significance of Darwinism. Some people were foolish enough to think I had fallen under the spell of materialism and so on when I wrote anything in favor of Darwin. We know, of course, that this was not from conviction, but had quite different reasons. And the people who say such things only need to think about it, and they will know better than anyone else that they are not true. But if you really study everything I have written, you will see that I have always done justice to Darwinism, but have done so by contrasting it with Goetheanism, the view of the evolution of life. I've always sought to see such things as the theory of descent in the Darwinian sense on the one hand, and the Goethean on the other, as I have done so because Goetheanism presents the ascending line, with organic evolution raised above mere physical existence. I have often referred to the conversation between Goethe and Schiller. Goethe drew a diagram of his archetypal plant, and Schiller said, "That is not empiricism, learning from experience. It is an idea." Goethe's reply was, "In that case, I have my idea in front of my eyes." For he saw the spiritual element in everything. Goethe thus initiated a theory of evolution which holds the potential for elevation to the highest spheres, for being applied to soul and spirit. Goethe may only have made a start with organic evolution in his theory of metamorphosis, but we have the evolution of the spirit to which humanity must attain from this fifth post-Atlantean age onward, for human beings are becoming more inward, as I have shown. Goetheanism can have a great future, for the whole of anthroposophy is on these lines. Darwinism considers physical evolution from the physical side. External impulses, struggle for survival, selection, and so on, and in this way outlines an evolution which is dying down. Everything you can discover about organic life if you give yourself up to impulses which came up in earlier times. To understand Darwin, one merely has to make a synthesis of all the laws discovered in the past. To understand Goethe, one has to rise above this to laws which are ever new in earth existence. Both are necessary. It is not Darwinism which is the problem, nor Goetheanism, but the fact that people want to follow one or the other rather than one and the other. This is what really matters. In future, human beings, the older they get, will need to take in spiritual impulses if they want to be able to grow younger and really develop their inner life. If they do so, they may have gray hair and wrinkles and all kinds of infirmities, but they will get younger and younger, for their souls are taking in impulses which they will take with them through the gate of death. People who relate only to the body cannot grow younger, for their souls will share in everything the body experiences. Of course, it will not be possible to change the habit of going gray, but it is possible for a gray head to gain a young soul from the well springs of spiritual life. This is how human evolution will proceed in the 5th, 6th, and 7th post-Atlantean ages in terms of Darwin's gray-haired theory, if you will forgive the expression. But in order to go through the catastrophe, which is comparable to the Earth's death, the catastrophe lying ahead, people must gain the power of youth, which lies in Goetheanism, in the theory of metamorphosis and of spiritual evolution. This has to be taken through the future catastrophe, just as in the case of the individual, the rejuvenated soul is taken through the gate of death. Humanity was able to unite with the earth, because when it came down from heaven to earth, if we may put it like this, the spirits of darkness which came down with it laid an adequate foundation for human independence during the time when the laws of heredity, nationality, and race prevailed. What Lucifer and Ahriman had done became a good thing insofar as humanity was enabled to unite with the earth. To show this in diagrammatic form, we may put it like this. Before Lucifer took action, humanity was united with the whole cosmos, including the earth. Human beings united with the earth because hereditary traits, original sin in biblical terms, hereditary traits in scientific terminology, were implanted into them. This made human beings, I'm using crosses to indicate them, there's a diagram, part of the earth. You see, therefore, that Lucifer and Ahriman are servants of the progressive powers. Evolution then continued. We are now at the time when human beings live on earth and are united with it. Luciferic and Ahrimanic spirits, spirits of darkness, have been cast down from heaven to earth. Because of this, human beings must be released from the earth, torn away from it, with part of their essential nature taken back into the spiritual world. Humanity must develop awareness of not being of this earth, and this must grow stronger and stronger. In future, human beings must walk on this earth who say to themselves, quote, yes, at birth I enter into a physical body, but this is a transitional stage. I really remain in the spiritual world. I am conscious that only part of my essential nature is united with the earth, and that I do not leave the world where I am between death and rebirth with the whole of my essential nature. Close quote. A feeling of belonging to the spiritual world must develop in us. In earlier years, this merely cast a false shadow, insofar as people did not want to understand physical life and practiced a false asceticism, believing this to consist in mortifying the physical body in all kinds of ways. It has to be understood that it is not through false asceticism, but by uniting themselves with things of the Spirit, with the essence of things, that people will be able to perceive themselves as not merely earthly creatures, but belonging to the whole cosmos. Gaining knowledge of the physical world has merely been a preparation for this. Just think how dependent people were on the soil, where they had grown, as it were, right into the 15th century, the end of the Greco-Latin epoch, and how much their development depended on the soil. Good. But it must not dominate our lives now. Physical science has torn human beings away from the earth in the physical sense with Copernicanism, and soul awareness must also be torn away from the earth. The earth has become a small body in space, but initially this is only in terms of space. Through Copernicanism, human beings were shifted out into the cosmos, as it were, though in entirely abstract terms. This must continue, but it should not be applied to physical life in the wrong way. The physical will take its own course. Take America, for instance, though not the population native to its soil for centuries. As you know, a new population, consisting entirely of Europeans, has arrived there in recent times. Careful observation shows that physical life continues to be bound to the soil. The Americans who are Europeans transplanted to America are gradually acquiring traits which recall the old Indian population. But it is true nevertheless. The arms are a different length from what they were in Europe, because these people have been transplanted to America. the physical human being does adapt to the soil. It even goes so far that there is now a considerable difference in physical form between Americans who live in the West and those who live in the East. This is adaptation to the soil. If the soul were to go along with this physical process, the American Indian culture would be revived in time, though in a European form. This sounds paradoxical, but it is true. In future, humanity cannot be bound to the soil. The soul has to become independent. All over the world, people may then assume the physical characteristics given by the soil, and the bodies of Europeans may become Indianized when they go to America. But in their souls, human beings will tear themselves away from the physical and earthly element and be citizens of the worlds of the spirit. And in those worlds, there are no races or nations, but relationships of a different kind. These things must be understood today when great, tremendous events happen in the world, unless you are going to be mulish, excuse the expression, and present old established prejudices as new ideals. The end of Lecture 12.
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now, this whole flow is a conversation, so your words actually build your website. I'm going for a store, and after a free-flowing conversation, I get this detailed site brief. And just like that, my first draft is ready. Now, that's dope. Next, you can really get in there and style it your way. Here's the fun part. You can regenerate this whole thing over and over, or you can tweak something specific, like your layout. Let me describe what I had in mind. Yeah, that's fire. If there was ever a time to speak life into your dreams, it's right now using the Wix AI website builder.
With a magical taste and friendly ingredients, Hello Toothpaste makes every day yay.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness. This is Lecture 13, entitled The Fallen Spirits' Influence in the World, given in Dornach on the 27th of October 1917. We are going to continue on the same theme, as this will provide a background for the evaluation of the significant events which now present themselves to the human mind, events in which humanity is now caught up and which are more significant than is often realized today. I have sought to show that momentous occurrences in the spiritual world form the background to these events. I have also spoken of the profoundly significant battle which took place in the spiritual regions of the world between the early 1840s and the autumn of 1879. This was one of the battles which occur repeatedly in world and human evolution and are customarily represented by the image of Michael or St. George fighting the dragon. Michael won one such victory over the dragon on behalf of the spiritual worlds in 1879. At that time, the spirits of darkness who worked against the Michaelic impulses were cast down from the spiritual realm into the human realms. As I said, from that time onward, they have been active in the feeling, will, and mind impulses of human beings. Present-day events can, therefore, only be understood if one turns the inner eye, EYE, to the spiritual powers which are now moving among us. Inevitably, the question must arise as to the actual nature of the battle which raged in the spiritual regions between the 1840s and the 1870s, and of the activity of the spirits of darkness since November 1879. The story of what was behind this significant battle, or we might say behind the scenes of world history, can only unfold slowly and gradually. Today we shall, first of all, consider some ways in which a reflection of the battle was cast on human regions. I have often drawn attention to the great turning point in the evolution of modern cultural spheres, which came in the early 1840s. This was the turning point which brought the full impulse for the development of materialism. Materialism could only develop in consequence of major occurrences in the spiritual world, which then continued in a downward direction and gradually caused materialistic impulses to be instilled into humanity. If we consider how events in spiritual regions were reflected here on earth, two things are particularly evident. The first is that the purely physical intellect and a culture based on this showed a tremendous upsurge in the 1840s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, much more so than people imagine today. Future observers will see this more clearly. It is reasonable to say that anyone who studies the evolution of humanity and has an eye for more subtle elements in human life will note that there has never been such an upsurge in subtlety of conception, acumen, and critical faculties for the adherents of materialism as during those decades. All the thinking I have characterized, thinking that leads to technical inventions, to criticism, and to brilliant definitions, is physical thinking and is bound to the brain. A materialist who wanted to describe human evolution would have reason to say, quote, "Humanity has never been as clever as during those decades," close quote. It really was clever. If you study the literature, here I mean not only fine literature, you will find that at no other time were ideas so well defined and critical thinking so well developed as in those years. And this was in all kinds of areas. We see a mirror reflection develop in human souls of the aims certain spirits of darkness were seeking to achieve in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s of the last century, always hoping for victory. They sought to get possession of an ancient inheritance of humanity. This was something we referred to yesterday. Through millennia, the progressive spirits of light guided humanity by means of blood bonds. They brought people together in families, tribes, nations, and races, uniting those who belonged together on the basis of truly ancient human and world karma. With their feeling for those blood bonds, people then also had a feeling for missions, which went a very long way back in the world. Missions designed to make the blood bonds, which of course came from the earth, part of the general human karma. If one turns one's attention to the spiritual world during the 1820s and 1830s, when the souls which were later to enter into human bodies were still in that world, one finds that the souls which were about to descend had certain impulses, which among other things were due to the fact that for millennia they had been bound to particular families, tribes, nations, and races each time they were on earth. From the 1840s onward, these souls were meant to make the decision to enter into particular bodies. For the spirits of light who sent their impulses into human souls were, of course, guiding human evolution according to the old blood bonds. And so the human souls in the spiritual worlds had certain impulses to follow the ancient human karma on entering into bodies which were to be the population in the second half of the 19th and the early 20th centuries. The spirits of light were using the old measures of controlling and guiding those souls. The spirits of darkness wanted to gain control over this. They wanted to drive the impulses of the spirits of light from those human souls and bring in their own impulses. If the spirits of darkness had won the battle in 1879, the relationship between human bodies and souls would have been utterly different from what it actually has become in people born after 1879. Different souls would have been in different bodies, and the plan according to which human affairs on earth were ordered would have been according to the ideal of the spirits of darkness. But it is not. Thanks to the victory that Michael won over the dragon in the autumn of 1879, this could not happen. During the 1840s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, the battle was reflected on earth in the particular acumen, critical faculty, and so on, which I have described. As I have said before, mere speculation does not get us anywhere. It needs genuine spiritual observation. Speculation could never show that the very qualities of the physical intellect which I have mentioned are a reflection here on earth of the battle over reproduction, over the way in which generation follows generation. These things have to be observed. Anyone who thinks that the right connections between the physical and the spiritual worlds can be found by using the physical intellect is very much in error. This approach will normally give the wrong result because the rules of logic used are those of the physical sciences. These apply only to the physical world, however. They do not apply to the relationship between the physical and the spiritual worlds. This, then, was one way in which the battle for the blood was reflected. The other way, this again is something I have mentioned before, was the emergence of spiritualism in the 1840s and later. Certain groups, and they were far from small, sought to explore the connections with the spiritual world by using mediums, that is, essentially by physical means. If this had succeeded, if the spirits of darkness had been strong enough to gain the victory over Michael's adherents in 1879, spiritualism would have spread enormously. For spiritualism gets its impulses not only from the earth, but is also governed by the influences coming from the other world. It is important to be very clear that this is not a matter of choice. It is not possible to be easygoing and say, quote, either we accept such things or we refuse to accept them, close quote. It certainly is not like this. The things that happened in spiritualistic circles partly represented a significant intrusion of the spiritual world. They certainly arose from impulses which came from the spiritual world and were often closely bound up with human destinies. They were nevertheless a mirror reflection of the battle which had been lost in the spiritual region. This is also why spiritualism lost momentum and became so strangely corrupted after that point in time. It would have been the means by which people's attention would have been drawn to the spiritual world. And it would have been the only means if the spirits of darkness had gained the victory in 1879. If they had won, we would live in a world of indescribable acumen, which would apply to all kinds of different spheres in life. Speculations on the stock exchange, which are sometimes quite dim-witted nowadays, would have been made with incredible acumen. This is one aspect. On the other hand, people far and wide would have sought to satisfy their spiritual needs by using mediums. So there you have what the spirits of darkness intended: physical acumen on the one hand, and a way of seeking connection with the spiritual world based on reduced consciousness on the other. Above all else, the spirits of darkness wanted to prevent spiritual experiences, living experience of the spirit, from coming down into human souls. This was bound to come about gradually after their fall in 1879. The kind of spiritual experience which is utilized in the spiritual science of anthroposophy would have been impossible if the spirits of darkness had been victorious, for they would then have kept this life and activity in the spiritual regions. It is only because of their fall that instead of merely critical physical intelligence and the mediumistic approach, it has been and will increasingly be possible to gain direct experiences in the spiritual world. It is not for nothing that I recently told you how the present age is dependent on spiritual influences to a far greater extent than people believe. Our age may be materialistic and want to become even more materialistic, but the spiritual worlds reveal themselves to human beings in many more places than one would think. Spiritual influences can be felt everywhere, though at the present time they are not always good ones. People often find it embarrassing to admit to others their knowledge of spiritual influences, but many things they do or initiate are done because something appeared to them in a dream, which was a genuine spiritual influence. Ask poets why they have become poets. Speaking of the time when they first began to be poets, they will tell you that they had spiritual experiences which came as in a dream, and this gave them the impulse to be creative. Ask people who have started journals why they did so. I am giving you facts. And they will speak of what they call dreams, though this was actually the transmission of impulses from the spiritual to the physical world. And there is much more of this, also in other areas, but people will not admit to it, for they think if they tell someone, quote, I've done something or other because some spirit or other appeared to me in a dream, close quote, the other person will call them idiots. This, of course, is not a nice thing to hear. It is the reason why we know so little about what really goes on among people today. The things which now happen sporadically in one place or another are merely the vanguard of what will happen more and more. Spirituality will come to human beings because Michael won his victory in 1879. The fact that we have a science of the spirit is also entirely due to this. Otherwise, the truths concerned would have remained in the spiritual worlds. They could not have come to dwell in human brains and would not exist for the physical world. You have been given images which may serve to demonstrate the intentions of the spirits of darkness in the 1840s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, when they fought the followers of Michael. These spirits have been down here among human beings from the autumn of 1879. They have failed to achieve their aims. Spiritualism will not become the general human persuasion. People will not grow so clever from the materialistic point of view that they fall over themselves with their cleverness. The spiritual truths will take root among human beings. On the other hand, the spirits of darkness are now among us. We have to be on guard so that we may realize what is happening when we encounter them and gain a real idea of where they are to be found. The most dangerous thing you can do in the immediate future will be to give yourself up unconsciously to the influences which are definitely present. For it makes no difference to their reality whether they are recognized or unrecognized. It will be the main concern of these spirits of darkness to bring confusion into the rightful elements which are now spreading on earth, and need to spread in such a way that the spirits of light can continue to be active in them. They will seek to push these in the wrong direction. I have already spoken of one such wrong direction, which is about as paradoxical as is possible. I have pointed out that while human bodies will develop in such a way that certain spiritualities can find room in them, the materialistic bent, which will spread more and more under the guidance of the spirits of darkness, will work against this and combat it by physical means. I have told you that the spirits of darkness are going to inspire their human hosts, in whom they will be dwelling, to find a vaccine that will drive all inclination toward spirituality out of people's souls when they are still very young. And this will happen in a roundabout way through the living body. Today, bodies are vaccinated against one thing and another. In future, children will be vaccinated with a substance which it will certainly be possible to produce, and this will make them immune so that they do not develop foolish inclinations connected with spiritual life. Foolish here, of course, in the eyes of materialists. A beginning has already been made, though only in the literary field, where it is less harmful. As I mentioned, learned medical experts have published books on the abnormalities of certain men of genius. As you know, attempts have been made to understand the genius of Conrad Ferdinand Meyer, Victor Scheffel, Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, and Goethe by showing them to suffer from certain abnormalities. And the most astounding thing in this field is that people have also sought to understand Jesus Christ and the Gospels from this point of view. 2 publications are now in existence in which the origins of Christianity are said to be due to the fact that at the beginning of our era, there lived an individual who was mentally and psychologically abnormal. This individual went about in Palestine as Jesus Christ and infected people with Christianity. These, as I said, are the beginnings in the field of literature. The whole trend goes in a direction where a way will finally be found to vaccinate bodies so that these bodies will not allow the inclination toward spiritual ideas to develop. And all their lives, people will believe only in the physical world they perceive with the senses. Out of impulses which the medical profession gained from presumption, from the consumption they themselves suffered, people are now vaccinated against consumption. And in the same way, they will be vaccinated against any inclination toward spirituality. This is merely to give you a particularly striking example of many things that will come in the near and more distant future in this field. The aim being to bring confusion into the impulses which want to stream down to earth after the victory of the spirits of light. The first step must be to throw people's views into confusion, turning their concepts and ideas inside out. This is a serious thing and must be watched with care, for it is part of some highly important elements which will be the background to events now in preparation. I am choosing my words with great care. I am saying in preparation, because I am fully aware that to say in preparation, after the events which have taken place in the last 3 years, is something significant. Anyone who is able to see more deeply into these matters knows them to be preparations. Only superficial people can believe that this war, which is not a war of the old kind, will tomorrow or the day after be followed by a peace of the old kind. You have to be very superficial to believe this. Many will believe it, of course, if outer events appear to be in accord with the notions some people have. They will fail to realize what actually lies dormant beneath the surface. It is interesting to consider the decades from the 1840s onward, both in general and in detail. We have had a general characterization of them in these last weeks, and I have to some extent gone over this again today. A study of representative figures, the spiritual impulses which power evolution come to expression in such figures, will show that the general insights gained also prove true in individual instances. Let me give you an example which may seem to be a minor one. It is something I also mentioned last year. Numerous commentaries have been written on Goethe's Faust. Oswald Marbach's commentaries do not lack depth. They are in some respect profound. It is fair to say that the people who have been least profound are the literary historians, for it is their academic duty to understand such matters, which, of course, tends to be an obstacle to real understanding. Oswald Marbach wrote well about Faust, because he was not really a literary historian. He lectured on Goethe's Faust, mathematics, mechanics, and technology at Leipzig University. And at the present time, the mysteries of the cosmos are easier to penetrate by studying Marbach's mechanics and technology than by applying the, in quotes, modern science of historians and literary historians. However, we do find something quite peculiar in the case of Oswald Marbach. He spoke on Goethe's Faust during the 1840s, but had ceased to do so by the end of the 1840s, nor did he speak about it in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. He only started to lecture on Goethe's Faust again in the late 70s. In between, he spoke only on mathematics, mechanics, and technology. That is, he devoted himself to the sciences which offered the best opportunity, especially at the time, to foster one's acumen and critical faculties. It is most interesting to see how he refers to this in his preface. Quote, 30 or 40 years ago, I used to lecture on Goethe's Faust at Leipzig University. The book was published in 1881. But I have only taken the subject up again in recent years, 1875. Why such a long interval? Many factors were involved, outer and inner ones, both subjective and objective. I grew older and finally old, and so did my students. Semester by semester, they grew more and more morose. People were getting more clever, but for anyone who looked more deeply, also more morose. Open interest of the spirit in the spirit was getting less and less, and we lived in an age when usefulness counted more than beauty. For 30 years, I yielded to necessity rather than to my own inclination. I put philosophy and poetry aside, teaching the exact sciences of mathematics, physics, and mechanics instead. Close quote. This was the time of materialistic acumen. One sentence in the preface is tremendously interesting, for it points directly to what mattered at this time. Marbach states that in his conscious mind, he always thought he was doing exactly what he wanted to do in the past, whether interpreting Faust or lecturing on technology. However, when he took up Faust again to interpret the work, he had to confess he had been under an illusion, for he had merely obeyed the spirit of the time. It would be good if many people could realize the extent to which they are under illusions, for it was the ideal of the spirits of darkness before 1879, and has been even more so since they walk among us in the human realms since 1879 to spin a web of illusion over human beings and into human brains, and let illusions stream through human hearts. Something else is of interest when one considers such an individual, who is representative, as it were, of the influences which heaven brought to bear on earth. He says, and this is in accord with history, that in the 1840s he would mostly speak about Faust, Part 1, at the university, for there was no interest in Part 2. When he started to lecture on Faust again, and we can now say this was after Michael's victory over the dragon, his exposition would mostly be on Part 2. The age of acumen and critical faculties was indeed a time when access to Part 2 of Goethe's Faust was difficult. Even today, this work, which is one of the greatest affirmations of Goetheanism, is relatively little understood. Efforts at understanding are, of course, liable to make us feel ill at ease, for nowhere else is the atmosphere in which people live today treated with such humor, such irony, as in Part 2 of Goethe's Faust. People live in a social atmosphere today which has been gradually evolving since the 16th century. They hail everything which has been achieved from the 16th century onward as great and glorious achievements of our time, and positively wallow in those achievements. Goethe was not only a man of his time, he was inwardly able to look ahead to the 20th century, and wrote Part 2 of Faust for the 20th, 21st, and later centuries. This will be only understood in the future. Hidden below the surface is a humorous and ironical look at developments since the 16th century, written in grand style. Consider the way Goethe lets the much admired advances on which civilizations live today be presented to Faust as a contrivance of Mephistopheles. Thus, not only the paper spectre of the golden florin, but all the glorious developments from the 16th century onward were the creation of Mephistopheles. In time to come, humanity will see the magnificent irony with which the creations of that time are treated in Part 2 of Faust. On the one hand, we have Faust in his quest for the spirit, and on the other, Mephistopheles, representative of the spirits of darkness, who invents everything humanity has come to depend on and will depend on more and more, especially in the 20th century. Much which will help us to be on our guard may be found hidden in Part 2 of Faust. It is a profoundly significant symptom that someone who had used physics, mechanics, mathematics, and technology to learn the secrets of the age felt drawn to speak about Part 2 exactly when the victory had been won over the dragon. For decades before this, he would speak only of Part 1, which alone could be understood at the time. We have seen, especially also in the course of last year, that anthroposophy is gradually helping us to bring life into things which Goethe was only able to present in images, and to discover their deeper meaning in Part 2 of Faust. Anthroposophy clearly cannot be derived from a study of Faust, but it is certainly true that anthroposophy throws a new and much clearer light on the impressive images Goethe has given in Part 2 and in his magnificent discourses in Wilhelm Meister's journeyman years. Here we touch on a trend which will have to gain ground under the influence of the progressive spirits of light as time goes on, to counter the efforts of the spirits of darkness. And it will gain ground if human beings are on their guard against the spirits of darkness. These last 3 years have been a challenge to be watchful and on our guard, though the numbers of souls able to perceive the call are as yet far from adequate. We have been able to see the opposite trend at work here, there, and everywhere. It is particularly when spiritual life is beginning to be possible that the spirits of hindrance are very much to the fore. We have seen characteristic things, and we shall see more of them. Even just to hint at such things is liable to create continuous misunderstanding. The spiritual atmosphere in which people live today is impregnated with the will to misunderstand to such an extent that one's words are immediately interpreted as something different from what they actually mean to convey. One has to use human words, and these have all kinds of associations. Today, so many people base their judgment on national passions that if one has in some way to characterize someone who belongs to a particular nation, simply as a human individual who is here on earth, this is taken amiss by people who also belong to that nation, despite the fact that something said about individuals who are involved in current events, for example, has nothing to do with one's views of some nation or other. The belief that the tempest now raging is caused by the things that everybody is talking about today is especially harmful because it is especially senseless. The causes are much more deeply hidden and initially have really nothing to do with national aspirations in some respects. Please note, I am saying in some respects. National aspirations are merely made use of by certain powers, but the majority of people are so superficial that they do not want to know about this. It will be some time before an objective view is taken in this area. Large sections of humanity find it easiest to ascribe greatness and far-sightedness to ideas which have arisen in a brain as limited as that of someone just out of teacher training college, who is let loose not just on a class of school children, but in this case on the whole of humanity. As I said on a number of occasions, it did not need this terrible time, which has come upon us, to form an objective opinion on Woodrow Wilson from the point of view of spiritual science. I spoke of this in the lectures I gave in Helsingfors in 1913. You can read it up in title The Occult Significance of the Bhagavad Gita. There I spoke of the world school mastery of Woodrow Wilson and the shallow superficiality of the man. In those days, however, you were outside the spirit of the time when you spoke about Woodrow Wilson like this. For his grammar schoolboy essays on independence, culture, and literature were then still being translated into European languages. It will be a long time yet before people will feel embarrassed at taking seriously the grammar school level policies of Woodrow Wilson. Spirits of darkness are at work everywhere to befog human minds. One day people will waken from the mists and vapors in which they are now asleep, and they will find it hard to understand how people could have allowed themselves to be kept on leading reins by Woodrow Wilson and his wisdom in the early 20th century without feeling embarrassed. A moment of waking will only come when people begin to feel embarrassed at policies which are possible today. It is difficult to say truth-inspired things today because they sound too much in opposition to the ideas which have been inculcated into people's heads. And it is difficult to form an independent judgment in the atmosphere which has been produced not only during the last 3 years, but also through everything I have called a social carcinoma in the lectures I gave in Vienna. It is necessary to take these things with profound seriousness and not apply to them the concepts and ideas which people have been in the habit of using as their criteria. It will be necessary to realize that the present time demonstrates the inadequacy and indeed the utter uselessness of the ideas humanity has come to accept, and that in terms of world history, it is indecent for people to base their judgment on the very ideas which have led to present events, when those events clearly show them to have been wrong. Do people think they can cure the ills of the present time by applying the same principles which have brought them about? If so, they are utterly deceiving themselves. Humanity has a certain sum total of cultural achievements which come from older times. These are now being used up. Every day brings evidence of their being used up without anything new taking their place. People are so little prepared today to understand and see through such things in their full seriousness. Many are still thinking exactly as they did in 1913, in the belief that the understanding they had in 1913 will also be adequate for 1917. They do not have enough sense of reality to see that this kind of thinking has a great deal to do with the events of the year 1917, having brought them about, and that it cannot cure the ills we experience now in 1917. The need of the present time is that we go deeply into the events which have occurred since the fall of the spirits of darkness. We must gain as much insight as possible into the events of the 1880s, 1890s, and the first 2 decades of the 20th century. People are utterly confused in their judgment with regard to them. Neither do they have a real idea of the radical difference in the way people felt and reacted after 1879, compared to the way they did before 1879. Going into something like Part 2 of Goethe's Faust will also help us to progress. This work could not be understood in Goethe's time, because it is a critique of what Goethe perceived to be the content of the 20th century. Characteristically, someone like Oswald Marbach only found access to Part 2 after the fall of the spirits of darkness. These are the insights and impulses which will help us to grow inwardly so that we may meet the needs of our time. Many of the seeds sown before 1879 have not come to fruition, and in connection with this, there is a significant question which should really cast its shadow on every human soul. Today I want to put it merely as a question. The events in which we are caught up today indicate where humanity stands now. What matters now is not merely to understand them, but to find a way out of them. Yet, while there is so little will to penetrate the deeper, real impulses which have led to the present age, practical minds will not be able to understand these matters. It is wrong to think that no one has sufficient insight into the current situation. People simply do not want to listen to them, just as they do not want to know about such a thing as Goetheanism, which is also like the voice of the 20th century. Yet this voice will only be rightly understood if people seek to understand, seriously and in all dignity, the profound significance of the fall of the spirits of darkness in the autumn of 1879. To understand the present time, it will be necessary to understand the spiritual evolution of humanity. That is why I spoke of Oswald Marbach, whose poem I gave you last year to let you see how he looks at the past and ahead to the future. He wrote the poem to mark the anniversary when Goethe found entry into communities then called Masonic or the like, though in the 18th century this meant something different from what it means today. Goethe's viewpoint allowed him insight into many of the mysterious impulses which go through the world, things that people are too superficial to want to see. Oswald Marbach wrote these verses to mark the anniversary of Goethe finding his way to the world of the spirit. Quote, "With you, my brother, father, sublime master, we now join hands across 100 years to mark the steadfast love which does unite and closely bind all independent minds. Greatest of spirits, mind most independent, all our endeavor is to reach your heights. We dedicate ourselves to you. We dedicate our sons, so that one day achievement be the crown. You strove as we now strive, yet the soul of your endeavor to gain self-knowledge that will lead to wisdom was always life itself with vigor lived, was power creative, actively progressing, to works which rise into the light, in glorious beauty for eternity. Like Israel, you struggled against God until you won the victory o'er yourself. The mystery which now forever binds us will not be told to unenlightened souls, yet make it known to all the world in deeds of purest love that never tire, in the clear light which spirit gives to spirit, in life eternal which shall never fade. Lead on then, Master. Where you went before, we're drawn to follow in most ardent longing." Close quote. Such is the mood that must unlock the, quote, gates of fulfillment, close quote. End of lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness, 14 lectures. And this is the last lecture in this cycle, lecture 14, entitled Into the Future, given in Dornach on the 28th of October, 1917. We have been reflecting on the significant events which took place, as it were, behind the scenes of world history during the 19th century. The nature of it all is such that if one does not want to be entirely abstract, it is necessary to characterize many of the things which have to be said with regard to the spiritual world by considering their reflection or mirror image in the physical world. For events here in the physical world truly do reflect spiritual events. Before going on, I want to draw your attention to something of great significance which lies behind all these things. As you know, the transition from the 4th to the 5th post-Atlantean period of civilization came in about 1413, that is, in the 15th century. This has been characterized in many ways, but let me add today that spiritual guidance of earthly affairs involved mainly members of the hierarchy of archangels. You will find some of the details in the small volume entitled The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and of Humanity, Reader's Aside, which is on this website. End of Reader's Aside. As I said, they were mainly involved. Try with all intensity to gain an image of this. Angelic spirits pursued their tasks in the spiritual worlds. Much happened on earth as a result. history, human life in the fourth post-Atlantean age resulted on Earth. Angelic spirits belonging to the hierarchy of angels served the higher hierarchy of archangels. They did this in such a way, however, that the relationship between members of the two hierarchies was entirely above the earthly and in the spiritual realm, hardly touching on human life. This changed with the coming of the fifth post-Atlantean age, for then the members of the hierarchy of the angels became more independent in their task of guiding humanity. Thus, humanity was more under direct guidance from the archangels during the fourth post-Atlantean age, and will be under direct guidance from the angels during the fifth age, that is, throughout our present fifth age, until the fourth millennium. We can therefore no longer say that the relationship is entirely unconnected with the physical world. This is how the fact can be presented at the spiritual level. It can also be presented at a more physical level, for all things physical are in the image of the Spirit. Looking for the indirect route by which the archangels guided humanity by working with the angels during the fourth post-Atlantean age, we can say this was done via the human blood. And the social structure was also created via the blood, for it was based on blood relationship, on blood bonds. Both the archangels and the angels had their dwelling place in the blood, as it were. Truly, the blood is not merely something for chemists to analyze. It is also the dwelling place of entities from higher worlds. During the fourth post-Atlantean age, therefore, the blood was the dwelling place of archangels and angels. This is changing with the fifth post-Atlantean age. For the angels, I am referring to the angels of light, the normal angels, will take possession more of the blood, and the archangels will be more involved in the nervous system. This is putting it in the terms of the modern science of physiology. Using an older terminology, I might also say, during the fifth post-Atlantean age, the archangels are essentially more at work in the brain and the angels in the heart. You see, therefore, that a major change has occurred, which can be traced all the way to the physical structure of human beings. The things people do and achieve here on earth are connected with the spirits which are at work in them. People tend to imagine, not always correctly, that angels and archangels are somewhere in cloud cuckoo land. If we were to take the whole of human neurological life as a place, and the whole of the blood life as another place, and add what belongs to these when we are in the other worlds between death and rebirth, we would have the realms of the archangels and angels. The 15th century marked a specific period in Earth evolution and in the corresponding evolution of the spiritual world. We can characterize the events of the time more or less as follows. In the 15th century, the Earth held the greatest attraction for the regular archangels, who were seeking to make the transition from the blood to the nervous system. Going back from the 14th to the 13th, 12th, and 11th centuries, we find the Earth's power of attraction growing less and less. Beyond that time, it would grow less and less again. We might say the archangels were directed by higher spirits to love earthly existence most of all during the 15th century. Strange as it may seem to many people today, who think only in grossly materialistic terms, it is nevertheless true that earthly events are connected with such things. How did America come to be rediscovered in such a strange way? And people began to make the whole world their own again, exactly at that time. Because at the time, the archangels were most attracted to the earth. They, therefore, guided partly the blood and partly the nervous system in such a way that human beings began to go out from their centers of civilization to make the whole earth their own. Events like these must be seen in conjunction with spiritual activities. Otherwise, they cannot be understood. It does, of course, sound peculiar to people who think in crude materialistic terms if you say America was discovered and everything we read about in so-called history happened because, within certain limits, that was the time when the earth held the greatest power of attraction for the archangels. The archangels then began to train the angels to take possession of the human blood, whilst the archangels wanted to make the transition to the nervous system. By the early 1840s, the point had come where certain retarded angels made the attempt to take the place which belonged to the archangels in the nervous system, rather than reside and reign in the blood. We are therefore able to say that in the 1840s, a significant battle developed in the way I have described. And if we consider its most material physical reflection, it took place between the human blood and the human nervous system. The angels of darkness were cast out of the nervous system and into the human blood, and now wreak the havoc in the human blood which I have described. It is because they are at work in the human blood that all the things I have described as due to the influence of retarded angels are happening here on earth. It is because they are at work in the human blood that people have become as clever as I have said. All this developed slowly and gradually, of course, and we are able to say that whilst the profound break came in 1841, the whole of the 19th century had been infected with it. An evolution of profound significance has thus been initiated. One important fact to which I have already drawn your attention in these lectures is that not later than the 7th millennium in Earth evolution, women will grow infertile, and reproduction will no longer be possible. If matters went entirely according to the normal angelic spirits in the blood, human reproduction would not even continue for as long as this. It would only continue until the 6th millennium, or the 6th post-Atlantean period of civilization. According to the wisdom of light, the impulse for reproduction would not continue beyond this time, in the 7 periods of civilization in this post-Atlantean age. However, it will go on beyond this, into the 7th millennium, and possibly a little beyond. The reason will be that those cast down angels will be in charge and will give the impulses for reproduction. This is highly significant. In the 6th post-Atlantean period of civilization, the human fertility, which depends on the powers of light for its impulses, will gradually come to an end. The powers of darkness will have to intervene so that the affair may continue for a time. We know the seeds for the 6th post-Atlantean period of civilization lie in the east of Europe. The east of Europe will develop powerful tendencies which do not allow physical human reproduction to continue beyond the 6th period of civilization, but instead let the earth enter into a form of existence in soul and spirit. The other impulses for the 7th post-Atlantean period of civilization, in which procreation will be guided by impulses from the cast-down angels, will come from America. Consider the complex nature of these things, which can only be discovered, I have to stress this again and again, by direct observation of the spiritual worlds. Mere theorizing will generally lead to error, for with this we tend to follow a single line of thought, which will finally lead to the statement that human procreative life will be extinguished in the 6th post-Atlantean period of civilization. It needs actual spiritual observation to enable us to observe the different currents which interact to produce the whole. You have to put a great deal into it if you are to arrive at significant insights and their interactions, such as those of which I have been speaking. The enormous complexity of human beings becomes apparent when you consider that now in the 5th post-Atlantean age, archangels and angels are active in them via the nervous system and the blood. But so are the abnormal spirits which oppose them. This is where the forces are anchored which act with each other, against each other, and so on. There we see what is happening in reality. Looking at events in outer life, one only sees the surface wave, and not the forces which cast it to the surface. We can give another instance of the way in which the spirits of darkness, who were cast down in 1879, seek to exert an influence. Before 1879, from the spiritual world, and since then, from the human realm. You will recall something of which I spoke in an earlier lecture, that humanity as a whole is getting younger and younger. If we go back to ancient India, we find that people remained young and capable of physical development well into ripe old age. During the Persian epoch, less so. In Egypto-Chaldean times, even less. Until into Greco-Latin times, people were only capable of development until they reached the span extending from their 28th to their 35th year. Today, they have grown even younger and are only capable of development up to their 27th year, as I told you. Later, a time will come when this only goes to the 26th year, and so on. You will recall that I referred to someone who is at the hub of things at the present time, and who can only be really understood if we realize that the age of 27 plays such a special role in life today, and this is Lloyd George. For it is always significant when the life of the soul coincides with the outer life of the body. The fact that in our fifth post-Atlantean age, people are naturally capable of further development only until they reach their 20s is important as a basis for the concerted action of archangels and angels. The normal spirits, the spirits of light, want to direct human evolution in a certain way. This is as follows. Human beings are naturally capable of further development until they are in their 20s. The spirits of light want to keep this an intimate affair, letting it proceed without much ado in human beings. Then in the 28th year, between the 28th and 35th years, the development which has gone on quietly is to emerge. Mark well, therefore, something which evolves in the human blood until people reach their 28th year is to enter more into people's self-awareness. It is to be handed over to the blood in self-awareness. It is therefore the intention of the normal spirits, the spirits of light, that the inner life should develop quietly, unambitiously, and selflessly, and only come into action when individuals have reached the age of 28, when the years of apprenticeship are behind them, as it were, and they become journeymen and finally masters. The spirits of darkness, which had been cast down from the spiritual world, rebelled against this. They wanted people to take an active role in life and be masters at using the external intellect in their 20s, rather than go through quiet inner development. Here you have a social phenomenon traced back to its spiritual foundations. A significant battle is taking place among us, you will find. The spirits of light only want us to reach maturity and be ready to take on an active role in public life after the 28th year. The spirits of darkness want the time put forward so that it comes before the 28th year. They want to push people out into public life at an earlier time. All the impulses in our social life which reflect these elements have their origin in this, when in some place or other, for instance, the request is made to bring the age of majority down even further into the 20s or even earlier than the 20s. There you have the origins of these elements. People do, of course, find it uncomfortable to know such things today, for they make it evident to what extent the spirits of darkness are causing havoc in public affairs. Much of what I have been saying has so far been known instinctively and atavistically by people. This has to come to an end, however, and people will have to be prepared to gain conscious knowledge of things that used to be known instinctively and were also instilled into human minds by the ancient mysteries. spiritual principles must be included in shaping the social structure. They have to be thought of rather than people wanting to shape the world blindly on the basis of mere emotions. The spirits of darkness find it easiest to achieve their aims if people are asleep to what goes on in the spirit. They can then easily gain power over what they cannot achieve if people enter consciously into the spiritual impulses that are active in evolution. Much of the mendacity which exists in the world today serves the purpose of rocking people to sleep so that they do not see the reality, are deflected from reality. And the spirits of darkness have it all their own way with the human race. All kinds of things are falsely presented to people to deflect them from truths they could experience if they were awake, and indeed ought to experience if human evolution is to proceed in a fruitful way. This is the age when human beings must take affairs into their own hands. It will be of real importance to see certain things in their true light, which, however, will only be possible if one knows the spiritual powers involved. We may say that the 19th century brought everything which can cause people to be deflected from the truth. Just think what it really meant that Darwinism intervened so profoundly in human evolution, even at the most popular level of thinking, exactly during the most important phase of 19th century evolution. It is strange to see what people sometimes come up with in this respect. For example, Fritz Mautner's famous title, Dictionary of Philosophy, includes the interesting statement that it was not how Darwin overcame teleology, the theory of design and purpose, which mattered, but the fact that he did overcome it. In other words, in Mautner's view, it was most fruitful that someone presented organic evolution taking its course without involving spiritual entities and their designs and purposes. Now, for someone who is able to see these things in their proper light, the matter appears as follows. If you see a horse-drawn vehicle, a cab with a horse in front, the horse is drawing the cab. You will, of course, say that the driver is sitting on the box and guiding the horse with the reins. But if you ignore the driver, you will find it interesting to study what goes on in the horse to make it draw the cab. You can go into every detail of how the horse sets about drawing the cab, if you leave aside the fact that it is given its intention by the cab driver. This is the actual basis of Darwinian theories. One simply leaves aside the driver, saying it is an old superstition, a prejudice to say that the driver is guiding the horse. The horse is drawing the cab, anyone can see that, for the horse is in front. Darwinian theory is entirely based on this kind of logic. Being thus biased, it has, of course, brought to light some excellent truths, which are of the first magnitude. But it blocks all possibility of a real overview. Countless scientific facts suffer at the empirical level from the fact that people overlook the driver. They speak of cause and effect, but they seek the cause for the movement of the cab in the horse, considering this to be a great advance. People fail to realize that this type of confusion between horse and driver, such horse theories, if you will, forgive my putting it bluntly, exists right, left, and center in modern science. These theories cannot be proved wrong, just as it is not wrong to say the horse draws the cab. This is quite correct, but true and false in the outer sense is not the issue. Materialistic thinkers will always be able to refute a spiritualistic thinker who knows that the driver is there as well. Here you see where the hair-splitting, astute, critical intellect could lead, which the spirits of darkness want human beings to have. It does not matter about getting things right, let alone complete. What counts is that one follows the model where the horse draws the cab. Logic can easily separate from reality and go its own way. It is possible to be utterly logical and at the same time be far from reality. Something else has to be considered when we speak of human evolution. It is that the spirits of darkness have power mainly over the rational mind and intellect. They cannot get hold of the emotions, nor the will, and above all, not the will impulses. This touches on a profound and most significant law of reality. You have, all of you, though to a different degree, reached a sufficiently respectable age for it to be fair to say you have lived several decades, or 2 or 3 decades at least. In the last decades, we have seen a wide variety of social efforts, many supported by press journalism, some also by book journalism, but very few based on real knowledge and on the facts. We have seen strange forms of social and political life evolve in Europe and America. Yet, strangely, we find in all these things the ideas belonging to the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century, but not the emotions, nor the will impulses. This is strange indeed. It can only be discovered if we carry out genuinely honest and conscientious investigations in the spiritual world. People who came down from the world of the spirit in the 1840s to incarnate in human bodies, and are now up in that world again, know about these things. They have the point of view of the spiritual world, and know that in recent decades the intellects were active which were ripe for the age, whilst the will impulses were still those of the 1840s. The will moves much more slowly in human evolution than do ideas. Please take this as a highly significant truth. The will moves much more slowly than do thoughts. For example, the patriarchal, solid citizen type habits of people who were not being rebels or revolutionaries in the 1830s and 1840s, but were more inclined to follow the general trend, continued to live on into the decades of which I am now speaking. Their thoughts went ahead, however, and so there are continuous discrepancies between thought life and will life in evolution. Discrepancies which do not show themselves in all, but only in some spheres of life. It is entirely due to this that something became possible in the 19th century which had not been possible in any previous century. Superficial historians may well disagree, but it is pointless to go against it. What I mean is this: never before in the historical epochs of human evolution did the intellect or acumen positively intervene in life. Go back to the slave rebellions in ancient Rome. The slaves were essentially aroused by rancor, by will impulses. In the 19th and on into the 20th century, this is different. Modern social democracy does not compare, historically speaking, with the old slave rebellions. It is something entirely different, born out of theories produced by Lassalle, but mainly by Karl Marx, including his theory of the class struggle. A purely critical element, purely theoretical, based on ideas, set people going and made them into agitators. This was because the people who took up Marxism and became agitators still had the will impulses of the 1840s. They had not been able to catch up as far as the will was concerned. This discrepancy in will had the effect that under the guidance of certain powers, a purely intellectual movement generated agitation among the masses. This is something which did not exist before. It shows even more than what I said yesterday, that in the 19th century, partly during the time when the spirits of darkness were still above, and then after they had come down, they sought above all to encourage the physical intellect by working through one particular stream. There you see it at work. You see it take hold of the emotions, even in the 1830s and 1840s. And for once acting not as pure intellect alone, to convince people. You see the direct effect of the intellect in agitation, revolution, revolutionary longings. Never before had the intellect been at the helm to that extent. It is important to consider this. We must penetrate the time with understanding by discovering what goes on behind the scenes in world history. Ask anyone who does not take much interest in these matters how old history is, and for how long humanity has been engaged in the discipline known as history today. They will say that it goes a long way back. But history as we know it today is not much more than 100 years old. Before that, memorable events and histories, in quotes, were recorded. World history, as it is called, where a thread is followed through human evolution, is just slightly over 100 years old. Look at the stories of history which preceded this. Why did modern history come up? Because it is a product of transition. Are there any special reasons why history and the way it is handled today should be regarded as a science? Well, we can give a number of reasons, the main one being that several hundred professors are employed as professors of history at all the universities on Earth. This reminds me of an individual who taught criminal law and who tends to come to mind whenever we speak of the reasons for developments. This individual taught criminal law at a university. He always started his lectures with what he considered to be proof of human freedom. Well, he did not produce much by way of real reasons. Quote, "Gentlemen, freedom has to exist. For if there were no freedom, there would be no criminal law. The fact is that I am a professor of criminal law. Therefore, criminal law must exist. It follows that human freedom also exists." Close quote. Whenever you hear opinions expressed on what are said to be developments in the course of human evolution, you will hear the fine words, quote, "history has shown," close quote. Look at the things that are being written on current events. Again and again you will see the phrase, "history has shown this," when someone wants to present his nonsense about what will happen once peace is made. They will say, quote, "it was like this after the 30 Years' War," close quote, and so on. These truths are of the kind of which I have spoken before when I said that according to people's calculations, a war cannot take more than 4 months today. In reality, history does not teach us anything. In materialistic thinking, sciences can only be called such if one has repeated instances which allow one to draw conclusions as to future developments. When a chemist does an experiment, he knows that if he combines certain substances, certain processes will occur. Combining the same substances again will result in the same processes, and the third time it will be the same again. Or one gets a certain cloud combination, which generates lightning. A similar combination will again generate lightning. Modern thinking is based on premises according to which a science cannot be a science unless it rests on this type of repetition. Do think this through. History cannot be a science for people who take the materialistic point of view, for things do not repeat themselves in history. The combinations are always new. It is therefore not possible to draw conclusions by using the method employed in other sciences. History is merely a product of transition. It only became a science in the 19th century. Before then, memorable events were described. You see, writing your family history is not considered to be history either. Even the German word for history, Geschichte, is far from old. Other languages do not even have this word, for the word history has quite a different origin. In the past, the singular was das Geschicht, as in title Das Geschicht der Apostel, and so on. Quote, "what has come to pass," close quote. Then the plural, die Geschichten, came to be used, which is the straightforward plural of das Geschicht. Today we have to say die Geschichte. Yet in Switzerland, die Geschichten was still the plural of das Geschicht 150 years ago. Then the article was changed and one said die Geschichte, singular, which had been the plural when the word had the article das. This is the origin of the word. You can read it up in works on etymology. The term history will only have real meaning when spiritual impulses are taken into account. There we can speak of what really has come to pass, and within limits of what happens behind the scenes. Limits are set insofar as we compare this with what can be predicted to apply in the physical world in future. The position of the sun next summer, for example, and so on, but not every detail of the weather. The world of the spirit also has elements which are like the weather of the future in relation to the future position of the sun. Generally speaking, however, the course of human evolution can only be known on the basis of its spiritual impulses. History is, therefore, embryonic and not what it is supposed to be. It will only finally be something when it makes the transition from its 100 years of existence to consideration of the spiritual life which is behind the scenes of what comes to pass at the surface level for humanity. It means that people must really wake up in many respects. We merely need to take up a theme which is not without significance for the present time, such as this theme I have just taken up: how old is history? Many people, and this is not to blame individuals, but merely the system used in schools, have never had the least idea that history is still so young and cannot yet be in accord with reality. Imagine what it would be like if natural science were only 100 years old and you wanted to compare it with earlier stages in natural science. These things only move gradually from being something which is merely learned to becoming real life. It is only when this is seriously considered and these issues become issues in education that people will come to understand the reality of life. On the one hand, people must be introduced to the life of nature when still young, as one sees in some, I am saying some, of the stories in Bream's work, where it is really possible to gain a living perception of things which happen through creatures from the animal world. Distinction must be made, above all, between anything based on reality and the allegorical, symbolic tales told by people whose approach to nature is entirely superficial. These would merely come between the children and their understanding of reality. The point is that we should not tell them anything symbolic and allegorical, but introduce them to the real life of natural history. We might consider the life of bees, not in the way zoologists do, but rather in the way of someone who enters into things with heart and soul, without being sentimental about it. Metterlinck's book on bees is, of course, very good, but it would not be suitable for children. It might induce someone to write a children's book on bees, or perhaps on ants. You would have to avoid any form of allegory, nor should you speak of abstract spiritual entities. You would really have to go into the concrete reality. On the other hand, history, which is nonsense and harmful to children as it is now written, would have to be handled in such a way that one could always feel the spiritual at work in it. Of course, you cannot tell children, not even boys and girls at grammar school, what actually happened in the 19th century. You can give expression to the real situation through the way in which the story is told, in the way in which events are grouped, and by the value given to one element or another. The stories concocted for the 19th century are certainly not what is needed to give even people of more mature years an idea of what really happened. We ought to show how something was in preparation during the first, second, third, and fourth decades of that century, which really came to life in the 40s. All we have to do is to describe things in such a way that the individual concerned gets a feeling for events in Europe and America during the 1840s. This something special is, quote, chumbling and churning, close quote, in there, if you will forgive the expression. Then again, when one comes to the 1870s, we would not say it was the time when the angels were cast down from heaven, but we can speak in a way for people to see and feel that a major change came at that point in the 19th century. Anthroposophy can also enrich earlier history. The rubbish presented as Greek and Roman history in schools today could really come to life if the anthroposophical impulses we have come to know were brought into it. No need to use exactly these terms and ideas, but tell the story in such a way that it emerges in the telling. People have moved a long way from this and must come closer to it again. This is the only way in which people can get a sense of reality. They lack this sense today even with regard to the most primitive aspects of life around them and the events in which they share. People think they are realistic and materialistic today, when in fact they are the most abstract of theorists you can think of, stuffed full with theories, fast asleep in nothing but theories, and not even aware of the fact. If one of them should happen to wake up, it is not a matter of chance, but if we use the proper way of saying it, we might say, if one of them should by chance wake up and say something whilst awake, he would simply be ignored. It is the way things are today. You will no doubt have heard that certain people are over and over again proclaiming to the world that democracy must spread to the whole civilized world. Salvation lies in making the whole of humanity democratic. Everything will have to be smashed to pieces so that democracy may spread in the world. Well, if people go on to accept ideas presented to them as they are, with wholesale acceptance of the term democracy, for instance, their idea of democracy will be like the definition of the human being which I gave you. A human being is a creature with 2 legs and without feathers, a plucked cockerel. The people who are glorifying democracy today know about as much about it as someone who is shown a plucked cockerel knows about the human being. Concepts are taken for reality, and as a result, illusion may take the place of reality where human life is concerned by lulling people to sleep with concepts. They believe the fruits of their endeavors will be that every individual will be able to express their will in the different democratic institutions. And they fail to see that these institutions are such that it is always just a few people who pull the wires, whilst the rest are pulled along. They are persuaded, however, that they are part of democracy, and so they do not notice they are being pulled, and that some individuals are pulling the strings. Those individuals will find it all the easier to do the pulling if the others all believe they are doing it themselves instead of being pulled along. It is quite easy to lull people to sleep with abstract concepts and make them believe the opposite of what is really true. This gives the powers of darkness the best opportunity to do what they want. And if anyone should wake up, they are simply ignored. It is interesting to note that in 1910, someone wrote that large-scale capitalism had succeeded in making democracy into the most marvelous, flexible, and effective tool for exploiting the whole population. Financiers were usually imagined to be the enemies of democracy, the individual concerned wrote. But this was a fundamental error. On the contrary, they run democracy and encourage it, for it provides a screen behind which they can hide their method of exploitation, and they find it their best defense against any objections which the populace may raise. For once, therefore, a man woke up and saw that what mattered was not to proclaim democracy, but to see the full reality, not to follow slogans, but to see things as they are. This would be particularly important today, for people would then realize that the events which reign with such blood and terror over the whole of humanity are guided and directed from just a few centers. People will never realize this if they persist in the delusion that nation is fighting nation, and allow the European and American press to lull them to sleep over the kinds of relations that are said to exist between nations. Everything said about antagonism and opposition between nations only exists to cast a veil over the true reasons. For we shall never arrive at the real truth if we feed on words in order to explain these events, but only if we point to actual people. The problem is that this tends to be unpalatable today, and the man who woke up and wrote these statements in 1910 also presented some highly unwelcome accounts in his book. He produced a list of 55 individuals who are the real rulers and exploiters of France. The list can be found in Francis de Lazy's La Démocratie et les Financiers, written in 1910. The same man has also written La Guerre qui Vient, a book which has become famous. In his La Démocratie et les Financiers, you will find statements of fundamental significance. There you have someone who has woken up to reality. The book contains impulses which allow one to see through much of what we should see through today, and also to cut through much of the fog which is made to wash over human brains today. Here again, we must resolve to look to reality. The book has, of course, been ignored. It does, however, raise issues which should be raised all over the world today, for they would teach people much about the reality which others intend to bury under all their declamations on democracy and autocracy and whatever the slogans may be. The book also gives an excellent exposition on the extremely difficult position in which members of Parliament find themselves. People think they can vote according to their convictions, but you would have to know all the different threads which tie them to reality if you wanted to know why they vote for one thing and against another. Certain issues really must be raised. De Lacy does so. I'm pronouncing that De Lacy, it's spelled Delaisi, readers aside. Thus, for example, he considers a member of Parliament and asks the question, quote, which side should the poor man support? The people pay him 3,000 francs a year, and the shareholders pay him 30,000 francs, close quote. To pose the question is to answer it. So the poor dear man gets his 3,000 franc allowance from the people and 30,000 francs from the shareholders. I think you will agree it is a good piece of proof, a sign of real acumen to say how nice that a socialist, a man of the people like Millerand, has gained a seat in Parliament. De Lacy's question goes in another direction. He asks, how far can someone like Millerand, who was earning 30,000 francs a year for representing insurance companies, be independent? So, for once, someone did wake up. He is well aware of the threads which run from the actions of such an individual to the different insurance companies. But such things, reported by someone who is awake and sees the truth, are ignored. It is, of course, only too easy to talk about democracy in the Western world. Yet if you wanted to tell people the truth, you would have to say, quote, the man called so-and-so is doing this, and the one called so-and-so is doing that, close quote. De Lacy has found 55 men, not a democracy, but 55 specific individuals, who, he says, govern and exploit France. There, someone has discovered the real facts. For in ordinary life, too, a feeling must awaken for the real facts. Here is something else from De Lacy. There was once a lawyer who had all kinds of connections, not just insurance companies, but centers of finance, financial worlds. But this lawyer wanted to aim even higher. He wanted sponsorship, not only from the worlds of finance, industry, and trade, but also from the academic world of the French Academy. This is a place where the academic world can raise one to the sphere of immortality. There were two, in quotes, immortals within the Academy, however, who were involved in illegal trust dealings. They found it perfectly possible to combine their work for immortality with trust dealings which the law of the land did not permit. Then our sharp-witted lawyer defended the two immortals in court and managed to get them off, to whitewash them so that no sentence was passed. They then had him admitted to the ranks of the immortals. Science, responsible not for the temporal things of the world, but for things eternal and immortal, made itself the advocate of this selfless lawyer. His name is Raymond Poincaré. De Lacy tells the story in his La démocratie et les financiers. It is not a bad thing to know these things, which are ingredients of reality. They must be seriously considered. And one is guided to develop something of a nose for reality when one takes up anthroposophy, whilst the materialistic education people have today, with innumerable channels opening into it from the press, is designed to point not to the realities, but to something which is cloaked in all kinds of slogans. And if someone does wake up, as De Lacy did, and writes about how things really are, how many people get to know about it? How many people will listen? They cannot listen, for it is buried by a life that again is ruled by the press. De Lacy shows himself to be a bright person, someone who has gone to a lot of trouble to gain real insight. He is no blind follower of parliamentarianism nor of democracy. He predicts that the things people think are so clever today will come to an end. He says so expressly, also with reference to the, quote, voting machine, close quote, which is approximately how he puts it. He is entirely scientific and serious in his discourse on this parliamentary voting machine, for he understands the whole system which leads to these voting machines, where people are made to believe that a convinced majority is voting against a mentally unhinged minority. He knows that someone else will have to take the place of this if there is to be healthy development. This is not yet possible, for people would be deeply shocked if you were to tell them what will take its place. Only people initiated into spiritual science can really know this today. Forms which belong to the past will definitely not take its place. You need not be afraid that someone speaking out of anthroposophy will promote some kind of reactionary or conservative ideas. No, these will not be things of the past, but they will be so different from the voting machine which exists today that people will be shocked and consider this madness. Nevertheless, it will enter into the impulses of evolution in time. De Lacy too says, in organic development, certain parts lose their original function and become useless, but still persist for some time. In the same way, these parliaments will continue to vote for quite some time, but all real life will have departed from them. You know that human beings have parts of the body which are like this. Some people can move their ears because the muscles for this existed in the past. We still have those muscles, but they have become atavistic and have lost their function. This is how De Lacy sees the parliament of the future. Parliaments will be such atavistic remnants which have died and will drop off, and something quite different will come into human evolution. I have quoted De Lacy in his book, which appeared not so long ago, in 1910, to show you that there really are enough people, for one such individual will be enough for many thousands. It is important, however, not to ignore these people. Apart from my efforts to introduce you to the laws of spiritual life and the impulses of spiritual life, I also regard it to be my function to draw attention to significant elements in present-day life. It means, of course, that initially you will hear aspects called significant in these lectures, which are not considered significant in life outside, if you find them mentioned at all. The things we do must be radically and thoroughly different from those which are done outside. And we can only truly follow the science of the Spirit in the way it should be followed, if we accept this in all its depth and seriousness. The end of Lecture 14, and that is the end of the book, the cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner, entitled The Fall of the Spirits of Darkness.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their whole day and giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
This is a reading of a set of revised lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity. The preface by Rudolf Steiner. This book reproduces the content of lectures I gave in June of this year in Copenhagen on the occasion of the General Assembly of the Scandinavian Theosophical Society. They were delivered to an audience familiar with spiritual science or theosophy, in brackets, anthroposophy, and thus they presuppose this familiarity. They are in every detail based on my books titled Theosophy and title An Outline of Occult Science. Anyone unacquainted with the premises of these books would certainly regard this report as a curious product of mere fantasy. However, the above-mentioned books present the scientific basis for everything said here. I have completely revised the stenographic transcription of the lectures, but my intention in publishing them was to retain as much as possible the character of the original spoken presentation. This should be noted here because it is my opinion that a discourse intended for reading must be completely different from a spoken one. I have followed this principle in all my previous writings that were intended for publication. The style and presentation of this book are closer to the spoken word because I have reasons for allowing this account to be published at this time, and because a complete revision in accordance with the above principle would take a very long time. Rudolf Steiner, Munich, August 20th, 1911. Lecture 1. If we reflect upon ourselves, we soon come to realize that in addition to the self we encompass with our thoughts, feelings, and fully conscious impulses of will, we bear in ourselves a second, more powerful self. We become aware that we subordinate ourselves to this second self as to a higher power. At first, this second self seems to us a lower being when compared to the one we encompass with our clear, fully conscious soul and its natural inclination toward the good and the true. And so initially, we may strive to overcome this seemingly lower self. A closer self-examination, however, can teach us something else about this second self. If periodically we look back on what we have experienced or done in life, we make a strange discovery, one that becomes more meaningful for us the older we become. Whenever we think about what we did or said at some time in the past, it turns out that we did a great many things we actually understood only at a later date. When we think of things we did 7 or 8 years ago, or perhaps even 20 years ago, we realize that only now, after a long time, is our mind sufficiently developed to understand what we did or said then. Of course, there are people who do not make such self-discoveries because they do not try to. Nevertheless, this sort of soul-searching is extraordinarily fruitful. For in such moments, as we become aware that we are only now beginning to understand something we did in our earlier years, that in the past our minds were not mature enough to understand what we did or said then, a new feeling emerges in our soul. We feel ourselves as if sheltered by a benevolent power presiding in the depths of our own being. We begin to trust more and more that in the highest sense of the word, we are not alone in the world, and that whatever we can understand or do consciously is fundamentally only a small part of what we accomplish in the world. After we have gone through this process of discovery a number of times, an insight that is theoretically easy to understand can become part of our practical lives. We know in theory, at any rate, that we would not get very far in life if we had to do everything in full consciousness, rationally understanding all the circumstances and ramifications in every case. To see that this is so, we need only consider how and when we accomplish those acts that are the wisest and most important for our existence. A moment's thought will reveal that we act most wisely in the time between birth and the moment at which memory, that first moment we can remember when in later years we try to recall our early life, begins. This is to say that as we think back to what we did 3, 4, or 5, and more years ago, we reach a certain point in childhood beyond which our memory does not extend. Our memory does not go back any further. Our parents or other people can tell us what happened before that time, but our own memory does not go back beyond a certain point. This is the point in our lives when we first began to perceive ourselves as an I capital. People whose memory is intact can usually remember back to, but not earlier than, this moment. Our souls, however, have already performed their wisest deeds before this time. Never again in later life, after we have attained full consciousness, will we be able to accomplish such splendid and tremendous deeds as those we accomplished out of the unconscious depths of our souls in the first years of childhood. As we know, we bring the fruits of earlier lives on earth with us into the physical world at birth. For example, at birth, our physical brain is still an incomplete and unfinished instrument. The soul must then work on it adding the finer, detailed structures that make it the medium of all the soul's faculties. In fact, before the soul is fully conscious, it works on the brain to transform it into an instrument to express all the capacities, aptitudes, characteristics, and so on that it has as a consequence of earlier lives. This work on our own body is guided from a perspective that is wiser than anything we can achieve later with our full consciousness. Moreover, during this time when the brain is being transformed, we must also acquire the three most important capacities for life on earth. The first capacity we must learn is to orient our body in space. People today do not realize what this means, and that it touches on the most essential differences between human beings and animals. Animals are destined from the beginning to achieve their equilibrium in a certain way. One is destined to be a climber, another a swimmer, and so on. Animals are so constituted that from the outset they can orient themselves in space correctly. This is true even of primates. If zoologists were aware of this, they would put less emphasis on the number of similar bones, muscles, and so forth that human beings and animals have. After all, this is not nearly as important as the fact that human beings are not given an innate way of it to achieve an equilibrium in space, but must develop it out of their total being. It is significant that we must work on ourselves to develop from beings that cannot walk into ones that walk upright. We achieve our vertical position, a position of equilibrium in space, by ourselves. In other words, we establish our own relationship to gravity. Those who do not wish to consider the question deeply will, of course, easily dispute our explanation on apparently good grounds. They may claim, for example, that we are just as well constituted for walking upright as climbing animals are for climbing. Upon closer examination, however, we find that animals' orientation in space is determined by their physical organization. In human beings, however, it is the soul that establishes the relationship to space and shapes the organization. The second capacity we learn out of ourselves from our essential being, which remains the same through successive incarnations, is language. This allows us to relate to our fellow human beings and makes us bearers of the spiritual life that permeates the physical world primarily by means of human beings. It has often been emphasized, and with good reason, that someone stranded on a desert island who had had no contact with other human beings before learning to speak would never learn to do so. What we receive through heredity, on the other hand, what is implanted in us for development in later years, does not depend on our interactions with other human beings. For example, we are predisposed by heredity to change teeth in our 7th year. Even on a desert island, our second set of teeth would grow if we reached that age. But if our soul being, the part of us that continues from one life to the next, is not stimulated, we will not learn to speak. In a sense, we must sow the seed for the development of the larynx in the time before our earliest memory, before we attain full eye consciousness, so that the larynx can then become an organ of speech. There is still a third, even less well-known capacity that we learn on our own through what we bear within us through successive incarnations. I am referring here to our ability to live within the world of thoughts and ideas, the world of thought itself. Our brain is formed and worked on because it is the tool of thinking. At the beginning of life, the brain is still malleable, because we must shape it ourselves to make it an instrument for the thinking appropriate to our essential being. The brain at birth is the result of the work of forces inherited from our parents, grandparents, and so on. It is in our thinking that we bring to expression what we are as individuals in conformity with our former earthly lives. Therefore, after birth, when we have become physically independent of our parents and ancestors, we must transform the brain we have inherited. Clearly, then, we accomplish significant steps in the early years of life, We work on ourselves in accordance with the highest wisdom. In fact, if we had to rely on our own intelligence, we could not achieve what we must accomplish without our intelligence in the first few years of our lives. Why is this so? Why must all these things be accomplished from soul depths that lie outside our consciousness? Because in the first years of our lives, our souls, as well as our whole being, are much more closely connected with the spiritual worlds of the higher hierarchies than is the case later. Clairvoyants who can trace the spiritual processes involved because they have undergone spiritual training discover that something tremendously significant happens at the moment when we achieve I consciousness, that is, at the moment of our earliest memory. They can see that during the early years of childhood, an aura hovers about us like a wonderful human, superhuman power. This aura, which is actually our higher part, extends everywhere into the spiritual world. But at the earliest moment we can remember, this aura penetrates more deeply into our inner being. We can experience ourselves as a coherent I from this point on, because what had previously been connected to the higher worlds then entered the I. Thereafter, our consciousness establishes its own relationship to the outer world. This conscious relationship to the outer world does not yet exist in early childhood. In childhood, a dream world still seems to hover about us. We work on ourselves with a wisdom that is not in us, a wisdom that is more powerful and comprehensive than all the conscious wisdom we acquire later. This higher wisdom works from the spiritual world deep into the body. It enables us to form the brain out of the spirit. We can rightly say, then, that even the wisest person can learn from a child. For the wisdom at work in children does not become part of our consciousness in later life. It is obscured and exchanged for consciousness. In the first years of life, however, this higher wisdom functions like a quote-unquote telephone connection to the spiritual beings in whose world we find ourselves between death and rebirth. Something from this world still flows into our aura during childhood. As individuals, we are then directly subject to the guidance of the entire spiritual world to which we belong. When we are children, up to the moment of our earliest memory, the spiritual forces from this world flow into us, enabling us to develop our particular relationship to gravity. At the same time, the same forces also form our larynx and shape our brain into living organs for the expression of thought, feeling, and will. During childhood, then, we work out of a self that is still in direct contact with the higher worlds. Indeed, to a certain degree, we can still do this even in later life, although conditions change. Whenever we feel that we did or said something in earlier years that we are only now coming to understand, we have an indication that we were guided by a higher wisdom at that earlier time. Only years later do we manage to gain insight into the motives of our past conduct. All this indicates that at birth we did not entirely leave behind the world we lived in before entering into our new physical existence. In fact, we never leave it behind completely. What we have as our part of higher spirituality enters our physical life and remains with us. Thus, what we bear within us is not a higher self that has to be developed gradually, but one that already exists and that often leads us to rise above ourselves. All that we can produce in the way of ideals and artistic creativity, as also the natural healing forces in our body which continuously compensate for the injuries life inflicts, originate not in our ordinary rational minds, but in the deeper forces that work in our early years on our orientation in space, on the formation of the larynx, and on the development of the brain. These same forces are still present in us later. People often say of the damages and injuries we sustain in life that external forces will not be of any help and that our organism must develop its own inherent healing powers. What they are talking about is a wise, benevolent influence working upon us. From this same source also arise the best forces that enable us to perceive the spiritual world, that is, to have true clairvoyance. We can now ask why the higher powers work on us only in the early years of childhood. It is easy to answer one half of this question, for if these higher forces continued to work on us in the same way into later life, we would always remain children and could never achieve full I consciousness. What worked previously from without must be transferred into our own being. But there is a more significant reason, one that can tell us more about the mysteries of human life. Spiritual science teaches that we have to consider the human body at the present stage of the Earth's evolution as having developed from earlier conditions. People familiar with spiritual science know that in the course of this evolution, various forces have worked on our whole being, some on the physical body, others on the etheric body, and others again on the astral body. We have evolved to our present condition because beings we call Luciferic and Ahrimanic have affected us. Through their forces, our essential being became worse than it would have been if only the forces of the spiritual guides of the world, those who want to advance our development in a straight line, had worked on us. Indeed, suffering, disease, and death can be traced to the fact that in addition to the beings who advance our development in a straight line, Luciferic and Ahrimanic beings are also at work and continuously thwart our progress. What we bring with us at birth contains something that is better than anything we can make of it in later life. In early childhood, the Luciferic and Ahrimanic forces have only a limited influence on our being. Essentially, they are active only in what we make of ourselves through our conscious life. If we retained the best part of ourselves in its full force beyond the first phase of childhood, its influence would be too much for us, because the Luciferic and Ahrimanic forces opposing the part of ourselves that is better than the rest would weaken our whole being. Our constitution as human beings in the physical world is such that once we are no longer soft and malleable as children, we can no longer stand to have the forces of the spiritual world continue to affect us directly. The forces that underlie our orientation in space and the formation of the larynx and the brain would shatter us if they continued to influence us directly in later life. These forces are so powerful that our organism would waste away beneath their holiness if they continued to work on us. However, for the activity that brings us into conscious contact with the supersensible world, we have to call upon these forces again. This leads us to a realization that is very significant if we understand it rightly. In the New Testament, it is put thus, quote, "Unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven," unquote, Matthew 18:3. What then seems to be the highest ideal for a human being if the above statement is correctly understood? Surely that our ideal must be to approach ever closer a conscious relationship with the forces that worked on us without our awareness in the first years of childhood. At the same time, we must realize that we would collapse under the power of these forces if they were immediately and too easily to affect our conscious life. That is why a careful preparation is necessary to achieve the capacities that lead to a perception of supersensible worlds. The goal of this preparation is to enable us to bear what we simply cannot bear in ordinary life. Our passing through successive incarnations is significant for the overall evolution of our essential being, which has undergone successive past lives and will continue to go through future lives. The evolution of the Earth runs parallel to our own. At some point in the future, the Earth will have reached the end of its course. Then the planet Earth, as a physical entity, will have to separate from the totality of human souls. Just as when we die, the body separates from the spirit, and the soul, in order to live on, enters the spiritual realm between death and rebirth. From this point of view, our highest ideal must be the striving to make all the fruits to be gained in earthly life truly our own before we die. The forces that make us too weak to bear those forces that work on us in childhood originate in the organism of the earth. By the time this separates from humanity, we must have advanced to the point of giving over our whole being to the forces that presently work on us only in childhood. Only when we have reached this level can we claim to have attained our goal. Thus, through successive earthly lives, we must gradually make our entire being, including our consciousness, an expression of the forces that work on us under the guidance of the spiritual world in early childhood. This is the purpose of evolution. After such considerations, the realization that we are not alone takes hold of our soul. This realization imbues us with humility, but also with a proper consciousness of our human dignity. We realize at the same time that something lives in us that can prove at all times that we can rise above ourselves to a self that is already surpassing us and will continue to do so from one life to the next. As this realization assumes a more and more definite form, it can have a very soothing, heartwarming effect, and at the same time imbue the soul with the appropriate humility and modesty. What lives within us is truly a higher divine human being, and we can feel ourselves pervaded by this being as by a living presence of whom we can say, "This is my inner guide in me." Given this, the thought easily arises that we should strive in every way possible to achieve harmony with that part in us that is wiser than our conscious intelligence. Thereafter, our attention will no longer be directed to the conscious self, but will be focused instead on an expanded self. And from this perspective, we can then combat and eradicate all our false pride and arrogance. From this feeling, we will gradually come to a right understanding of our present incompleteness. We shall come to see that we will become complete when the comprehensive spirituality at work in us has the same relationship to our adult consciousness that it had to our unconscious soul life in early childhood. Even though we may not remember anything from our first 4 years of life, we can safely say that the active influence of the higher spiritual realms lasts for about the first 3 years. By the end of this period, we have become able to connect the impressions from the outer world with our I concept. To be sure, this coherent I concept cannot be traced back beyond the first moment we can remember. This is a moment that is difficult to locate, for with the awakening of distinct I consciousness, our memory may be so weak that it cannot be recovered later. Nevertheless, we may say that people generally remember as far back as the beginning of the 4th year. In other words, we are justified in saying that the higher forces that have a decisive influence on us in childhood can work on us for 3 years. It follows that our constitution in the present middle phase of the Earth's evolution enables us to absorb these higher forces for only 3 years. Now, if through some special cosmic powers we could somehow remove the ordinary I from a person, if the ordinary I that has accompanied a person through successive incarnations could be separated from that person's physical, etheric, and astral bodies, and we could then replace the ordinary I with an I that is connected with the spiritual worlds, what would happen? After 3 years, this person's body would fall apart. If such a thing were to happen, world karma would have to do something to prevent the spiritual being connected to the higher worlds from living in this body for more than 3 years. Footnote: the transition from childhood to the following stages. Let me read that again. During the transition from childhood to the following stages, our organism retains its viability because it can still change during this period. In later life, it can no longer change, and therefore cannot survive with the self connected directly to the spiritual worlds. End footnote. Only at the conclusion of our earthly lives will we be able to retain the forces within ourselves that allow us to live with that spiritual being for more than 3 years. Then we will be able to say, not I, but this higher self in me, which has been there all along, is now at work in me. Until then, we will not be able to experience this. At most, we will be able to feel the presence of this higher self, but our actual, real human I will not yet be able to bring the higher self fully to life. Let us now assume that a human organism were to enter the world at some moment in the middle of the Earth's lifetime, and that, at a certain point by means of certain cosmic powers, this organism was freed of its I and received in its stead the I that is usually active only in the first 3 years of childhood, the I that is connected to the spiritual worlds we live in between death and rebirth. How long would such a person be able to live in an earthly body? Such a person would be able to survive in this earthly body for only about 3 years. After 3 years, world karma would have to intervene and destroy this human organism. What we have assumed here did actually occur at one time in history. When the human organism, known as Jesus, stood on the banks of the Jordan to be baptized by John, his I left his physical, etheric, and astral bodies. But after the baptism, that organism bore within itself the higher self of humanity in fully conscious form. The self that works on us with cosmic wisdom in childhood, before we are conscious of it, was then fully conscious in Jesus of Nazareth. And by this very fact, this self, which was connected to the higher spiritual world, could live in this human body for only 3 years. Events then had to follow a course that brought an end to Jesus' physical life 3 years after the baptism. Indeed, we have to understand the external events in the life of Jesus Christ as resulting from the inner causes discussed above. They are the outer expression of these causes. This reveals the deeper connection between the guide in us, which radiates into our childhood as into a dark room and always works under the surface of our consciousness as our best self, and what once entered into human history to live for 3 years in a human sheath. This higher I, which is connected to the spiritual hierarchies, entered history in the person of Jesus of Nazareth, an event that is symbolized by the Spirit descending in the form of a dove, saying, quote, "This is my well-beloved Son. Today I have begotten him," unquote, Matthew 3:17. Such is the original meaning of the words. What is revealed here? If we hold this image of the baptism before our eyes, we have before us the highest human ideal. That is what is meant when the Gospels tell us that Christ can be seen and known in every person. Even if there were no Gospels and no tradition to report that a Christ once lived, our knowledge of the nature of the human being would tell us that Christ is alive in us. To know the forces at work in childhood is to know the Christ in us. The question then arises whether this realization also leads us to acknowledge that Christ at one time really lived on earth in a human body. We can answer yes to this without requiring any documents, because true clairvoyant self-knowledge convinces people in our time that there are forces in the human soul that come from Christ. In the first 3 years of childhood, these forces are active without any effort on our part. They can also work on us in our later life if we seek Christ in ourselves through contemplation. It was not always possible to find the Christ within. Indeed, as clairvoyant perception reveals, prior to Christ's life on earth, there were times when no amount of contemplation would have helped people to find the Christ. Clairvoyant cognition teaches us that this is so. Between the time when Christ could not be found within and the present, when he can be found in this way, lies Christ's life on earth. It is because Christ lived on the earth that we can now find him within in the way I have indicated. Thus, for clairvoyant perception, the fact that Christ lived on the earth is proven without recourse to any historical documentation. It is as if Christ had said, "Human beings, I want to be an ideal for you that presents to you on a higher spiritual level what is fulfilled in the body." In the early years of life, we learn out of the Spirit, first to walk. That is, we learn under the guidance of the Spirit to find our way in earthly life. Then we learn to speak, to formulate the truth out of the Spirit. In other words, we develop the essence of truth out of speech sounds. Finally, we also develop the organ for our life as earthly eye beings. Thus, in the first 3 years of life, we learn 3 things. We learn to find the way, that is, to walk. We learn to represent the truth with our organism, and we learn to express life in our body through the Spirit. There is no more meaningful paraphrase imaginable of the words, quote, "Unless you turn and become like children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven," unquote, Matthew 18:3. Most meaningfully, therefore, the I being of Christ is expressed in the words, quote, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," unquote. The higher spiritual forces form our organism in childhood, though we are not conscious of this, so that our body becomes the expression of the way, the truth, and the life. Similarly, the human spirit gradually becomes the conscious bearer of the way, the truth, and the life by permeating itself with Christ. Thereby we transform ourselves in the course of our earthly life into the power at work in us in childhood. Words such as these about the way, the truth, and the life can open the doors of eternity for us. Once our self-knowledge has become true and substantial, these words will resound for us from the depths of our soul. What I have presented here opens up a twofold perspective on the spiritual guidance of the individual and of humanity as a whole. First, as individuals, we find the Christ, the guide in us through self-knowledge. We can always find Christ in this way because since his life on earth, he is always present in us. Second, when we apply the knowledge we have gained without the help of historical documents to these documents, we begin to understand their true nature. They are the historical expression of something that has revealed itself in the depths of the soul. Therefore, historical documents should be regarded as part of that guidance of humanity that is intended to lead the soul to itself. If we understand the eternal spirit of the words, quote, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," unquote, in this way, we do not need to ask why we have to enter life as children, even after having passed through many incarnations. For we realize that this apparent imperfection is a perpetual reminder of the highest that lives in us. We cannot be reminded often enough. We need to be reminded at least at the beginning of each new life of the great truth of what we really are in our innermost essential being that underlies all our earthly lives, but remains untouched by the imperfections of earthly existence. It is best not to present too many definitions or concepts when talking about spiritual science or theosophy, brackets anthroposophy, or about occultism in general. It is better to describe things and to try to convey an idea of what they really are like. That is why I have tried here to give you a sense of what is characteristic of the first 3 years of life, and of how this relates to the light that radiates from the cross on Golgotha. The description I have given bespeaks an impulse in human evolution that will make St. Paul's words, quote, "Not I, but Christ in me," unquote, come true. All we need to know is what, as human beings, we really are. On the basis of this knowledge, we can then gain insight into the being of Christ. Only after we have arrived at this Christ idea through a real understanding of humanity, and after we have understood that to find Christ, we must seek him in ourselves, will turning to the Bible be useful for us. No one has a greater or more conscious appreciation of the Bible than those who have found Christ in this way. Imagine that a Martian who had never heard anything about Christ and his works came down to Earth. This Martian would not understand much of what happened here, and much of what interests people today would not interest this visitor. However, they are interested in what is the central impulse of earthly evolution, namely the Christ idea as expressed in human nature. Once we understand this, we will, for the first time, be able to read the Bible correctly, for we will then see that it expresses in a wonderful way what we have first perceived within ourselves. You see, we do not need to be taught a particular appreciation of the Gospels. When we read the Gospels as fully conscious individuals, what we have learned through spiritual science enables us to fully realize their greatness. I am hardly exaggerating when I claim that there will come a time when the general opinion will be that people who have learned to understand and appreciate the content of the Gospels through spiritual science will see them as scriptures intended for the guidance of humanity, and that their understanding will do the Bible more justice than anything else has so far. It is only through understanding our own inner being that we can come to see what lies hidden in these profound scriptures. Now, if we find in the Gospels what is so completely part of our own being, it follows that it must have entered the scriptures through the people who wrote them. Thus, what we have to admit concerning ourselves, and the older we get, the more often we have to admit it, namely that we do many things we don't understand fully until many years later, this must also be true for the writers of the Gospels. They wrote out of the higher self that works on all of us in childhood. Thus the Gospels originate in the same wisdom that forms us. The Spirit is revealed physically in the human body as well as in the writing of the Gospels. In this context, the concept of inspiration becomes meaningful once again in a positive sense. Just as higher forces work on the brain in the first 3 years of childhood, so the spiritual worlds imbued the writers of the Gospels with the forces out of which they wrote their Gospels. These facts reveal the spiritual guidance of humanity. After all, if there are people in the human race who write documents out of the same forces that wisely shape human beings, then humanity as a whole is truly being guided. And just as individuals say or do things they understand only at a later age, so humanity as a whole produced evangelists as mediators who provided revelations that can be understood only gradually. These scriptures will be understood more and more as humanity progresses. As individuals, we can feel a spiritual guidance within us. Humanity as a whole can feel it in persons who work as the Gospel writers did. The concept of the guidance of humanity we have just established can now be expanded in many ways. Let us assume a person has found students or disciples, that is, people who declare their faith in him and become his loyal followers. Such a person, out of genuine self-knowledge, will easily realize that having found students gives him the feeling that what he has to say does not originate within him. Instead, spiritual forces from higher worlds want to communicate with the students and find in the teacher a suitable instrument for revealing themselves. Such a teacher may then reason as follows. When I was a child, I worked on myself by means of forces that came from the spiritual world. The best I can now contribute here must also come from higher worlds. I must not consider it as part of my ordinary consciousness. Indeed, such an individual may feel that something like a daemon, the word daemon here refers to a benevolent spiritual power, works from the spiritual world through him on the students. According to Plato, Socrates felt something like this when he spoke of his daemon as something that guided and directed him. Many attempts have been made to explain Socrates' daemon. However, to explain it, we must accept the idea that Socrates could feel something akin to what emerges from the above considerations. Based on this, we then realize that during the 3 or 4 centuries when the Socratic principle prevailed in Greece, Socrates introduced a mood into the Greek world that served as preparation for another great event. The mood I am referring to accompanied the realization that what we perceive of an individual does not comprise the whole of what enters this world from the higher one. This mood continued to prevail long after Socrates' death. The best people who had this feeling later also best understood the words, quote, "not I, but the Christ in me," unquote. They realized that Socrates had to speak of a daimon-like force working out of the higher worlds. But through the ideal of Christ, it became clear what Socrates had really meant. Of course, Socrates could not yet speak of Christ, because in his time, people could not yet find the Christ being within. Here again, we feel something of a spiritual guidance of humanity. Nothing can enter the world without preparation. Why did Paul find his best followers in Greece? Because Socratism had prepared the ground there. That is, more recent events in the development of humanity can be traced back to earlier events that prepared people to allow the later events to work upon them. This gives us an idea of how far the guiding impulse of human evolution reaches. It puts the right people at the right time in the place where they are needed for our development. In facts such as these, the guidance of humanity is evident in a general way. The end of Lecture 1. This is a reading of the lectures by Rudolf Steiner, The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity. These were in fact revised by Rudolf Steiner. This is Lecture 2. We can find an interesting parallel between what is revealed in the life of the individual and what rules in the development of humanity as a whole, if we consider, for example, what the teachers and leaders of ancient Egypt told the Greeks about the guidance and direction of Egyptian spiritual life. The story is told that when an Egyptian was asked who had guided and led his people since ancient times, he answered that in remote antiquity, gods had ruled and taught them, and that only later did human beings become their leaders. He added that the first leader they acknowledged on the physical plane as a human-like being, rather than a god, was called Menes, M-E-N-E-S. In other words, according to Greek accounts, the Egyptian leaders asserted that the gods themselves had guided and directed their people in earlier times. We must always take care to understand in the right way reports that have been handed down to us from ancient times. We need to think carefully about what the ancient Egyptians meant when they said that the gods had been their kings and great teachers. They meant that in ancient times, those people who felt in their souls a kind of higher consciousness, a wisdom from higher worlds, had to put themselves into a clairvoyant state before they could find their true inspirer and teacher. For their true teacher would approach them only when their spiritual eyes were opened. Such a person, when asked, "Who is your teacher?" would not have pointed to this or that individual, but would have entered a clairvoyant state. And we know from spiritual science that it was easier to achieve a clairvoyant state in ancient times than it is today. In that clairvoyant state, a person would have met his teacher, for in those days beings came down from the spiritual worlds who did not become incarnate in human bodies. Thus, in the remote past of ancient Egypt, the gods still ruled and taught, using human beings as their channels. At that time, however, the term gods referred to beings who had preceded human beings in their development. Spiritual science teaches us that before becoming the Earth as we know it today, the Earth passed through an earlier planetary state or condition called the moon state. During this moon state, human beings were not yet human in our sense of the word. Nevertheless, there were other beings on the old moon who had evolved to the same level as humans have now reached on the Earth, though they look very different from us. In other words, on the old moon, which perished and later developed into our Earth, there were beings we can consider as our forerunners. In Christian esotericism, these beings are called angeloi, angels, while those beings above them who reached the human stage of their development even earlier than the angels are called archangeloi, or archangels. The angeloi, known as Dionic beings or Diani in Oriental mysticism, reached the human level of their development during the moon stage. Consequently, if they completed their evolution on the old moon, they are now one level above us. At the end of earthly evolution, we will arrive at the level they reached at the end of the moon stage. When the Earth state of our planet began, and human beings appeared on it, the angels could not manifest in outer human form, because the human flesh body is essentially an earthly product, appropriate only for beings now at the human stage of development. Since the angels are a level above the human, they could not incarnate in human bodies. They could participate in the government of the earth only by enlightening and inspiring human beings who had achieved a state of clairvoyance. These higher angelic beings used clairvoyant individuals to intervene in the guidance of the earth's destiny. Thus the ancient Egyptians still remembered a time when their leaders were vividly conscious of their connection with these higher beings, called variously gods, angels, or Dionic beings. These beings who influenced humanity without incarnating in human bodies, without taking on fleshly human form, were our forerunners. They had already outgrown the level of development we have reached only now. The word superhuman is often misused these days, but in this case we can use it correctly and apply it to those beings who had already achieved the human level of development during the moon period, the planetary stage preliminary to our Earth, and have now grown beyond it. Such beings could appear on Earth only in an etheric body, and thus could be perceived only by clairvoyant individuals. That is how they came down to Earth from the spiritual worlds, and ruled on the Earth, even in post-Atlantean times. These beings had the remarkable characteristic, indeed they still have it today, that they did not need to think. In fact, it may be said that they cannot think at all the way we do. After all, how do we think? Well, usually we start from a particular point, and once we have understood it, we try to comprehend other things on the basis of this understanding. If our thinking did not follow this pattern, many people would have an easier time learning in school. Mathematics, for example, cannot be learned in a day because we must begin at one point and proceed slowly from there. This takes a long time. An entire world of ideas cannot be taken in at a glance because human thinking takes its course over time. A complex thought structure cannot be presented to the mind all at once. Rather, we must make an effort to follow it step by step. The higher beings I have described are not encumbered by this peculiar characteristic of human thinking. Instead, they realize an extensive train of thought as quickly as animals know to grab something the moment their instinct tells them it is edible. In higher beings, then, instinct and reflective consciousness are one and the same. What instincts are for animals at their evolutionary level, in their kingdom, direct spiritual thinking or direct spiritual conceptualization is for these Dionic beings or angels. And this instinct of conceptualizing inner life is what makes these higher beings so essentially different from us. Obviously, the angeloi cannot possibly use the kind of brain or physical body we have. They must use an etheric body, because the human body and brain can process thoughts only over time. The angeloi do not form their thoughts over time. They feel their wisdom flash up in them by itself, as it were. They cannot possibly make mistakes in their thinking the way we can. Their thinking is a direct inspiration. The individuals who were able to approach these superhuman or angelic beings were therefore aware of being in the presence of sure and reliable wisdom. In ancient Egypt, then, those who were teachers or rulers knew that the commandments which their spiritual guides gave them and the truths they uttered were immediately right and could not be wrong. And the people to whom these truths were then imparted felt the same way. The clairvoyant leaders of ancient times could speak in such a way that the people believed that their words came from the spiritual world. In short, there was a direct current flowing down from the higher guiding spiritual hierarchies. Thus, the next higher world of the spiritual hierarchies guides the entire evolution of humanity. It works both on the individual in childhood and on humanity as a whole. The angeloi, or superhuman beings of this realm, are one level above us and reach directly up into the spiritual spheres. From these spheres, they bring to earth what works into human culture. In the individual, this higher wisdom leaves its imprint on the formation of the body during childhood, and it formed the culture of ancient humanity in a similar way. This is how the Egyptians, who reported that they were in contact with the divine realm, experienced the openness of the human soul to the spiritual hierarchies. Just as the child's soul opens its aura to the hierarchies until the moment indicated in the previous lecture, so, through its work, humanity as a whole opened its world to the hierarchies with which it was connected. This connection to the higher hierarchies was particularly significant in the case of the holy teachers of India. These were the great teachers of the first post-Atlantean epoch, of the first Indian culture that spread in the south of Asia. After the end of the Atlantean catastrophe, then, when the physiognomy of the earth had changed and Asia, Europe, and Africa had developed in the Eastern Hemisphere in their new form, but before the time documented in ancient records, the culture of the ancient teachers of India flourished. People today generally have a completely false picture of these great Indian teachers. If, for example, an educated person of our time were to meet one of the great teachers of India, he or she would look puzzled and probably say, "This is supposed to be a wise man? That is not how I imagined a wise man." According to our current definition of the terms clever and intelligent, the ancient holy teachers of India would not have been able to say anything intelligent. By today's standards, these teachers were simple and very plain people who would have given the simplest answers to questions, even to questions pertaining to everyday life. Often it was scarcely possible to elicit anything from them other than some sparse utterance that would seem quite insignificant to the educated classes of our day. However, at certain times, these holy teachers proved to be more than merely simple people. At these times, they had to gather in groups of 7, because what each could sense individually had to harmonize as if in a 7-tone harmony with what the other 6 experienced. Each wise man was able to perceive this or that, depending on his particular faculties and development. And out of the harmony of the individual perceptions of these 7 individuals, there emerged the primeval wisdom that resounds through ancient times. Its reverberation can be heard even today, if we decipher the occult records correctly. The records I am referring to are not the revelations of the Vedas, though the Vedas are certainly marvelous in their own right. The teachings of these holy men of ancient India precede the writing of the Vedas by a long time. The Vedas, those tremendous works, are only a faint echo of those earlier teachings. When these wise teachers faced one of the angeloi, or superhuman forerunners of humanity, and looked clairvoyantly into the higher worlds, listening all the while clairaudiently to this being, Their eyes shone like the sun, and what they were able to impart then had an awe-inspiring effect on the people around them. All who heard them knew that they were not speaking out of human wisdom or human experience, but that gods, superhuman beings, were intervening in human culture. The ancient cultures originated from this influx of divine wisdom. The gate to the divine spiritual world was completely open for the human soul during Atlantean times. In the course of the post-Atlantean periods, however, gradually the gate closed. Little by little, people in many countries felt that human beings had to rely more and more on themselves. Here we can see again that the development of humanity as a whole parallels that of the child. At first, the divine spiritual world still extends into the child's unconscious soul, which is active in the formation of the body. Then comes the moment when each person begins to perceive himself or herself as an I, capital, the first moment one can remember. Before this lies a time we cannot in any ordinary way usually recall. This is why it is said that even the wisest among us can still learn something from the soul of the child, as it is in the time before memory develops. Thereafter, the individual is left to his or her own devices. I consciousness appears, and we become able to remember our experiences. In the same way, there came a time when nations began to feel themselves cut off from the divine inspiration of their forefathers. For just as we are separated more and more from the aura guiding us during our early childhood years, so in the life of nations, the divine forebears gradually and increasingly withdrew. As a result, human beings were left to their own research and their own knowledge. In historical records that describe this development, we can feel the intervention of the guides of humanity. The ancient Egyptians called the first founder of culture, who was human rather than divine, Menes, and they dated the human possibility of error from the same moment, because from then on human beings had to rely on the instrument of the brain. The ancient Orientals likewise gave the name Manes to the human being as thinker, and called the first bearer of human thinking Manu. The Greeks called the first developer of the principle of human thought Minos, with whom the legend of the labyrinth is associated. The fact that human beings can fall into error is symbolized by the labyrinth. Labyrinths were first built at the time when the gods withdrew from human beings. They are, of course, images of the convolutions of the brain in which the thinker can get lost. At the time of Minos, people sensed that they had gradually moved away from being guided directly by the gods, and were developing a new form of guidance in which the I experienced the influence of the higher spiritual world. To summarize, besides the forerunners of the human race, who completed their human stage on the moon and have now become angels, there are other beings who did not complete their development at that time. While the angeloi or Dianic beings advanced one level above ours, at the moment when human evolution began on Earth, these other beings, like the higher categories of Luciferic beings, did not complete their human evolution on the old moon, and thus remain somehow incomplete. Thus, when the earthly condition of our planet began, these early human beings were not alone. They received inspiration from divine spiritual beings. Without their inspiration, like children without guidance, these early human beings would have been unable to progress. Therefore, the beings who had completed their evolution on the old moon were indirectly present on the earth with them. Between these angelic beings and early childlike humankind, however, there lived beings who had not completed their evolution on the old moon. These beings, of course, were on a higher level than we are, because they could have become angels during the old moon period. But they had not reached full maturity then, and thus remained below the angels, although they are still far superior to us in terms of typically human attributes. Indeed, these beings who stand between us and the angels occupy the lowest level among the multitudes of Luciferic spirits. The realm of the Luciferic beings begins with them. It is extraordinarily easy to misunderstand these beings. We could ask why the divine spirits, the rulers of the good, permitted such beings to remain behind, thus allowing the Luciferic principle to enter humanity. While we may object that the good gods will certainly turn everything to the good, this question nevertheless suggests itself. Another misunderstanding arises if we consider these beings as simply evil. To think that these beings are evil, however, is to misunderstand them because, although they are the source of evil in human evolution, they are not evil at all. Rather, they just stand midway between us and the superhuman beings. In a certain way, indeed, these beings are more perfect than we are. They have already achieved a high level of mastery in all the capacities we still have to acquire. At the same time, unlike the angelic forerunners of the human race, these Luciferic beings, because they did not complete their human stage of development on the old moon, are still able to incarnate in human bodies during earthly evolution. The Angeloi, on the other hand, the great inspirers of humanity, upon whom the ancient Egyptians still relied, cannot appear in human bodies, but can only reveal themselves through human beings. Thus, in their remote past, besides human beings and angels, there existed beings who were neither angels nor humans, and were able to incarnate in human bodies. Indeed, in Lemurian and Atlantean times, a number of individuals bore such retarded angelic beings within them as their innermost core. During those periods, ordinary human beings, who were to develop through successive incarnations to an appropriate level of the human ideal, coexisted with beings who looked outwardly like ordinary people. These Luciferic beings had to clothe themselves in human bodies, because earthly conditions require the outward form of a physical body. Thus, particularly in ancient times, humanity lived side by side with these other beings who belonged to the lowest category of Luciferic individualities. While the angels worked on human culture through human individuals, the Luciferic beings incarnated and founded cultures in various places. The legends of ancient peoples often talk about great persons who established cultures in this or that particular place. These were embodied Luciferic beings. However, it would be wrong to assume that because such an individual was an incarnation of a Luciferic being, he or she was therefore necessarily evil. In fact, human culture has received countless blessings from these beings. According to spiritual science, in ancient times, specifically in the Atlantean period, there existed a kind of human primal or root language that was the same over all the earth, because speech in those times came much more out of the innermost core of the soul than it does today. The following will make this clear. In Atlantean times, people experienced outer impressions in such a way that to give expression to something external, the soul was compelled to use a consonant. Thus, what was presented in space, the universe and everything in it, induced people to imitate everything around them with consonants. People felt the wind blowing, the sound of waves, the shelter a house provides, and imitated these experiences by means of consonants. On the other hand, people's inner experiences, such as pain or joy, were imitated by vowels. Thus one can see that in speech, the soul became one with external events or beings. The Akashic Chronicle reveals, for example, that when people in the past approached a hut arching over a family, sheltering and protecting the people, they observed primarily its shape curving around the inhabitants. This protective curving of the hut was expressed through a consonant, but the fact that there were ensouled bodies in the hut, people could feel this sympathetically, was expressed through a vowel. Gradually, the concept of protection emerged. Quote, I have protection for human beings, unquote. This concept was expressed in consonants and vowels, which were not arbitrary, but an unambiguous and direct expression of the experience. This was the case everywhere on earth. The existence of a primal language, common to all people, is not a figment of the imagination. To a certain extent, the initiates of every nation are still able to understand this original language. Every language contains certain sounds reminiscent of it. In fact, our modern languages are the relics of the primeval, universal human language. This original language was inspired by the superhuman beings, our true forerunners, who completed their development on the moon. If there had been no other influence than this, the entire human race would basically have remained unified. There would have been one universal way of speaking and thinking everywhere on earth. Individuality and diversity could not have developed, and human freedom likewise could not have been established. Divisions and splits in humanity were necessary for the development of human individuality. Languages became different in each region of the earth because of the work of those teachers who were an incarnation of a Luciferic being. These Luciferic or retarded angelic beings used the language of the nation in which they incarnated for their teaching. Thus, we owe the fact that every nation speaks a particular non-universal language to the presence of such great enlightening teachers, who were in fact retarded angelic beings, who had reached a far higher level than the human beings around them. Beings like the early heroes, celebrated by the ancient Greeks who worked in human form, for example, as well as beings who worked in human form in other nations, were such incarnations of angelic beings who had not completed their development. Clearly, then, these beings cannot be dismissed as completely evil. On the contrary, they have provided what has destined the human race to be free by introducing diversity into what would otherwise have remained universally uniform over the whole earth. This is true for many other aspects of life, as well as for languages. Individualization, differentiation, and freedom were due to the beings who remained behind on the moon. To be sure, it may be said that the wise leadership of the world intended to guide all beings to their goal in the planetary evolution. However, if this had been done directly, certain other things would not have been achieved. Certain beings are held back in their development because they have a special task in the evolution of humanity. The beings who had completely fulfilled their task on the moon would have created only a uniform humanity, and therefore they had to be opposed by the Luciferic beings. And this in turn gave these Luciferic beings the possibility of changing something that was actually a defect into something good. On this basis, we can consider the question of why evil, imperfection, and disease exist in the world from a wider perspective. We can look at evil in exactly the same way we have just looked at the imperfect, retarded angelic beings. Everything that is at one time imperfect or retarded in its development is changed into something good in the course of evolution. This is, of course, no justification of our evil deeds. This also tells us why the wise government of the world holds back the development of certain beings and prevents them from reaching their goal. The reason is that the holding back will serve a good purpose in subsequent evolutionary periods. In ancient times, when the nations were not yet able to direct themselves, teachers guided particular eras and particular individuals. In a sense, all the teachers of the nations, Cadmos, Cecrops, Pelops, Theseus, and so on, bore an angelic being in the innermost depths of their soul. This is a clear indication that humanity is in fact subject to guidance and direction in this respect as well. Thus, at each stage of evolution, there are beings who fail to reach the goal they should have attained. In ancient Egyptian civilization, which flourished several thousand years ago on the banks of the Nile, superhuman teachers revealed themselves to the people and were considered by them to be divine guides. At the same time, however, other beings were active who had not yet completely reached the level of angels. The ancient Egyptians had attained a certain level of development. That is, the souls of people today had developed to a certain level during the Egyptian period. Thus, the guidance I am talking about here has a twofold benefit. It helps the person who is guided to achieve something, and it also helps the guiding beings to advance in their development. For example, an angel is more after having guided people for a while than it was before taking this guiding role. In other words, angels advance through their guiding work. Full, in quotes, angels, as well as those who have not yet completed their development. All beings can advance at all times. Everything is in continuous development. Nevertheless, at each stage, some beings remain behind and fail to complete their development. Ancient Egyptian culture, therefore, was influenced by three categories of beings: divine leaders or angels, semi-divine leaders who had not yet fully reached the level of angels, and human beings. Now, while the human beings on earth progressed in their evolution during the ancient Egyptian period, some superhuman beings or angels were held back. That is, they did not fulfill their guiding role in a way that would have allowed them to bring all of their powers to expression. Consequently, these beings remained behind as angels and did not develop further. Similarly, the imperfect, retarded angelic beings who had not yet developed to the level of the full angels were also arrested in their development. Thus, when the Egypto-Chaldean cultural period drew to a close and the Greco-Latin period began, guiding beings from the earlier cultural epoch who had not finished their development were still present. However, they could now no longer use their powers because their place in guiding humanity had been taken over by other angels or semi-angelic beings. As a result, these beings who were left over, so to speak, were unable to continue their own evolution. Thus, we have a category of beings who could have used their powers during the Egyptian period, but did not do so to the full extent possible, and so were unable, in the subsequent Greco-Latin period, to use their own forces, because other guiding beings had taken their place. In addition, the nature and character of the Greco-Latin epoch also made their intervention impossible. Earlier we saw that the beings who had not evolved to the level of angels on the old moon later had the task of actively participating in the earthly evolution of humanity. By the same token, those guiding beings who did not complete their development in the Egypto-Chaldean period are similarly meant to intervene in human development in a later epoch. This is to say that in a given later cultural epoch, the normal progress of human evolution is to be directed by beings whose turn it is to take on a guiding role. But at the same time, other beings will be active who did not develop fully in earlier times. For instance, those who failed to complete the development in the ancient Egyptian epoch. This characterization applies to our own period as well. That is, we live in a time when, besides the normal leaders of humanity, the incompletely developed beings from the ancient Egypto-Chaldean cultural period actively intervene. To understand the unfolding of events and beings, we must see events in the physical world as effects, revelations of causes or archetypes that lie in the spiritual world. Our culture, by and large, is characterized by a trend toward spirituality. The urgent striving for spirituality we see in many people is the result of the work of those spiritual guides who have attained the development level appropriate to them. These normally developed spiritual guides of our evolution are at work in everything that can lead us to the great treasures of spiritual wisdom that theosophy, anthroposophy can impart to us. However, the beings who did not develop properly during the Egypto-Chaldean period are also shaping the cultural trends of our time. They are at work in much that is thought and done in the present and the near future. In particular, these beings are active in everything that gives our culture a materialistic cast, but often their influence can be felt even in the trend toward the spiritual. Indeed, we are experiencing what amounts to a resurrection of Egyptian culture in our time. The beings invisibly guiding events in the physical world thus belong to one of two classes. The first comprises those spiritual individualities who developed properly and normally up to our time. These were able to help in the guidance of our culture at the time when the leaders of the Greco-Latin period preceding our own gradually completed their mission of guiding humanity through the first Christian millennium. The second class works together with the first and consists of those spiritual individualities who did not complete their development in the Egypto-Chaldean period. These had to remain inactive during the Greco-Latin period, but they can actively participate in guiding us now, because our time is very similar to the Egypto-Chaldean period. That is why much in contemporary culture seems to be a resurrection of ancient Egyptian forces. However, the forces that worked spiritually in ancient Egypt now frequently appear recast in materialistic form. Let us look, for example, at the way ancient Egyptian knowledge is being revived today. In this connection, we may think of Kepler, who was imbued with a sense of the harmony of the structure of the cosmos, and expressed this harmony in the important mathematical laws of celestial mechanics called Kepler's laws. These laws may appear to us now rather dry and abstract, but they grew directly out of Kepler's perception of the harmony of the universe. Kepler himself wrote that to be able to make his discoveries, he had to penetrate the holy mysteries of the Egyptians and steal the holy vessels from their temples. What he thus brought the world will not be understood in its full significance for humanity until much later. Kepler's words are not mere phrases. Rather, they indicate that he vaguely sensed that he was re-experiencing what he had learned in Egyptian times during his incarnation in that epoch. Indeed, we can assume that in a past life, Kepler had deeply studied and penetrated ancient Egyptian wisdom, which then reappeared in his soul in a new form appropriate to modern times. Understandably, the Egyptian spirit brings a materialistic trend into our culture, since a strong element of materialism existed in Egyptian spirituality. For example, the Egyptians embalmed corpses. That is, they attached great importance to the preservation of the physical body. Our funerary customs, though with appropriate modifications, derive from this Egyptian tradition. The same forces that failed to develop properly at that time are now again actively participating in human evolution, though, of course, in a different way. The modern worship of mere matter grew out of the outlook that made the embalming of bodies important. The Egyptians embalmed the bodies of their dead and thus preserved something they considered very important. They believed that the further development of the soul after death was linked to the preservation of the physical body. In the same way, modern anatomists dissect the physical body and think that they are learning something about the laws of the human organism. Today, the forces of the ancient Egyptian and Chaldean worlds that were progressive then have become regressive and are at work in modern science. To fully appreciate the character of our present time, we must come to know these forces. If we remain ignorant of their significance, these forces will harm us. Only if we are aware of their activity and can find a right relationship to them will they not be harmful. Only through knowing them will we be able to guide these forces to good ends. They must be put to use, for without them we would not have the great achievements of technology, industry, and so on. These forces belong to the lowest rank of Luciferic beings. We must see them for what they are. Otherwise, we begin to believe that no other impulses than the modern materialistic ones exist, and we fail to see other forces that can guide us upward to the spiritual realm. For this reason, we must clearly distinguish two spiritual streams in our time. If the wise powers guiding the world had not retarded the development of these luciferic beings during the Egypto-Chaldean period, our era would lack a certain necessary gravity. Only the forces that would bring us at all costs into the spiritual realm would then be working on us. Of course, we would be only too inclined to give in to them and would become dreamers and visionaries. We would be interested in life only if it became spiritualized as quickly as possible. A certain contempt for the physical material world would then be our typical attitude. However, to fulfill its mission, our present cultural epoch has to bring the forces of the material world fully to fruition so that their sphere can be conquered for spirituality. We can be tempted and seduced by the most beautiful things if we pursue them one-sidedly, and this one-sidedness, if it takes hold, can also turn every good endeavor and striving into fanaticism. It is true that humanity advances through its noble impulses, but it is also true that the impassioned and fanatic advocacy of the noblest impulses can bring about the worst results for our development. Only when we strive toward the highest goals with humility and clarity, and not out of impassioned enthusiasm, will wholesome and healthy developments for the progress of humanity result. Therefore, the wisdom at work in guiding the world arrested the development of those forces that should have fully evolved during the Egyptian cultural epoch. This was done to give the achievements of our era a certain necessary weight, thereby enabling us to understand the material world, the things on the physical plane. These same forces now direct our attention toward physical life. Thus, humanity develops under the guidance of beings that have progressed properly and of other beings that failed to do so. People with clairvoyant vision can observe the cooperation of the two classes of beings in the supersensible world. They can understand the spiritual processes of which the physical events around us are the manifestation. Of course, opening our spiritual eye or spiritual ear to the spiritual world through exercises of some kind is not sufficient to enable us to understand what is happening in the world process. It only allows us to see what is there, to recognize that there are spiritual beings of the soul or of the spiritual realm. In addition to this, we must also be able to distinguish, to cognize the different kinds of spiritual beings involved in the world process. We cannot tell just by looking whether a being of the soul or spiritual realm is developing appropriately or whether its development has been arrested. We do not know whether it advances or hinders our evolution. If we develop clairvoyant abilities but do not also gain a full understanding of the conditions of human development as we have described them, we will never be able to tell what type of being we are encountering. Thus, clairvoyance must always be accompanied by a clear assessment of what we perceive in the supersensible world. This is particularly necessary in our own time. It was not always so. In very ancient cultures, things were quite different. In ancient Egypt, for example, clairvoyants could identify to what group a being of the supersensible world belonged, because that information was as if written on its forehead. Therefore, clairvoyants could not mistake one being for another. Nowadays, however, the danger of misunderstanding and mistaking one being for another is very great. In ancient times, people were still close to the realm of the spiritual hierarchies and could recognize the beings they encountered. Now, however, errors are easily possible, and the only way to protect ourselves against serious harm is to make an effort to grasp concepts and ideas such as those presented here. In esotericism, a person who is able to see into the spiritual world is called a clairvoyant. But as I have said, just being a clairvoyant is not enough, because clairvoyants, though they can see in the supersensible world, cannot distinguish. Therefore, people who have developed the ability to distinguish between the beings and events of the higher worlds are called initiates. Initiation is what enables us to distinguish between various types of beings. People can be clairvoyant and see into the higher worlds without also being initiates. In ancient times, being able to distinguish between these beings was not especially important, for once the ancient mystery schools had brought their students to the point of clairvoyance, there was no great danger of making mistakes. Now, however, the danger of falling into error is very great. Therefore, in all esoteric schooling, the development of clairvoyance must always be accompanied by initiation. As people become clairvoyant, they must also become able to distinguish between the particular types of supersensible beings and occurrences they perceive. In modern times, the powers guiding humanity are faced with the special task of creating a balance between the principles of clairvoyance and initiation. At the beginning of the modern period, the leading spiritual teachers necessarily had to consider what I have just explained. As a matter of principle, therefore, the esoteric spiritual movement that is suited to our time works to establish the right relationship between clairvoyance and initiation. This balanced relationship became necessary when, in the 13th century, humanity underwent a crisis in regard to its faculty of higher cognition. Around the year 1250, in fact, we find the period in which people felt most cut off from the spiritual world. Clairvoyant exploration of this time reveals that even the outstanding minds striving for higher cognition had to admit that their ability to know the physical world was limited by their reason, intellect, and spiritual knowledge. They felt that human research and the human capacity to know would never enable them to reach the spiritual world. In fact, they only knew of the existence of a spiritual world because reports of it had been handed down from previous generations. In the 13th century, then, direct spiritual perception of the higher worlds had become darkened and more difficult. It was with good reason, therefore, that at the height of scholasticism, people believed that human knowledge was restricted to the physical world. By about 1250, people had to draw the boundary between what they believed on the basis of the traditions handed down to them and what they could perceive and understand on their own. The latter was limited to the physical sensory world. Later, a new era dawned when it began to be possible again to gain direct insight into the spiritual world. However, this new clairvoyance is different from the old one that had more or less disappeared by the year 1250. For this new form of clairvoyance, Western esotericism had to lay down the strict principle that initiation must always guide our spiritual ears and eyes. This characterizes the special task that the esoteric stream then introduced into Europe had taken upon itself. As the year 1250 approached, a new way of guiding human beings toward the supersensible worlds began to take hold. This new guidance was prepared by the spirits that worked in that time behind the outer events of history. Already, centuries earlier, they had prepared what would be necessary for esoteric schooling under the conditions that would prevail after 1250. If the term modern esotericism is not a misnomer, we can apply it to the spiritual work of these more highly developed individuals. Conventional history, focusing only on outer events, knows nothing of them, but their deeds have affected all cultural developments in the West since the 13th century. The significance of the year 1250 for the spiritual development of humanity becomes especially clear if we consider the following result of clairvoyant research. Even individualities who had already reached high levels of spiritual development in their previous incarnations, and incarnated again around 1250, had to experience a complete, though temporary, obscuring of their direct vision of the spiritual world. Even completely enlightened individuals were as though cut off from the spiritual world and knew about it only from their memories of earlier incarnations. From this we can see that a new element obviously had to appear in the spiritual guidance of humanity. This new element is true modern esotericism. It enables us to fully understand how what we call the Christ impulse can take part in guiding humanity, as well as each individual, in all activities and aspects of life. The Christ principle was first assimilated by human souls in the period between the mystery of Golgotha and the advent of modern esotericism. During this period, people accepted Christ unconsciously as far as their higher spiritual forces were concerned. Later, when people had to accept Christ consciously, they made all sorts of mistakes. In their understanding of Christ, they were led into a labyrinth. In those first years of Christianity, the Christ impulse took root in lower, subordinate soul forces. This was followed by a time, one in which we are still living, in which people began to understand the Christ principle with their higher soul capacities. In fact, even today, we are only at the beginning of this understanding. Indeed, as I will explain in the next chapter, the decline of supersensible cognition up to the 13th century, and its slow revival in a new and different form since then, coincide with the intervention of the Christ impulse in human history. Modern esotericism, therefore, may be understood as the elevation of the Christ impulse into the leading element in the guidance of those souls who want to work on gaining a knowledge of the higher worlds that is appropriate to current developmental conditions. The end of Lecture 2. This is the reading of the book, The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity by Rudolf Steiner. Originally, it was a set of 3 lectures that has been rewritten by Rudolf Steiner, revised, rarely done. This is Lecture 3, and there's also an appendix. As I explained in my preceding remarks, it is the beings who completed their human stage of development during the previous incarnation of the Earth, the Old Moon period, who guide human spiritual evolution. Their guidance, however, is obstructed and opposed by beings who did not complete their development during the Moon period. Nevertheless, while these imperfect beings obstruct the guiding activity of those who completed their development, they also paradoxically further it. The resistance they offer to our progress strengthens, solidifies, and lends increased weight and significance to the forces that are called forth by the beings who advance our development. In Christian esotericism, these classes of superhuman beings who have attained the developmental level immediately above our own, both those who advance our development and those who help us by introducing obstacles, are called angels or angeloi. Above them are the beings of the higher hierarchies, the archangels, archai, and so on, who also take part in guiding humanity. In each of these hierarchies, we find beings of varying degrees of perfection. At the beginning of the present Earth's evolution, for instance, we find angeloi of higher and lower standing. Those of higher standing barely attained the minimum level of development when the Moon stage of evolution ended and the Earth stage began, while those of higher standing had passed far beyond it. Between these two types are to be found angeloi of every possible level of development, whose participation in the guidance of human evolution on Earth is in accordance with the level they have attained. Thus, the beings who had the guiding role in Egyptian cultural development were those who had reached a higher stage of perfection on the Moon than those who guided humanity during the Greco-Latin age, and these, in turn, were more perfect than the beings who guide us now. Those who were to guide humanity later trained themselves for this task during the Egyptian and the Greek periods. By this means, they were prepared to guide a culture that had progressed further. In the time period following the Atlantean catastrophe, 7 successive cultural epochs may be distinguished. First, the ancient Indian, second, the ancient Persian, third, the Egypto-Chaldean, and fourth, the Greco-Latin. Footnote: ancient Persian here does not refer to what is called Persian in ordinary history, but rather to an ancient Asian prehistoric Iranian culture that developed in the region where the Persian Empire flourished later. End of footnote. Our own period, which began around the 12th century, constitutes the 5th cultural epoch. And although we are still in the middle of it, the first preparations for the 6th epoch are already underway. In other words, these individual periods of evolution overlap and transitions are very gradual. A 7th post-Atlantean epoch will follow the 6th. Looking more closely at the guidance of humanity, we realize that it was only in the 3rd cultural epoch, the Egypto-Chaldean, that the angels or lower Dionic beings became, to some extent, independent guides of human evolution. This was not the case in the ancient Persian period. The angels then did not yet possess this independence and were subordinate to a higher guidance to a greater degree than they were during the Egyptian period. In ancient Persian times, angels still worked according to the impulses of the hierarchy above them. Thus, although everything was already subject to the angels' guidance, they themselves submitted to the direction of the archangels, archangeloi. In the age of ancient India, on the other hand, during which post-Atlantean life reached unequaled spiritual heights, natural heights, under the guidance of great human teachers, the archangels themselves were still subject to a higher guidance, namely that of the archai, or primal beginnings. Thus we may say that from the Indian period on, through the ancient Persian and Egypto-Chaldean cultures, certain beings of the higher hierarchies increasingly withdrew from the direct guidance of humanity. Consequently, by the time of the 4th Greco-Latin post-Atlantean cultural period, human beings had become, in certain respects, entirely independent. To be sure, the superhuman beings described above still guided human evolution, but they held the reins as loosely as possible. As a result, the spiritual beings guiding humanity benefited as much from our actions as we did ourselves. This explains the entirely human character of the Greco-Roman period. Human beings were left completely to their own resources. The characteristics of art and political life in the Greek and Roman epochs grew out of this necessity of human beings to live out their individuality in their own way. When we consider very early periods of cultural history, we find humanity guided by beings who had reached their human level of development in earlier planetary stages. The 4th Greco-Latin epoch was intended to test human beings to the greatest extent possible. For this reason, the entire spiritual leadership of humanity had to be arranged in a new way. In our epoch, the 5th post-Atlantean one, the beings guiding us belonged to the same hierarchy that ruled the ancient Egyptians and Chaldeans. The beings who were guiding people then are in fact now resuming their activities. As I said above, certain of these beings remained behind in their development, and we can feel their influence now in today's materialistic feelings and perceptions. Both the angelic or lower Dionic beings that advance our development, as well as those who try to obstruct it, progressed in their development by guiding the ancient Egyptians and Chaldeans through qualities they had themselves acquired in very ancient times. At the same time, through their work of guidance, they advanced their own development. Thus, these advancing angeloi are guiding our 5th post-Atlantean epoch, with abilities they acquired during the Egypto-Chaldean period. As a result of this progress, they can now develop very special capabilities. Namely, they have qualified themselves to be filled with forces that flow from the most important being of the whole of earthly evolution. The power of Christ works on them. This power works not only in the physical world through Jesus of Nazareth, but also in the spiritual worlds on superhuman beings. Christ exists not only for the earth, but also for these higher beings. The beings who guided ancient Egypto-Chaldean culture were not then guided by Christ. They submitted to Christ's guidance only later. This submission was the step in their development that enabled them to guide the fifth post-Atlantean period under Christ's influence. Now they are followers of Christ in the higher worlds. On the other hand, the angelic beings I have described as obstructing our development were held back in their development precisely because they did not submit to Christ's leadership and continued to work independently. This is why the materialistic trend in our culture will become more and more pronounced. There will be a materialistic stream guided by the Egypto-Chaldean spirits whose development was held back. Most of what is called modern materialistic science is under this influence. Besides this influence, a second, different stream is also making itself felt. This is geared to helping us find the Christ principle, as we call it, in all we do. For example, some people today claim that our world consists, in the final analysis, only of atoms. Who instills into human beings the idea that the world consists only of atoms? They get this idea from the superhuman angelic beings whose development was arrested during the Egypto-Chaldean period. However, the angelic beings who reached their goal in the ancient Egypto-Chaldean cultural period and encountered Christ at that time can instill other ideas in us. They can teach us that substance is permeated with the Spirit of Christ, right down to the smallest parts of the world. And, however strange it may seem now, a time will come when chemistry and physics will not be taught as they are today under the influence of the Egypto-Chaldean spirits, whose development was held back. Instead, scientists will teach that matter is built up piece by piece the way Christ ordered it. People will find that Christ, even in the laws of chemistry and physics, and a spiritual chemistry and a spiritual physics will develop. Let me read that again. People will find Christ even in the laws of chemistry and physics, and a spiritual chemistry and a spiritual physics will develop. Undoubtedly, this now seems to many people merely a daydream or worse, but yesterday's folly is often tomorrow's wisdom. Careful observers can already discern the factors working toward this end in our cultural development. At the same time, of course, such observers know only too well the scientific or philosophical objections that can be raised, with apparent justification, against this supposed folly. On the basis of the assumptions presented here, we can understand the advantages the guiding superhuman beings have over us. Post-Atlantean humanity encountered Christ when the Christ event entered human history in the fourth post-Atlantean or Greco-Latin epoch. The superhuman guiding beings encountered Christ during the Egypto-Chaldean period and worked their way up toward him. Then, during the Greco-Latin epoch, they had to leave humanity to its fate in order later to take part in guiding its development again. Today, when we practice theosophy, anthroposophy, this means that we acknowledge that the superhuman beings who guided humanity in the past are now continuing their guiding function by submitting themselves to Christ's leadership. The same is also true for other beings. In the ancient Persian epoch, archangels took part in guiding humanity. They submitted to the leadership of Christ even earlier than the beings of the lower hierarchies. Zarathustra, for example, turned the attention of his followers and his people to the sun, telling them that the great spirit Ahura Mazda, quote, he who will come down to earth, unquote, lives in the sun. The archangels who guided Zarathustra taught him about the great sun guide, who had not yet come down to earth, but had only started on his way, so as to later be able to intervene directly in earthly evolution. Similarly, the guiding beings presiding over the great teachers of India taught them about the Christ of the future. It is an error to think that these teachers knew nothing about Christ. They only said he was above their sphere, and that they could not reach him. As in our fifth cultural epoch, it is the angels who bring Christ into our spiritual development, so in the sixth cultural epoch, we will be guided by the beings who guided the ancient Persian epoch. The spirits of primal beginning, the Archai, who guided humanity in ancient India, will, under Christ, guide humanity in the seventh cultural epoch. In Greco-Latin times, Christ came down from spiritual heights and revealed himself in the flesh and the body of Jesus of Nazareth. He descended right into the physical world. When they are ready, human beings will find Christ again in the next higher world. In the future, Christ will no longer be found in the physical world, but only in the worlds directly above it. After all, human beings will not always remain as they are now. We will become more mature and will find Christ in the spiritual world, as Paul did in the event on the road to Damascus, an event that prophetically foreshadows the future. And as the great teachers who led humanity in the Egypto-Chaldean epoch also guide us, so too it will be they who will lead us in the 20th century to a vision of Christ similar to the one Paul saw. They will show us that Christ works not only on the earth, but spiritualizes the entire solar system. Then in the seventh cultural epoch, the reincarnated holy teachers of India will proclaim Christ as the Great Spirit, whose presence they first sensed in the unity of Brahman, but which received its meaning and content only through Christ. They will recognize Christ as the spirit they believed to rule above their sphere. Thus, step by step, humanity is led into the spiritual world. To speak of Christ as the leader of successive worlds and of the higher hierarchies is the teaching of the science that has unfolded since the 12th and 13th centuries under the sign of the Rose Cross, a science that has increasingly proven essential for humanity. Looking at Christ from this perspective, we gain new insights into the being who lived in Palestine and then fulfilled the mystery of Golgotha, as the following shows. There have been many different views of Christ before today's. For example, certain Christian Gnostics of the first centuries claimed that the Christ who lived in Palestine did not have a physical body of flesh at all, but had only an apparent etheric body that became visible to physical eyes. Consequently, since for them only an etheric body was present, they said Christ's death on the cross was not a real death, but only an apparent one. There were also various disputes among the adherents of Christianity. For example, the famous dispute between the Arians and the Athanasians. Arians is A-R-I-A-N, maybe Arians or something, Arians. Let me read that again. There were also various disputes among the adherents of Christianity. For example, the famous dispute between the Arians and the Athanasians and so on, as well as many different interpretations of the true nature of Christ. Many different views of Christ, indeed, have been held by people right into our own time. Spiritual science, however, must see Christ not just as an earthly being, but as a cosmic being. In a certain sense, we human beings are also cosmic beings. We live a dual life, a physical life in the physical body from birth until death, and a life in the spiritual worlds between death and rebirth. While we are incarnated in the physical body, we are dependent on the earth because the physical body is subject to the living conditions and forces of the earth. We ingest the substances and forces of the earth, and we are also part of the earth's physical organism. But once we have passed through the portal of death, we no longer belong to the forces of the earth. Yet it would be wrong to imagine that having passed through the portal of death, we do not belong to any forces at all. For after death, we are connected with the forces of the solar system and the other galaxies. Between death and rebirth, we live in and belong to the cosmos in the same way as between birth and death we live in the earthly realm and belong to the elements of air, water, earth, and so on. After death, we enter the realm of cosmic influences, For example, the planets affect us not only with gravity and other physical forces explained by physical astronomy, but also with their spiritual forces. Indeed, we are connected with these cosmic spiritual forces after death, each of us in a particular way appropriate to our individuality. Just as a person born in Europe has a different relationship to temperature conditions and so on than a person born in Australia, so each of us similarly has a unique individual relationship to the forces working on us during life after death. One person may have a closer relationship to the forces of Mars, while another is more closely connected to those of Jupiter, and yet others may have a closer relationship to the forces of the entire galaxy, and so on. These forces also lead us back to the Earth, to our new life. Thus, before our rebirth, we are connected with the entire starry universe. The unique relationship of an individual to the cosmic system determines which forces lead him or her back to Earth. They also determine to which parents and to which locality we are brought. The impulse to incarnate in one place or another, in this or that family, in this or that nation, at this or that point in time, is determined by the way the individual is integrated into the cosmos before birth. In the past, the German language had an expression that poignantly characterized the birth of an individual. When someone was born, people said that he or she had, quote-unquote, become young. German ist jung geworden. Unconsciously, this expression indicates that following death, we are first subject to the forces that made us old in our previous incarnation. But just before our new birth, these are replaced by other forces that make us young again. In his drama Faust, Goethe says of someone that he became young in Nebelland, the land of mist. Nebelland is the old name for medieval Germany. People who are knowledgeable about these things can read the forces that determine a person's path in his or her physical life. On this basis, horoscopes are cast. Each of us is assigned a particular horoscope in which the forces are revealed that have led us into this life. For example, if in a particular horoscope Mars is above Aries, this means that certain Aries forces cannot pass through Mars, but are weakened instead. Thus, human beings on their way into physical existence can get their bearings through their horoscope. Before ending this discussion, which after all seems a daring one in our time, we should note that most of what is presented today in this area is the purest dilettantism and pure superstition. As far as the world at large is concerned, the true science of these things has largely been lost. Therefore, the principles presented here should not be judged according to the claims of modern astrology, which is highly questionable. The active forces of the starry world push us into physical incarnation. Clairvoyant perception allows us to see in a person's organization that he or she is indeed the result of the working together of such cosmic forces. I want to illustrate this in a hypothetical form that nevertheless corresponds fully to clairvoyant perceptions. If we examined the structure of a person's brain clairvoyantly and could see that certain functions are located in certain places and give rise to certain processes, we would find that each person's brain is different. No two people have the same brain. If we could take a picture of the entire brain with all its details visible, we would get a different picture for each person. If we photographed a person's brain at the moment of birth and took a picture of the sky directly above his or her birthplace, the two pictures would be alike. The stars in the photograph of the sky would be arranged in the same way as certain parts of the brain in the other picture. Thus our brain is really a picture of the heavens, and we each have a different picture depending on where and when we were born. This indicates that we are born out of the entire universe. This insight gives us an idea of the way the macrocosm manifests in the individual, and from this, in turn, we can understand how it manifests in Christ. If we were to think that after the baptism, the macrocosm lived in Christ in the same way as it does in any other human being, we would have the wrong idea. Let us consider for a moment Jesus of Nazareth and his extraordinary life. At the beginning of the Christian era, 2 boys named Jesus were born. One belonged to the Nathan line of the house of David, the other to the Solomon line of the same house. These 2 boys were born at approximately, though not exactly, the same time. In the Solomon child, portrayed in the Gospel of St. Matthew, the individuality who had lived earlier as Zarathustra incarnated. Thus, in the Jesus depicted in the Gospel of St. Matthew, we actually encounter the reincarnated Zarathustra, or Zoroaster. The individuality of Zarathustra grew up in this child, just as Matthew describes it, until the boy's 12th year. Then Zarathustra left his body and entered the body of the other Jesus, the one described by the Gospel of St. Luke. That is why at this moment, the child Jesus so suddenly became entirely different from what he had previously been. When his parents found him in the temple in Jerusalem after the spirit of Zarathustra had entered him, they were astonished. This is shown by the fact that they could not understand what he said when they found him, for they knew only the Nathan Jesus as he had been before. The Jesus who now stood before them could talk as he did to the scribes in the temple, because the spirit of Zarathustra had now entered into him. The spirit of Zarathustra lived and matured to a still higher perfection in this Jesus, who came from the Nathan line of the house of David up to his 30th year. It should also be noted that impulses from the Buddha streamed out of the spiritual world into the astral body of this youth, in whom the spirit of Zarathustra now lived. It is true, as the Eastern tradition teaches, that the Buddha was born as a bodhisattva and only reached the rank of Buddha on earth in his 29th year. When Gautama Buddha was still a small child, Asita, the great Indian sage, came weeping to the royal palace. As a seer, Asita knew this royal child would become the Buddha. He only regretted that since he was already an old man, he would not live to see the son of Suddhodana become Buddha. This wise man, Asita, was reborn in the time of Jesus of Nazareth. It is he who is introduced in St. Luke's Gospel as the temple priest and sees the Buddha reveal himself in the Nathan Jesus. And because he saw this, he said, quote, "Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for mine eyes have seen thy salvation." End quote, Luke 2:29 and 30. Through the astral body of this Jesus boy, the one presented in the Gospel of St. Luke, Asita could see what he had not been able to see in India, the Bodhisattva who has become Buddha. All of this was necessary for the development of the body that was to receive the baptism by John in the River Jordan. At the moment of the baptism, the individuality of Zarathustra left behind the threefold body, physical, etheric, and astral, of the Jesus who had grown up in the complicated way that enabled Zarathustra's spirit to dwell in him. For the reborn Zarathustra had had to undergo the 2 developmental possibilities represented in the 2 Jesus boys. Thus John the Baptist was brought before the body of Jesus of Nazareth, in whom the cosmic individuality of Christ was now working. Other human beings are placed into their earthly existence through cosmic spiritual laws, but these are then counteracted by those originating in the conditions of the earth's evolution. In the case of Christ Jesus, however, the cosmic spiritual powers alone remained active in him after the baptism. The laws of the earth's evolution did not influence him at all. During the time that Jesus of Nazareth pursued his ministry and journeys as Jesus Christ in Palestine, in the last 3 years of his life, from the age of 30 to 33, the entire cosmic Christ being continued to work in him. In other words, Christ always stood under the influence of the entire cosmos. He did not take a single step without cosmic forces working in him. The events of these 3 years in Jesus' life were a continuous realization of his horoscope, for in every moment during those years there occurred what usually happens only at birth. This was possible because the entire body of the Nathan Jesus had remained susceptible to the influence of the totality of the forces of the cosmic spiritual hierarchies that guide our earth. Now that we know that the whole spirit of the cosmos penetrated Christ Jesus, we may ask, who was the being who went to Capernaum and all the other places Jesus went? The being who walked the earth in those years certainly looked like any other human being, but the forces working in him were the cosmic forces coming from the sun and the stars. They directed his body. The total essence of the cosmos to which the earth belongs determined what Christ Jesus did. This is why the constellations are so often alluded to in the gospel descriptions of Jesus' activities. For example, in the Gospel of St. John, the time when Christ finds his first disciple is described as, quote, about the 10th hour, unquote, John chapter 1, verse 39. In this fact, the spirit of the entire cosmos expressed itself in a way appropriate to the appointed moment. Such indications are less obvious in other places in the Gospels, but people who can read the Gospels properly will find them everywhere. The miracles of healing the sick must also be understood from this point of view. Let us look at just one passage, the one that reads, quote, now when the sun was setting, all those who had any that were sick with various diseases brought them to him, and he laid his hands on them and healed them, unquote, Luke 5:40. What does this mean? Here the gospel writer points out that this healing was connected with the constellation of the stars, that in those days the necessary constellation was present only after the sun had set. In other words, in those times, the healing forces could manifest themselves only after sunset. Christ Jesus is portrayed as the mediator who brings together the sick and the forces of the cosmos that could heal them at precisely that time. These were the same forces that also worked as Christ in Jesus. The healing occurred through Christ's presence, which exposed the sick to the healing cosmic forces. These healing forces could be effective only under the appropriate conditions of space and time, as described above. In other words, the forces of the cosmos worked on the sick through their representative, the Christ. However, these forces could work in this way only while Christ was on earth. Only then were the cosmic constellations so connected to the forces in the human organism that certain diseases could be cured when these constellations worked on individuals through Christ Jesus. A repetition of these conditions in cosmic and earthly evolution is just as impossible as a second incarnation of the Christ in a human body. Thus, the life of Christ Jesus was the earthly expression of a particular relationship between the cosmos and human forces. When sick people remained for a while by Christ's side, their nearness to Christ brought them into a relationship to the macrocosm, and this had a healing effect on them. What I have said so far allows us to understand how the guidance of humanity has been placed under the influence of Christ. Nevertheless, the other forces whose development was held back in the Egypto-Chaldean epoch also continue to work alongside those that are Christ-filled, as we can see in many contemporary interpretations of the Gospels. Books are published that take great pains to show that the Gospels can be understood astrologically. The greatest opponents of the Gospels cite this astrological interpretation, claiming, for example, that the path of the Archangel Gabriel from Elizabeth to Mary represents the movement of the sun from the constellation of Virgo to another one. To a certain extent, this astrological interpretation is correct. However, in our time, ideas of this sort are instilled into people by the beings whose development was arrested during the Egypto-Chaldean epoch. Under their influence, there are some who would have us believe that the Gospels are merely allegories, representing certain cosmic relationships. The truth is, however, that the whole cosmos is expressed in Christ. In other words, we can characterize Christ's life by describing for each of its events the cosmic relationships that, through Christ, entered life on earth. As soon as we understand all this correctly, we will inevitably and fully accept that Christ lived on earth. The false view mentioned above, however, claims that because Christ's life is expressed in the Gospels through cosmic constellations, it follows necessarily that the Gospels are only an allegory of these constellations, and that Christ did not really live on earth. Allow me to use a comparison to make things clear. Imagine every person at birth as a spherical mirror reflecting everything around it. Were we to trace the outlines of the images in the mirror with a pencil, we could then take the mirror and carry the picture it represents with us wherever we went. Just so, we carry a picture of the cosmos within us when we are born, and this one picture affects and influences us throughout our lives. Of course, we could also leave the mirror clean as it was originally, in which case it would reflect its surroundings wherever we took it, providing us with a complete picture of the world around us. This analogy explains how Christ was in the time between the baptism in the Jordan and the mystery of Golgotha. What enters our earthly life only at our birth flowed into Christ Jesus at each moment of his life. After the mystery of Golgotha, what had streamed into Christ from the cosmos merged with the spiritual substance of the earth, and it has been united with the spirit of the earth ever since. When Paul became clairvoyant on his way to Damascus, he was able to perceive that what had previously been in the cosmos had merged with the spirit of the earth. People who can relive this event in their soul can see this for themselves. In the 20th century, human beings are able for the first time to experience the Christ event spiritually, as St. Paul did. Up to this century, only those individuals who had gained clairvoyant powers through esoteric schooling were able to have such experiences. Today and in the future, however, as a result of natural human development, advancing soul forces will be able to see Christ in the spiritual sphere of the earth. Beginning with a certain point in the 20th century, a few people will be able to have such experiences and will be able to relive the incident at Damascus. But thereafter, gradually, more and more people will be able to do so. And in the distant future, it will have become a natural capacity of the human soul to see Christ in this way. When Christ entered earthly history, a completely new element was introduced into it. Even the outer events of history bear witness to this. In the first cultural periods, after the Atlantean catastrophe, people knew very well that the physical planets, such as Mars, Jupiter, or Saturn, were the expressions or manifestations of spiritual beings. In later ages, this view was completely forgotten. People came to see the heavenly bodies as merely material things, to be judged according to their physical conditions. By the Middle Ages, people saw in the stars only what their physical eyes could perceive, the sphere of Venus, the sphere of the Sun, of Mars, and so on, up to the sphere of the firmament of fixed stars. Beyond that, they believed, there was the eighth sphere, which enclosed the others like a solid blue wall around them. Then Copernicus came and shook to its foundations the established outlook of relying completely and exclusively on what the human senses could perceive. According to modern natural science, only people with muddled minds can claim that the world is Maya or illusion, and that we must look into a spiritual world to see the truth. Scientists believe that true science is based on what our senses tell us, and they record those perceptions. However, the only time when astronomers relied exclusively on their senses was in the days when the astronomy prevailed that modern astronomers oppose. Modern astronomy began to develop as a science when Copernicus started to think about what exists in the universe beyond the range of human sensory perception. In fact, it is true of all the sciences that they developed in opposition to sensory appearance. When Copernicus explained that what we see is Maya, illusion, and that we should rely on what we cannot see, that was the moment when science as we know it today began. In other words, the modern sciences did not become science until they stopped relying exclusively on sensory perception. Giordano Bruno, as the philosophical interpreter of Copernicus's teachings, proclaimed that the eighth sphere, which had been considered the boundary of space enclosing everything, was not a boundary at all. It was Maya, an illusion, and only appeared to be the boundary. In reality, a vast number of worlds had been poured into the universe. Thus, what had previously been regarded as the boundary of the universe now became the boundary of the world of human sensory perception. We have to look beyond the sense world. Once we no longer see the world merely as it appears to our senses, then we can perceive infinity. Originally, then, humanity had a spiritual view of the cosmos, but in the course of history, this was gradually lost. The spiritual view was replaced by an understanding of the world based exclusively on sensory perception. Then, the Christ impulse entered human history. Through this principle, humanity was led once again to imbue the materialistic outlook with spirituality. At the moment when Giordano Bruno burst the confines of sensory appearance, the Christ development had so far advanced in him that the soul force, which had been kindled by the Christ impulse, could be active within him. This indicates the significance of Christ's involvement in human history and development, which is really still in its early stages. What then are the goals of spiritual science? Spiritual science completes what Bruno and others did for the outer physical senses by demonstrating that the conventional, sense-based sciences can perceive and understand only Maya, or illusion. At one time, people looked up to the eighth sphere and believed it to be the boundary of the universe. Similarly, modern thinking considers human life bounded by birth and death. Spiritual science extends our view beyond these boundaries. Ideas like this one allow us to see human evolution as an uninterrupted chain. And indeed, what Copernicus and Bruno accomplished for space by overcoming sensory appearance had already been known earlier from the inspirations of the spiritual stream that is continued today by spiritual science, or theosophy, anthroposophy. Modern esotericism, as we may call it, worked in a secret and mysterious way on Copernicus, Bruno, Kepler, and others. Thus, people whose outlook is based on the findings of Bruno and Copernicus betray their own traditions when they refuse to accept theosophy, anthroposophy, and insist on looking only at sensory appearance. Just as Giordano Bruno broke through the blue vault of heaven, so spiritual science breaks through the boundaries of birth and death, and proves that the human being comes forth from the macrocosm to live in this physical life, and returns again to a macrocosmic existence after death. What is revealed in the individual on a limited scale can be seen on a much larger scale in the representative of the cosmic spirit, in Christ Jesus. The impulse Christ gave to evolution could be given only once. Only once could the entire cosmos be reflected as it was in Christ. The constellation that existed then will not appear again. This constellation had to work through a human body in order to be able to impart its impulse to the earth. Just as this particular constellation will not occur a second time, so Christ will not incarnate again. People claim that Christ will appear again on earth, only because they do not know that Christ is the representative of the entire universe, and because they cannot find the way to the Christ idea presented in all its elements by spiritual science. Thus, modern spiritual science, or theosophy, anthroposophy, has developed a Christ idea that shows us our kinship with the entire macrocosm in a new way. To really know Christ, we need the inspiring forces that are now imparted through the ancient Egyptian and Chaldean superhuman beings who were themselves guided by Christ. We need this new inspiration, which has been prepared by the great esotericists of the Middle Ages since the 13th century. This new inspiration must now be brought more and more to the attention of the general public. If we prepare the soul properly for the perception of the spiritual world, according to the teachings of spiritual science, we will be able to hear clairaudiently and to see clairvoyantly what is revealed by these ancient Chaldean and Egyptian powers, who have now become spiritual guides under the leadership of the Christ being. The first Christian centuries up to our own time were only the preparation for what humanity will receive and understand one day. In the future, people's hearts will be filled with a Christ idea whose magnitude will surpass anything humanity has known and understood so far. The first impulse that Christ brought, and the understanding of him that has lived on until now, is, even in the best exponents of the Christ principle, only a preparation for a true understanding of Christ. Strangely enough, those who present the Christ idea in this way in the West will, in all probability, be accused of not basing themselves on Western Christian tradition. After all, this Western Christian tradition is utterly inadequate for understanding Christ in the near future. Western esotericism allows us to see the spiritual guidance of humanity gradually merge with the guidance proceeding from the Christ impulse. Modern esotericism will gradually flow into people's hearts, and the spiritual guidance of the individual and humanity will more and more be seen consciously in this light. Let us recall that the Christ principle first entered human hearts when Christ ministered in Palestine in the physical body of Jesus of Nazareth. In those days, people who had gradually resigned themselves to trusting only in the sensory world could receive the impulse appropriate to their understanding. The same impulse then worked through modern esotericism to inspire such great minds as Nicholas of Cusa, Copernicus, and Galileo. That is why Copernicus could assert that sensory appearance cannot teach us the truth about the solar system, and that we must look beyond it to find the truth. At that time, people were not yet mature enough, even a brilliant man like Giordano Bruno was not yet ready, to integrate themselves consciously into the stream of modern esotericism. The spirit of this stream had to work in them without their being conscious of it. Giordano Bruno proclaimed proudly that the human being is actually a macrocosmic being condensed into a monad to enter physical existence, and that this monad expands again when the individual dies. What had been condensed in the body expands into the universe in order to concentrate again at other levels of existence and to expand again, and so on. Bruno expressed great thoughts that fully agree with modern esotericism, even though they may sound like stammering to our modern ears. We are not necessarily always conscious of the spiritual influences that guide us. For example, such influences led Galileo into the Cathedral of Pisa. Thousands of people had seen the old church lamp there, but they did not look at it the way he did. Galileo saw the lamp swing and compared its oscillations with his pulse beats. In this way, he discovered that the church lamp swung in a regular rhythm similar to that of his pulse, the, quote, law of the pendulum, unquote, as it is known in modern physics. Anyone familiar with modern physics knows that physics, as we know it, would not exist if it had not been for Galileo's laws. What was at work in leading Galileo to the swinging lamp in the cathedral, thus giving modern physics its first principles, now works in spiritual science. The powers that guide us spiritually work secretly in this way. We are now approaching a time when we have to become conscious of these guiding powers. We will be able to understand better what must happen in the future if we correctly grasp the inspiration coming to us from modern esotericism. From this inspiration, we also know that the spiritual beings whom the ancient Egyptians considered to be their teachers, the same beings who ruled as gods, are ruling again, but that they now want to submit to Christ's leadership. People will feel more and more that they can allow pre-Christian elements to be resurrected in glory and style on a higher level. In the present era, we need a strengthened consciousness, a high sense of duty and responsibility concerning the understanding of the spiritual world. For this to enter our soul, we must understand the mission of spiritual science in the way I have outlined. At the end of Lecture 3, there follows an appendix in the next section. This is a reading of the book, The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity, given in Copenhagen in 1911. These 3 lectures were in fact revised by Rudolf Steiner, and that's why I put them in the written section of the website. However, this last appendix, I don't know if that was revised by Rudolf Steiner. I'm going to assume it's just a lecture set of, as it were, it's entitled Introductory Comments to the Lecture Cycle, The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity, Copenhagen, June 5th, 1911, entitled The Mission of the New Revelation of the Spirit. In the next few days, I will have the opportunity to speak here about a theosophical subject that is important to me, namely the spiritual guidance of the individual and humanity. Since our friends here have asked me to, I will preface my lecture series today with a few comments that may serve as a kind of introduction to the subject. Theosophists must have as a characteristic what we may call an inherent yearning for self-knowledge in the broadest sense. Even people only slightly familiar with theosophy can sense that such self-knowledge will give birth to a comprehensive appreciation for all human feeling and thinking, as well as for all other beings. This appreciation must be an indispensable part of our whole theosophical movement. Footnote: for the sake of historical accuracy, and to indicate the tone of the original, we have not substituted or added anthroposophy where Steiner speaks of theosophy, or anthroposophical movement where he speaks of theosophical movement. Nevertheless, the continuity between Rudolf Steiner's theosophy and anthroposophy should always be kept in mind. End of footnote. Often people do not understand clearly that in our German theosophical movement, what lights up our way is the sign you know as the mark of the cross with roses. It is easy to harbor misunderstandings about our spiritual theosophical movement that seeks to live into the spiritual life of today, that is, into our hearts and their feelings, our will and its deeds, under the sign of the rose cross. People easily misunderstand our movement. Many people, even those with good intentions, have difficulty realizing that our spiritual movement, working under the sign of the rose cross, is inspired in all its principles, in its whole feeling and sensitivity, to be understanding and tolerant of every human striving and every aspiration. Through this tolerance is an inherent characteristic, though this tolerance is an inherent characteristic of the Rosicrucian movement, it may not be obvious at first glance, because it lies in its depths. You will find, therefore, that people who confuse tolerance with a one-sided acceptance of their own opinions, principles, and methods are particularly likely to misunderstand our movement. It is very easy to imagine this tolerance, yet to attain it is extremely difficult. After all, we find it easy to believe that people who disagree with us are our opponents or enemies. Similarly, we can easily mistake our own opinion for a generally accepted truth. For theosophy to flourish and be fruitful for the spiritual life of the future, however, we have to meet each other on an all-inclusive basis. Our souls must be filled with profound understanding, not only for those who share our beliefs, but also for those who, compelled by the circumstances of their own experience, their own path through life, may perhaps advocate the opposite of what we do. The old morality, now on the wane, taught us to love and to be tolerant of those who share our thoughts and feelings. However, with its truth, Theosophy will more and more radiate a much more far-reaching tolerance into people's hearts. This more profound tolerance will enable us to meet others with understanding and encouragement, and to live in harmony with them, even when their thoughts and feelings differ completely from our own. This touches upon an important issue. What do people come upon first when they turn to the Theosophical movement? What are they compelled to acknowledge first? Normally, the general insight people encounter first when they approach Theosophy is the idea of reincarnation and karma, the idea of the continued working of causes from one life into the next. Of course, this is not a dogma for us. Indeed, we may have different opinions about this basic insight. Still, the conviction of reincarnation and karma forces itself upon us right from the start of our acquaintance with Theosophy. However, it is a long way from the day we first become convinced of these truths to the moment when we can begin, in some way, to see our whole life in the light of these truths. It takes a long time for the conviction to become fully alive in our soul. For example, we may meet a person who mocks or even insults us. If we have immersed ourselves in the teaching of reincarnation and karma for a long time, we will wonder who has spoken the hurtful, insulting words our ears have heard. Who has heaped mockery upon us, or even who has raised the hand to hit us? We will then realize that we ourselves did this. The hand raised for the blow only appears to belong to the other person. Ultimately, we cause the other to raise his or her hand against us through our own past karma. This merely hints at the long path from the abstract, theoretical conviction of karma to the point where we can see our whole life in the light of this idea. Only then do we really feel God within us, and no longer experience Him only as our own higher self, which teaches us that a tiny spark within us shares in God's divinity. Instead, we learn to be aware of this higher self in such a way that a feeling of unlimited responsibility fills us. We feel responsible not only for our actions, but also for what we suffer, because what we suffer now is, after all, only the necessary result of what we did in the far distant past. Let us experience this feeling pouring into our souls as the warm spiritual lifeblood of a new culture. Let us feel how new concepts of responsibility and of love arise and take hold of our souls through Theosophy. Let us recognize that no empty phrase to claim that the Theosophical movement arose in our time because human beings need new moral, intellectual, and spiritual impulses. Let me read that again. Let us recognize that it is no empty phrase to claim that the Theosophical movement arose in our time because human beings need new moral, intellectual, and spiritual impulses. And let us be aware that a new spiritual revelation is about to pour itself forth into our hearts and our convictions through Theosophy, not arbitrarily, but because the new moral impulses and the new concepts of responsibility and indeed the destiny of humanity require such a new spiritual revelation. Then we can know in an immediate, living way that it has a coherent meaning for the world, that the same souls present here now repeatedly lived on earth in the past. Let me read that again. Then we can know in an immediate, living way that it has a coherent meaning for the world, that the same souls present here now repeatedly lived on earth in the past. We have to ask what this meaning is. Why are we incarnated again and again? We find this meaning when we learn through Theosophy that every time we see all the wonders of this world with new eyes in a new body, we get a glimpse of the divine revelations veiled by the sensory world. Or with our newly formed ears, we can listen to the divine revelation in the world of sound. Thus we learn that in every new incarnation we can and should experience something new on earth. We understand that some people are destined by karma to announce prophetically what all of humanity will gradually, bit by bit, accept as the meaning of an epoch. What people in the Theosophical Society and in the Theosophical movement in general know because of these revelations from the spiritual world has to flow into all aspects of human culture. The souls living in this world now, in their physical bodies, feel drawn to Theosophy because they know that this new element must be added to what human beings have already gained for themselves from the spiritual world in the past. We must keep in mind, however, that in every epoch the whole meaning of the mystery of the universe must be understood anew. Thus, in every epoch we have to meet anew what is revealed to us out of the spiritual worlds. Our epoch is unique. Though people often carelessly characterize every age as one of transition, this term, which is often just an empty phrase, applies in its truest sense to our time. Indeed, an epoch is dawning when we will have to witness many new developments in the evolution of the earth. We will have to think in a new way about many things. In fact, many people still conceive many new things in the old style, in the old sense, finding it impossible to grasp the new in a new way. Our old concepts often lag far behind the new revelations. Let me point out only one example of this. It is often emphasized, and rightly so, that human thinking has made tremendous progress in the last 4 centuries because it has been able to fathom the physical structure of the universe. Of course, it is only proper to highlight the great achievements of Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, Bruno, and others. Nevertheless, this has led to an argument that sounds rather clever and goes roughly as follows. Copernicus's ideas have led us beyond the Earth into space. In the process, what Giordano Bruno suspected has turned out to be true. Our Earth is only a small celestial body among countless others. And in spite of this, so the argument goes, we are supposed to believe that the greatest drama ever, the central event of evolution, took place on this earth, and that the life of Christ Jesus is at the center of evolution. Why would an event of such great importance for the whole universe have been played out here, on this small planet Earth, which, as we have learned, is only one tiny planet among countless others? This argument seems plausible, so much so that to our intellect it looks clever and intelligent. However, this argument does not consider the depth of spiritual perception revealed in the simple fact that the starting point of Christianity, the beginning of the greatest event on earth, is set neither in a royal palace nor any other glamorous place, but in a manger with poor shepherds. Clearly, spiritual perception did not content itself with locating this great event on our earth, but also moved it to a remote corner of the earth. It is small wonder, then, that this perception strikes us as odd and peculiar, next to the claim that we cannot possibly continue to have the greatest drama of world evolution take place in a provincial theater. These words have indeed been used. However, it is in the nature of Christianity to have the greatest drama of the universe take place in a provincial theater, as well as elsewhere. We can see from all this how difficult it is for us to respond to events with the proper true perception. We have to learn a lot before we will understand what the right thoughts and feelings about human evolution are. Turbulent times are ahead of us, both for the present and for the near future. Much of the old is used up and worn out, and the new is being poured into humanity from the spiritual world. People familiar with human evolution predict, not because they want to, but because history compels them, that our whole soul life will change during the coming centuries, and that this change will have to begin with a theosophical movement that has a correct understanding of itself. But the theosophical movement must fill its role in this change with humility and with a true understanding of what has to happen for humanity in the coming centuries. Only gradually and over time did people learn to study the structure of the universe with their intellect, as Copernicus, Giordano Bruno, Kepler, and Galileo did. It was only in recent centuries that people learned to interpret the world intellectually. In earlier times, they attained knowledge in a very different way. In the same way, new spiritual insights are to supersede intellectual knowledge today. Even now, human souls in their bodies are already yearning to look at the world not just intellectually. If materialism had not done so much to suppress these spiritual impulses, such souls, in whom we can virtually sense the passionate yearning for spiritual contents, could appear even more. These spiritual impulses could then make themselves felt more strongly in people who are only waiting for an opportunity to look at the universe and existence in a different way than they did up to now. Privileged people, endowed with what we usually call grace, can often see in their mind's eyes what becomes the general vision of all humanity centuries later. As I have pointed out frequently, the experience of the impulse of the Christ event that Paul, an individual filled with grace, had on the road to Damascus will eventually become the common property of all human beings. As Paul knew through a spiritual revelation who Christ was and what he had done, so all people will eventually receive this knowledge, this vision. We are at the threshold of the age when many people will experience a renewal of the Christ event of St. Paul. It is an intrinsic part of the evolution of our earth that many people will experience for themselves the spiritual vision, the spiritual eye, EYE, that opened up for Paul on the road to Damascus. This spiritual eye looks into the spiritual world, bringing us the truth about Christ, which Paul had not believed when he had heard it in Jerusalem. The occurrence of this event is an historical necessity. This is what has been called the second advent of Christ in the 20th century. Christ will be recognized as an individuality. People will realize that Christ has continually revealed himself by coming ever closer to the physical plane from the moment when he appeared to Moses, as though in a reflection in the burning bush, to the time when he lived for 3 years in a human body. Seeing this, people will understand that Christ is at the center of earthly evolution. A body has only one center of gravity. A scale has only one suspension point. If you support the scale beam in more than one place, you interfere with the effects of the law of gravity. A body needs only one center of gravity. That is why, concerning the central or pivotal point of evolution, occultists from antiquity to the present have acknowledged that evolution was headed toward one point, namely, the mystery of Golgotha, and that human evolution began its ascent at this point. Still, it is very difficult to understand what the Christ event, the mystery of Golgotha, really means for the spiritual guidance of humanity. To understand this rightly, we have to silence all the feelings and opinions from this or that denomination within us. We have to be as impartial and objective in regard to the Christian methods of education which have prevailed for many centuries in the West, as we are regarding other religious methods of education. Only then can we really come to know the spiritual center of the earth's evolution. Nevertheless, in the coming centuries, those who proclaim the spiritual central point of human evolution most fervently will be seen as bad Christians, or even as unworthy of being called Christian at all. Oh, wait. Scared me. Many people find even the idea that Christ could incarnate in a human body only once, and only temporarily, for 3 years, difficult to understand. People who have familiarized themselves in more detail with what Rosicrucian theosophy has to say about this know that the physical body of Jesus of Nazareth had to be very complicated to accommodate the powerful individuality of Christ? As we know, one human being could not have been sufficient for this, and therefore two persons had to be born. The Gospel of St. Matthew tells the story of one of them. The Gospel of St. Luke follows the life of the other. Many people find even the idea that Christ could incarnate in a human body only once, and only temporarily for 3 years, difficult to understand. People who have familiarized themselves in more detail with what Rosicrucian theosophy has to say about this know that the physical body of Jesus of Nazareth had to be very complicated to accommodate the powerful individuality of Christ. As we know, one human being would not have been sufficient for this, and therefore two persons had to be born. The Gospel of St. Matthew tells the story of one of them. The Gospel of St. Luke follows the life of the other. We know, too, that the individuality who incarnated into the Jesus child we meet in the Gospel of St. Matthew had completed tremendous achievements in its development in earlier earth lives. At the age of 12, in order to develop further capacities, this Matthew Jesus individuality left its body to dwell in another earthly body, that of the Luke Jesus, until its 30th year. Thus everything humanity had ever experienced that was noble and great, as well as everything that was humble, worked together on the personality of Jesus of Nazareth so as to enable his body to take in the being we call Christ. We will have to develop a profound understanding to grasp what occultists mean when they say that there can be only one event on Golgotha, as in mechanics, a body has only one center of gravity. An epoch that faces great soul events, such as the ones we have briefly outlined here, is particularly suited to lead us to search our souls. Indeed, searching our own souls and hearts is one of the many tasks of all true theosophists in the theosophical movement. We need to search our own hearts and souls, return within ourselves to help us understand that it requires sacrifice to follow the path to the understanding of that singular truth of which the occultism of all times has unambiguously spoken. Such times in which the shining lights of truth and the warm gifts of love are to be poured out over humanity also bring events confirming the truth of the proverb that strong lights cast deep shadows. The deep black shadows that enter together with the gifts we have just spoken of consist of the potential for error. The human heart's susceptibility to error is inseparably bound up with the great gifts of wisdom that are to flow into human evolution. Let us not delude ourselves, therefore, into believing that the erring human soul will be less fallible in times to come than it has been in the past. On the contrary, our souls will be even more susceptible to errors in the future than ever before. Occultists have prophesied this since the dawn of time. In the coming times of enlightenment, to which I could only allude here, the slightest potential for error will, as well as the greatest aberrations, can gain ground. Therefore, it is all the more necessary that we squarely face this potential for error and realize that because we are to expect great things, error can all the more easily creep into our weak human hearts. Regarding the spiritual guidance of humanity, we have to draw the following lesson from this potential for error and from the age-old warnings of occultists. We must exercise the great tolerance we spoke of in the beginning, and we must give up our habit of blindly believing in authority. Such a blind belief in authority can be a powerful temptation and can lead to error. Instead, we must keep our hearts open and receptive to everything that wants to flow out of the spiritual worlds into humanity in a new way. Accordingly, to be good theosophists, we must realize that if we wish to cultivate and foster in our movement the light that is to stream into human evolution, we must guard against all the errors that can creep in with the light. Let us feel the full extent of this responsibility and open our hearts wide to see that there has never been a movement on this planet Earth that fostered such open, loving hearts. Let us realize that it is better to be opposed by those who believe their opinion is the only true one than to fight them. It is a long way from one of these extremes to the other. Nevertheless, those who take up the theosophical movement spiritually will be able to live with something that has run through all history as a seed sentence, a motto for all spirituality, and rightly so. Upon realizing that though there is much light, the potential for error is great, you may have doubts and wonder how we, weak human beings, can find our way in this confusion. How are we to distinguish between truth and error? When such thoughts arise within you, you will find comfort and strength in the motto, "The truth is what leads to the highest and noblest impulses for human evolution. The truth should be dearer to us than we are to ourselves." If our relationship to truth is guided by these words and we still make a mistake in this life, the truth will be strong enough to draw us to itself in the next incarnation. Honest mistakes we make in this incarnation will be compensated and redeemed in the next. It is better to make an honest mistake than to adhere to dogmas dishonestly. After all, our path will be lit by the promise that truth will ultimately prevail, not by our will, but by its own inherent divine power. However, if our circumstances in this incarnation propel us into error instead of into truth, and if we are too weak to obey when truth pulls us toward itself, then it will be good if what we believe in disappears, for then it does not and should not have the strength to live. If we are honestly striving for truth, truth will be the victorious impulse in the world. And if what we have now is a part of the truth, it will be victorious, not because of what we can do for it, but because of the power inherent in it. If what we have is error, however, then let us be strong enough to say that this error should perish. If we take this as our guiding motto, we will find the standpoint that enables us to realize that under any circumstances we can find what we need, namely confidence. If this confidence imbues us with truth, then the truth will prevail, regardless of how much its opponents fight it. This feeling can live in the soul of every theosophist, and if we are to impart to others what flows down to us from the spiritual world, evoking feelings in human hearts that give us certainty and strength for life, then the mission of the new spiritual revelation will be fulfilled. The revelation that has come to humanity through what we call theosophy, to lead human souls gradually into a more spiritual future. The end of the appendix and the end of the book, The Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity by Rudolf Steiner.
The way I do this beat gon' have them bodies jump in, and afterwards to be with me because I got her blushing. I mean, it happen every time that I be in discussion, and actually, dog, it's starting to get disgusting. The way I filter through their mind gon' make it meditate. The way I'm thugging on the spine gon' make a nigga hate. Usually wouldn't happen, but I don't care today. It usually wouldn't happen, but I don't care today, dog. Usually when I'm rapping, I got so much to say. Usually calling and texting, but baby, not today. Usually balling and flexing, but nigga, not today. Not today, no nigga, not today, dog. Still got the section, but we ain't hopping on yacht today. I get it popping, this energy start a damn parade. Dropping my phone and making time for the love and hate. Not today, no nigga, not today, dog.
I look at it from a prospect of what can I do and when am I going to do it to change my situation, you know?
This that iced out new sprinter, no pretending. I promise from all this winning, this energy have been gifted from G.O.D. independent. She look me in my eyes and tell me she wanna ride, but not today, Missy. But my dog finna chase, so not today, kitty. Yeah, I'm usually off the chain, but not today, pretty. Not today. No nigga, not today, dog.